other continents. Another squeeze, another hiss. Like Hespagarat, for instance. Squeeze and hiss. And even far Sibonal. Squeeze, hiss. Including people of the Uskut race. Squeeze, pause, hiss. Although it seemed from the furrowing of Muntra's brow that this catechism was not over, he let go of the wrist, which had grown red during interrogation. Abath took the silver coins and tucked them into a pocket in the roll of luggage she had by her, making no comment beyond a dark look. Sensible girl. Take what you can in life. And am I correct in thinking that you had some dealings with a certain man of Uskut race in Matrasil, in the way of the usual commodities? Isn't that so? She looked defiant again, and stood alertly as if thinking of attacking him. What usual commodities might those be? The ones you and your mother trade in, my dear. Money and Cooney. Look, it is no secret to me, because I had the word off your mother, and have kept it under my palm ever since. It's been so long that I need you to remind me of the name of that man of Uskut race, with whom you exchanged those commodities. Abath shook her head. Tears gleamed in her eyes. Look, I thought you were a friend. Forget it. The fella's left Matrasil anyhow, and gone back to his own country. He got into trouble. That's why I came south, if you want to know. My mother should have held her slanger tongue. I see. Your money supply ran out, or ran away. Now I just want to hear you pronounce his name. And then you're free. She put her hands up to her face and said into them, Ayo Pasharated. A moment's silence. You did aim high, my little Philic. I hardly believed it. The ambassador of Sibonal, no less. And not only Cooney, but guns involved. Did his wife know? What do you think? She was defiant again. She outshone her mother. He became brisk. Very well. Thank you, Abathi. You now are clear that I have a hold on you. You have a hold on me. You know about Billish. Nobody else must know about Billish. You must keep quiet and never mention his name, not even in your sleep. He is just one more customer. Now, he's gone, and you've been paid. If you mention Billish to anyone, I shall slip a little note to the Sibonalese representative here, and you will be in trouble. In this religious land, intercourse between Borleanese ladies and foreign ambassadors is strictly illegal. It always leads to blackmail or murder. If word gets out about you and Pasharated, you'll never be seen again. Do we understand each other? Oh, yes, you Ratok. Yes. Good. That's sensible. My advice is to keep your mouth and your legs closed. I'm going to take you to a friend of mine, whom I have to see. He's a scholar. He needs a housemaid. He will pay you regularly and well. I'm not a natural bully, Abathi. Although I enjoy getting my way. So I'm doing you a favour. For your mother's sake as well as yours. You'd soon go to the bed on your own in Ottersol. He paused to see what she said, but she merely watched him with untrusting eyes. Remain with my scholarly friend in his comfortable home, and you will have no need to turn into a whore. You can probably find a good husband. You're pretty, and not a fool. It's a disinterested offer. And your friend'll keep an eye on me for you, I suppose? He looked at her and pushed his lips forward in a pout. He's recently married and won't molest you. Come, we'll go and see him. Wipe your nose. Ice Captain Muntras called a one-wheeled sedan. He and Abath Vassadol climbed in and off went the sedan, pulled by two veterans of the Western Wars, who had between them 2.5 arms, 3 legs, and about the same number of eyes. In this style, they creaked through the underground lanes of Ottersol, and eventually entered Ward Court, where daylight shone down brightly from the square of sky overhead. At the bottom of a flight of steps was a solid door with a sign above. They climbed out of the cramped conveyance. The veterans accepted a coin, and Montrose rang the doorbell. It was hardly to be expected of a man in his profession that Bardol Carabansity, deuteroscopist, should show surprise, whoever called on him, but he did raise an eyebrow at the girl while shaking the hand of his old acquaintance. Over wine, which his loving wife served, Carabansity professed himself delighted to install a Bath Vassidol in his household. "I don't suppose you will wish to carry Hoxney carcasses about, but there are less alarming jobs to be done." "Good. Welcome." His wife appeared less delighted by the new arrangement, but said nothing. "Then, sir, I shall be off, with grateful compliments to you both," said Montrose, rising from his chair. Carabansity rose too, and this time there was no mistaking his surprise. Of recent years, the ice captain had developed leisurely habits. When delivering his fresh ice, of which the Carabansity household and its corpses consumed a fair share, the trader generally settled in for a long, pleasant talk. This haste must have some meaning, thought Carabansity. "In gratitude for the introduction to this young lady, I will at least ride with you back to your ship," he said. No, I insist." And he did insist, to such effect that the discomfited Montrose found himself in no time with his knees pressed against the deuteroscopist's knees, and their noses almost touching, and nowhere to cast his regard except into the eyes in front of his. As they jolted in a sedan towards the transit goods only warehouse, "Your friend, Sartori Irvrash," the ice captain said. "Well, I trust." "No. The king's dismissed him and he's disappeared." "Sartori disappeared? Where?" "If people knew where, it would not count as a disappearance," said Montrose humorously, dislodging one knee. "What happened, for beholder's sake?" "You've heard about the Queen of Queens, of course." "She came through here on her way to Graverbag and Linian. According to the newsletter, 5,000 hats were mislaid, having been thrown carelessly into the air when she arrived at the royal dock." "Jandol Anganol and your friend fell out over the massacre of the Myrodolaters." "And then he disappeared?" Montrose nodded his head so gently that their noses scarcely touched. "Into the palace dungeons, where others have gone?" "Very likely, or was clever enough to flee the city." "I must discover what has happened to his manuscripts." Silence between them. When the sedan chair reached the warehouse, Montrose said, resting his hand on the other's sleeve, "You're too kind, but there is no need for you to get out." Looking as confused as possible, Carabansity climbed out nevertheless. "Come, I know your ruse. A good one. My wife has become better acquainted with your pretty Abath Vassidol, while you and I have a quiet farewell drink aboard your boat, eh? Don't think I didn't grasp your scheme." "No, but—" While Montrose was anxiously paying off the sedan men, the deuteroscopist was marching in his ponderous way towards the dock where the Lodrya lady was tied up. "I expect you have a bottle of the exaggerator aboard?" inquired Carabansity cheerfully, as Montrose caught up with him. "And how did you acquire this young lady you have so kindly deposited with me?" "She's a friend of an old friend. Ottersol's a dangerous place for innocent young girls like a Bethy." There lay the Lodrya lady, with 2 Fagor guards nearby, wearing armbands bearing the name of the company. "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you aboard, my friend," said Montrose, stepping into Carabansity's way, so that once more their eyes almost touched. "Why? What's the matter? I thought this was your last trip." "Oh, I shall be back," I live only just across the sea.
But you are always terrified of pirates.
Montrose took a deep breath. I will tell you the truth, and keep it under your palm. I have a case of plague on board. I should have declared it to the port authorities, but I didn't, being anxious to get home. I cannot let you on board. Definitely. It would endanger your life.
Carabansetti wrapped a meaty fist round his chin, looking at Montrose from under his brow. In my trade, I'm familiar with disease, and probably immune to it. For the sake of the great exaggerator, I'll take the risk.
No, sorry. You're too good a friend to lose. I will see you again soon when I'm in less of a hurry, and we'll drink ourselves under the table.
Talking in a distracted manner, he shook Carabansetti's hand and almost ran from him. Pounding up the ship's gangplank, he called out to his son and anyone else aboard that they were going to sail immediately. Carabansetti stood on the quay, watching until the ice captain disappeared below decks. He then turned slowly on his heel and began walking away. At a certain point into the lanes, he stopped short, snapped his fingers, and began to laugh. He thought that he had solved the minor mystery. To celebrate a further success to deuteroscopy, he turned into the next court and walked into a tavern where he was not known. A half-exaggerator, he ordered. A treat for himself. A reward. People gave themselves away with talk without knowing it, for the underlying reason that they hated the feeling of guilt, and therefore betrayed themselves. With that understanding, he recalled what Montrose had said in the sedan. Into the palace dungeons.
Very likely. Very likely. Means neither yes nor no, of course. The captain had rescued Sartori Irvrash from the king and was smuggling him to safety in Dimarium. The matter was too dangerous for Montrose to tell even Sartori Irvrash's friend in Ottersol. Sipping the fuming drink, he let his mind wander over the possibilities which this secret knowledge opened up. In his long and colourful career, Ice Captain Montrose had had to play some tricks on friend and enemy alike. Many mistrusted him. Yet towards Billy he felt strong paternal affection, reinforced, perhaps, by the difficulties he experienced with his own son, the weak-minded Div. Montrose liked Billy's helplessness and valued the store of startling knowledge which seemed so much a part of Billy. Billy was indeed a herald from another world. Montrose did not doubt it. He was determined to protect the strange creature from all comers. But before setting sail for his homeland of Dimarium, he had a small piece of business to attend to. His leisurely journey down the Takisa had not made Montrose forget his promise to the Queen. At his main wharf in Ottersol, he summoned to his office one of his captains, the man who sailed the coastal trader, Lodrya Dry Lubber, and laid Myrdem Ingala's letter before him. You're bound for Randonen, yes?
As far as orderly.
Then you will deliver this document to the Borleanese General, Henra Tolram Ketinet, of the Second Army. You are personally responsible for putting it into the General's hands. Understand? At the main wharf, the ice captain transferred Billy onto the fine ocean-going Lodrya Dry Queen, the pride of his fleet. The ship was capable of transporting 200 tons of finest block ice. Now, on its homeward journey, it carried cargoes of timber and grain, together with an excited Billy and a sullen Div. A favouring breeze filled the sails until the cordage strained and sang. The prow swung southwards, like the needle of a magnet, pointing to distant Hespagorat. The shores of Hespagorat, together with the doleful animals which inhabited them, were familiar sights to everyone aboard the Earth Observation Station. They were watched, with extra attention, as the fragile wooden ship bearing Billy Zhao Pin
approached them. Drama was not a feature of life aboard Avernus. It was avoided. Emotion superfluous, as on the prolongation of one Heliconian season beyond the human lifespan had it. Yet the dramatic tension was evident, especially among the youth of the 6 great families. Everyone was forced into the situation of disagreeing or agreeing with Billy's actions. Many said that Billy was ineffectual. It was more difficult to admit that he showed courage and considerable ability to adapt to different conditions. Under the arguments that raged was a wistful hope that Billy might somehow convince people on Helliconia that they, the Avernians, existed. True, Billy appeared to have persuaded Montrose, but Montrose was not considered to be important, and there are indications that Billy, having convinced Montrose, would take no further steps in that direction, but merely, selfishly, enjoy his remaining days before the helicovirus attacked him. The great disappointment was that Billy had failed where Jandol Anganol and Sartori Irvrash were concerned. It had to be admitted that they had on their minds matters of more immediate concern. The question that few people on the Avernus asked was, what effectively could the king and his councillor have done had they taken the trouble to understand Billy and come to believe in the existence of his other world? For that question led to the reflection that Avernus was far less important to Helliconia than Helliconia was to Avernus. Billy's successes and failures were compared with those of previous Helliconia holiday winners. Few winners had done much better than Billy, if truth were told. Some had been killed as soon as they arrived on the planet. Women had fared worse than men. The non-competitive atmosphere on the Avernus favoured equality of the sexes. On the ground, matters were conducted differently, and most women winners ended their lives in slavery. 1 or 2 strong personalities had had their stories believed, and in one case a religious cult had grown round this saviour from the skies. To quote one of his titles, "The cult had died when a force of takers eradicated the villages where the believers lived. The strongest personalities to descend had concealed their origins entirely and lived by their wits. One characteristic all winners shared, despite often severe warnings from their advisers, all had enjoyed or at least attempted sexual intercourse with the Heliconians. The moths always headed for the brightest flame." Billy's treatment merely strengthened a general aversion among the families to the religions of Helliconia. The consensus was that those religions got in the way of sensible, rational living. The inhabitants, believers and unbelievers alike, were seen as struggling in the toils of falsehood. Nowhere was there an attempt to be placid and view one's life as an art form. On distant Earth, conclusions would be different. The chapter in the long cavalcade of history, which concerned Jandol Anganol, Sartori Irvrash, and Billy Zhao Pin, would be watched with a grief superior to any on the Avernus. A grief in which detachment and empathy were nicely balanced. The peoples of Earth, for the most part, had developed beyond that stage where religious belief is suppressed, or supplanted by ideology, or translated into fashionable cults, or atrophied into a source of references for art and literature. The peoples of Earth could understand how religion allowed even the labouring peasants their glimpse of eternity. They understood that those with least power have most need of gods. They understood that even Akhanaba paved the way for a religious sense of life which needed no god. But what they most thoroughly understood was that the reason why the ancestral race was untroubled by the perturbations of religion was that their aeotemporal minds would not rise to such disquiet. The Fagors could never aspire to a moral attitude, where they would abase themselves before false gods. The materialists of the Avernus, 1,000 light-years from such thinking, admired the Fagors. They saw how Billy had been better received below than in Matrasil Palace. Some wondered aloud whether the next winner of a Helliconia holiday should not throw in his lot with the Ancipitals and hope to lead them to overthrow mankind's idols. This conclusion was reached after long hours of well-conducted argument. Underlying it was jealousy of the freedom of Heliconian mankind, even in its fallen state. A jealousy too destructive to be faced within the confines of the Earth Observation Station. 13. A way to better weaponry. The little year advanced, though seasonal effects were virtually obliterated under the great flood of Freya's summer. The church celebrated its special days. Volcanoes erupted. The sun swung over the bent backs of the peasants. King Jandol Anganol grew thin from waiting for his bill of divorcement to arrive. He planned another campaign in the Khosgat to defeat Darvlish and regain a measure of popularity. He camouflaged his inner anguish with constant nervous activity. Wherever he went, the Fagor runt Yuli followed, together with other shades which vanished as the king turned his eagle gaze towards them. Jandol Anganol prayed, suffered a flagellation at the hands of his vicar, bathed, dressed, and rode out to the courtyard of the palace, where the Hoxneys were stabled. He wore a rich quadrant, with forms of animals embroidered on it, silk trousers, and high leather boots. Over the quadrant, he buckled leather armour trimmed with silver embellishments. His favourite steed, Lapwing, was saddled. Yuli ran up, yipping and calling him father. Jandol Anganol pulled the creature up behind him. They set off at a trot into the hilly parkland behind the palace. Accompanying the king at a respectful distance went a detachment of the 1st Fagorian Guard, in whom, during these dangerous times, Jandol Anganol reposed more trust than ever before. The warm wind was on his cheek. He breathed deep. Everything about was dusted with grey, in honour of distant rusty Jonic. "It's shooting today," called Yuli. "Yes, shooting." In a dell where brassims sent up their leathery branches, a target had been established. Several men in dark clothes were busy making arrangements. They became immobile as the king arrived, testifying to his power to freeze blood by his very majesty. The Fagorian arrived silently and formed a line, blocking the mouth of the dell. Yuli jumped from Lapwing and scampered about, insensitive to occasion. The king remained in his saddle, brow ominous, as if he had power to freeze himself. One of the frozen figures moved forward and saluted the king. He was a small, thin man of unusual physiognomy, who wore the harsh, sack-like garb of his trade. His name was Slanjival Iptrekira. The name was regarded as rude and funny. Possibly it was his life's handicap which caused Slanjival Iptrekira, in middle age, to sport a great amount of gingerish side whisker, reinforced by a Fagor ear moustache, which lent his otherwise mild aspect a ferocity, as well as creating a countenance with more sideways than vertical dimension. He licked his lips nervously as he endured the hawkish gaze of the sovereign. His unease was occasioned not by the innuendo of his name, but by the fact that he was royal armourer and chief ironmaster of the ironmaker's corps, and by the fact that 6 matchlocks built under his direction in imitation of a Sibonalese artillery piece were about to be tested. This was his second testing. An earlier 6 prototypes, tested half a tenner previously, had all failed to work, hence the licking of the lips. Hence the tendency of Slanjival Iptrekira's knees to concatenate. The king remained upright in the saddle. He raised a hand in signal. Figures came to life. 6 Fagor sergeants were delegated to test the guns one by one. They marched forward, bovine faces expressionless, heavy shoulders set, their great shaggy bulks contrasting with the scraggy anatomies of the armourers. Slanjival Ibtrekira's new weapon bore the outward appearance of the original. The metal barrel was 4 feet long. It was bedded into a wooden stock, which curved down to a foot, further 2 feet long. The barrel was bound to the stock with copper bands. The striking mechanism was forged of the best quality iron that the foundries of the ironmaker's core could produce. Silver chasing, decorated with religious symbols, had been added to the stock. As in the original, the weapon was loaded from the muzzle end by means of a ramrod. The first Fagor sergeant came up with the first weapon. He held it while an armourer primed it. The sergeant knelt, his lower leg turning forward instead of back, in a posture no human could achieve. At the muzzle end of the piece, a tripod supported part of the weight. The sergeant took aim. "Ready, sire," said Slanjival Ibtrekira, looking anxiously from weapon to majesty. The king gave an almost imperceptible nod. The striker came down. The powder fizzled. With a mighty explosion, the gun blew to pieces. The sergeant fell backwards, giving a guttural cry. Yuli ran squealing into the bushes. Lapwing shied. Birds flew screaming from the trees. Jandol Anganol steadied his mare. "Try number 2. The sergeant was helped away, his face and chest leaking ichor. He made a small bleating noise. A second sergeant took his place. The second gun exploded more violently than the first. Splinters of wood struck the king's chest armour. The sergeant had part of his jaw blown away. The third gun would not fire. After repeated attempts, the ball rolled from its muzzle to the ground. The royal armourer laughed nervously, face ashen. "Better luck next time," he said. There was better luck with the fourth gun. It went off as intended, and the ball buried itself near the edge of the target. It was a large target designed for archery, and stood only 24 paces away, but the firing was accounted a success. The fifth gun cracked dismally along its barrel. The sixth gun fired its ball, although the target was missed. The armourers stood close together, studying the ground at their feet. Slanjival Ibtrekira came to the king's horse. He saluted again. His moustache trembled. "We make some progress, sire. Our charges are perhaps too strong, sire." "On the contrary, your metals are too weak. Be back here again in a week's time with 6 perfect weapons, or I'll flay every member of your corps, from you downwards, and drive you skinless into the Kosgat." He took one of the ruined guns, whistled up Yuli, and galloped away towards the palace, across the grey sward. The innermost part of the palace fortress, its heart, if palace fortresses have hearts, was stifling. The sky above was overcast, and an echo of it was to be found on the ground, in every corner, on every ledge, cornice, moulding, nook and cranny, where the exhalations of distant rusty jonnic refused to be swept away. Only when the king had passed through a thick wooden door, and then a second as thick as the first, did he escape the ash. As the steps wound downwards, dark and cold thickened about him to embrace him like a soaked rug as he entered the subterranean set of chambers reserved for royal guests. Jandol Anganol strode through 3 interconnecting rooms. The first was the most fearful. It had served as a guardroom, a kitchen, a mortuary, and a torture chamber, and still contained equipment relating to those earlier roles. The second was a bedroom, containing merely a bunk, though it too had served as a mortuary, and looked better suited to that purpose. In the end room sat Varpal Anganol. The old king remained wrapped in a blanket, his feet against a grate in which smouldered a log fire. A high grill in the wall behind him allowed light to filter in and define him as a darkish lump, on top of which a wispy skull was perched. These things Jandol Anganol had seen many times. The shape, the blanket, the chair, the grill, the floor, even the log that never burned properly in the dank atmosphere. All these did not alter through the years. It seemed as if only here, throughout his whole kingdom, could he look on enduring things. Making a noise, suggesting that he might need to clear his throat, the old king half-turned in his chair. His expression was half vacant, half crazy.
"It's I, Jen."
"I thought it was that same path again, where the fist jumped. You—"
He struggled to disentangle himself from his thoughts.
"That's you, Jan? Where's father? What time is it?"
"Nearly 14, if that's of any interest to you."
"Time's always of interest."
Varpal Anganol gave a ghostly chuckle.
"Isn't it that time Balian bumped into Freya?"
"That's an old wives' tale. I've something to show you."
"What old wife? Your mother's dead, lad. I haven't seen her for— Or was she here? I forget. It may warm this palace up a bit. I thought I smelt burning."
"It's a volcano."
"I see. A volcano. I thought it might be Freya. Sometimes my thoughts wander. Do you want to sit down, lad?"
He began struggling to his feet, but Jandol Anganol pushed him back into the chair.
"Have you found Roba yet? He's born now, isn't he?"
"I don't know where he is. He's out of his wits, certainly."
The old king gave a cackle.
"Very shrewd. Sanity can drive you mad, you know. You remember how the fish used to jump in that pool? Well, there always was something wild about Roba. Almost a man now, I suppose. If he's not here, he can't shut you up, can he? Nor can you marry him off. What's her name? Kune? She's gone too?"
"She's in Gravabagalinian."
"Good. I hope he doesn't kill her. Her mother was a fine woman. What about my old friend Rashven? Is Rashven dead? I don't know what you do up there half the time, if you can have time."
"Rashven's gone. I told you. My agents report that he has fled to Sibornel. Much good that will do him."
Silence fell between them. Jandol Anganol stood with matchlock in hand, reluctant to break into his father's rambling thoughts. He was getting worse than ever.
"Perhaps he'll see the great wheel of Kadabar. It's their sacred symbol, you know."
With a struggle, and only by letting his blanket slip, he managed to screw his stiff old neck round to look at his son.
"It's their sacred symbol," I said.
"I know it."
"Then try and answer when I speak to you. What about that other fellow? The Uskuti, yes. Basharatid? Did they catch him?"
"No. His wife left too. A tenor ago."
The old man sank back into the chair, sighing. His hands twitched nervously at the blanket.
"Sounds to me as if mattresses, almost empty."
Jandol Anganol turned his face away, towards the grey square of light.
"Just me and the Fagors."
"Did I ever tell you what Io Pasharadid used to do, Jan? When he was allowed to come and see me. Curious behavior for a man of the northern continent. They are very self-controlled, not passionate, like the Balianese."
"Did you scheme with him to overthrow me?"
"I just sat here while he dragged a table through. A heavy table. He used to put it under that little window. Did you ever hear such a thing?
Jandal Anganol began to pace about the cell, darting his gaze into the corners, as if seeking a way of escape.
He wanted to admire the view from your luxurious apartment.
The figure in the chair gave a bleat of laughter.
Precisely so. Admiring the view. Well put. A good phrase. And the view was of, well, if you get the table yourself, lad, you will see. You will see the windows of Madame Ingala's apartments and her veranda.
He broke off for a dry cough, which rattled in his throat. The king paced faster.
You get a view of the reservoir, where Kune used to swim naked with her ladies-in-waiting. Before you sent her away, this was, of course.
What happened, father?
Well, that's what happened. I told you, but you didn't listen. The ambassador used to climb onto that table and watch your queen with nothing on, wearing only a piece of muslin. Very, very unorthodox behavior for a Sibonalese. A Uskuti. Or for anyone, really.
Why didn't you tell me this at the time?
He stood confronting the ancient shape of his father.
Ha! You would have killed him.
I should have killed him, yes. No one would have blamed me.
The Sibonalese would have blamed you. Balian would have been in worse trouble than it is already. You will not learn diplomatic sense. That's why I didn't tell you.
Jandal Anganol began to pace.
What a calculating old slanger you are. Surely you must have hated what Pasharatid was doing?
No. What are women for? I have no objection to hate. It keeps you alive, keeps you warm of nights. Hate is what brings you down here. You came down here once. I forget what year it was. To talk about love. But I only know about...
Enough,
cried Jandal Anganol, stamping his boot on the flags.
I shall never speak of love again, to you or anyone. Why do you never help me? Why didn't you tell me what Pasharatid was up to? Did he ever meet secretly with Kune?
Why don't you grow up?
Spite entered his voice.
I expect he crept into her warm nest every night.
He cringed away, expecting a blow from his son's raised hand. But Jandal Anganol squatted by the chair instead.
I want you to look at something. Tell me what you would do.
He lifted the homemade matchlock, which had cracked along the barrel, and placed it on his father's knee.
It's heavy. I don't want it. Her garden's all neglected now.
The ex-king pushed it, so that it fell on the floor. Jandal Anganol let it lie there.
That gun was made by Slanjival Iptrekia's corps. The barrel split on firing. Out of 6 guns I had him make, only 1 worked properly. Of the previous batch, none has worked. What has gone wrong? How is it that our weapon maker's corps, which claims to trace its foundation back for centuries, cannot make a simple gun?
The old heap in the chair remained silent for a while, pulling ineffectually at its blanket. Then it spoke.
Things don't get better for being old. Look at me. Look at the figure behind you. It may be that too many institutions are too old. What was I going to say? Rashven told me that the various trades corps were founded to exist through the Great Winter, to hand on their knowledge in secret from generation to generation, so that their arts survived the black centuries until spring.
I have heard him say as much. What follows?
Varpal Anganol's wheezy voice strengthened.
Why? What follows spring is summer. What follows seasons is that the corps perpetuates themselves. Maybe losing a little knowledge from one generation to another, but not gaining new knowledge. They become hide-bound. Try to imagine what those centuries of darkness and frost were like. Much like being stuck down in this hole for eternity, I imagine. Trees died. No wood, no charcoal, no fires for smelting properly. Probably it's the smelting process at fault. By the look of that barrel, the furnaces, they may need renewing. Better methods, as the Sibonalese have.
I'll flog them all for their idleness. Then perhaps we'll see some results.
Not idleness, tradition. Try chopping Slangy's head off, and then offering rewards. That will encourage innovation.
Yes, possibly.
He picked up the gun and made for the door. The old man called feebly to him.
What do you want the guns for?
The Kosgat, the Western Wars. What else?
Shoot the enemies nearest, your doorstep first. Teach Andriad a lesson, Davlish. Then you'll be safer to fight farther away.
I don't need your advice on how to wage war.
You're afraid of Davlish.
I'm afraid of no one. Of myself, sometimes.
Jan.
Yes.
Ask them to send me logs which burn, will you?
He began to cough rackingly. Jandal Anganol knew he was only shamming. To show himself properly humble, the king went to the great dome in the main square of Matrasil. Archpriest Branza Baginat greeted him at the north door. Jandal Anganol prayed publicly among his people. Without thought, he took with him his pet runt, who stood patiently by his master, while the latter prostrated himself for an hour. Instead of pleasing his people, Jandal Anganol displeased them by taking a fagor into the presence of Akhanaba. His prayer, however, was heard by the all-powerful, who confirmed that he should take Varpal Anganol's advice regarding the Ironmaker's core. Yet Jandal Anganol vacillated. He had enough enemies without taking on one of the core, whose power in the land was traditional, and whose chiefs were represented on the Scretina. After private prayer and scourging, he went lengthily into Pauk, to be counselled by the Fessop of his grandfather. The battered grey cage floating in obsidian comforted him. Again he was encouraged to act.
To be holy is to be hard, he said to himself.
He had promised the Scretina that he would devote himself wholeheartedly to his country. So it should be. Matchlocks were necessary. They would compensate for lack of manpower. Matchlocks would bring back the Golden Age. Accompanied by a mounted troop of the Royal First Fagorian Guard, Jandal Anganol went to the quarters of the ancient corps of ironmakers and swordsmen and demanded admittance. The great shadowy place opened up to him. He entered their quarters, which led into the rock. Everything here spoke of long-dead generations. Smoke had come like age to blacken everything. He was greeted by officers with ancient halberds in some kind of uniform, who tried to bar his way. Chief Ironmaster, Slanjaval Iptrekira, came running with ginger whiskers bristling, apologizing, yes, bowing, yes, but stating firmly that no non-member of the corps, barring possibly the odd woman, had ever entered these premises, and that they had centuries-old charters showing their rights.
"Fall back! I am king! I will inspect!" shouted Jandal Anganol.
Giving a command to the Fagorian guard, he moved forward. Still mounted on their armoured hocksneys, they surged into an inner courtyard, where the air stank of sulphur and tombs. The king climbed from his mount, going forward surrounded by a strong guard, while other soldiers waited with the hocksneys. Corpsmen came running, paused, scurried this way and that, dismayed at the invasion. Red in the face, Slanjival Iptrekira still fell back before the king, protesting. Jandol Anganol, showing his teeth in a holy snarl, drew his sword. "Run me through, if you will," shouted the armourer. "You are forever cursed for breaking in here."
"Ugh. You lurk underground like miserable fess-ups. Out of my way, Slanger."
He pressed forward. The invading party went in under grey rock, thrusting into the entrails of the establishment. They came to the furnaces, 6 of them, pot-bellied, made of brick and stone, patched and repatched, towering up to a murky roof, where vent holes in the rock showed as blackened cavities. One of the furnaces was working. Boys were shoveling and kicking fuel into a gleaming eye of heat. As fire roared and raged, men in leather aprons drew a tray of red-hot rods from the furnace door, set them on a mutilated table, and stepped back, tight-lipped, to see what the excitement was. Further into the chamber, men were kneeling by anvils. They had been hammering away at iron rods. Their din stopped, as they stood to see what was happening. At the sight of Jandol Anganol, blank amazement covered their faces. For a moment, the king, too, was stopped. The terrible cavern astonished him. A captive stream gushed along a trough to work the enormous bellows placed by the furnace. Elsewhere were piled timbers and instruments as fearful as any used in torture. From a separate side cavern came wooden tubs bearing iron ore. Everywhere, blacksmiths, iron smelters, craftsmen, half-naked, peered at him with pink-rimmed eyes. Slanjival Iptrekira ran before the king, his arms raised, waving, fists clenched.
"Your Majesty, the ores are being reduced by charcoal. It is a sacred process. Outsiders, even royal personages, are not allowed to view these rites."
"Nothing in my kingdom is secret from me."
"Attack him! Kill him!"
cried the royal armourer. The men carrying glowing iron bars lifted them, with thick leather gloves. They looked at each other, then set them down again. The king's person was sacred. Nobody else moved. With perfect calm, Jandol Anganol said,
"Slanji, you have uttered a treasonable command against your sovereign. As all those here bear witness, I will have every member of the corps executed without exception if anybody dares to make a move against my royal person."
Brushing past the armourer, he faced 2 men at a table.
"You men, how old are these furnaces? For how many generations has metalcraft continued in this manner?"
They could not answer for fear. They wiped their blackened faces with their blackened gloves, which effected no improvement in their appearance. It was Slanjival Iptrekira who answered, in a subdued voice. "The corps was founded to perpetuate these sacred processes, Your Majesty. We but do as we are bid by our ancestors."
"You are answerable to me, not to your ancestors. I bid you make good guns, and you failed."
He turned to the corpsmen, who had gathered silently in the fumous chamber.
"You men, all, and apprentices, you carry out old methods. Those old methods are obsolete. Haven't you the wits to understand? There are new weapons available, better than we can make in Bolian. We need new methods, better metals, better systems."
They looked at him with dark faces and red-rimmed eyes, unable to understand that their world was ending.
"These rotten furnaces will be demolished. More efficient ones will be built. They must have such furnaces in Sibonal, in the land of the Uskuti. We need furnaces like the Sibonalese. Then we shall make weapons like the Sibonalese."
He summoned up a dozen of his brute soldiery and commanded them to destroy the furnaces. The Fagors seized crowbars and commenced without question to carry out their orders. From the live furnace, when its wall was broached, molten metal burst forth. It flashed across the floor. A young apprentice fell screaming under its flood. The metal set fire to wood shavings and timber. The corpsman shrank away aghast. All the furnaces were broken. The fagors stood by for further orders.
"Have them built anew. According to directions I shall send you. I will have no more useless guns."
With these words, he marched from the building. The corpsmen came to themselves and threw buckets of water over their blazing premises. Slanjival Iptrekira was arrested and jostled off into captivity. The following day, the royal armourer and ironmaster was tried before the Scrutina and convicted of treason. Even the other cause masters could not save Slanjival Iptrekira. He had ordered his men to attack the person of his king. He was executed in the public view, and his head exhibited to the crowd. Enemies of the king in the Scrutina, and not his enemies only, nor only in the Scrutina, were nevertheless angered that he had ventured into premises by long traditional sacrosanct. This was another mad act which would never have been committed had Queen Myrdem Ingala been near to keep his madness under control. Jandol Anganol, however, sent a messenger to Seiren Stund, king of Aldorando, his future father-in-law. He knew that the destruction of the city of Aldorando, when it had been overcome by Fagor invasion, had resulted in the craft corps being reformed and their equipment renewed. Their foundries should, therefore, be more advanced than Borleon's. He remembered at the last moment to send his neighbour a gift for Simoda Tal. King Seiren Stund sent Jandol Anganol a dark hunchbacked man called Fard Fantil. Fard Fantil came with credentials, showing him to be an expert in iron furnaces who understood new methods. Jandol Anganol sent him to work immediately. Immediately, a delegation from the Ironmakers' Corps, ashen of face, came before the king to complain of Fard Fantil's ruthlessness and sullen ways.
"I like sullen men," roared Jandol Anganol.
Fard Fantil had the premises of the guild moved to a hillside outside Matrasil. Here the timber was available for charcoal, and the supply of running water was constant. The water was necessary to power stamping mills. No one in Borleon had ever heard of stamping mills. Fard Fantil explained in supercilious fashion that this was the only way to crush ore effectively. The corpsmen scratched their heads and grumbled. Fard Fantil cursed them. Furious at being turned out of their town quarters, the men did all they could to sabotage the new establishment and bring the foreigner into disgrace. The king still received no guns. When Dienu Pasharatid disappeared from the court so unexpectedly, following her husband to Uskutoshk, she had left behind some Sibornalese staff. These Jandol Anganol had imprisoned. He ordered an Uskut brought before him and offered him his freedom if he would design an effective iron smelter. The cool young man had perfect manners, so perfect that he made a flourish whenever he addressed the king.
"As your majesty knows, the best smelters come from Sibornal, where the art is advanced. There we use lignite instead of charcoal for fuel, and forge the best steel. Then I wish for you to design a smelter for use here, and I shall reward you. Your majesty knows that the wheel, that great basic invention, came from Sibornal, and was not known in Campanlat until a few centuries ago. Also many of your new crops are from the north. Those furnaces which you destroyed, even that design came from Sibornal during a previous great year. Now we wish for something more up-to-date." Jandol Anganol restrained his temper. "Even when the wheel was brought to Borleon,
Your Majesty. Full use was never made of it. Not only for transport, but in milling, pottery, and irrigation. You have no windmills in Bolian, as we have in Sibonal. It has seemed to us, Your Majesty, that the nations of Campanlat have been slow to adopt the arts of civilization.
It was noticeable that about the king's jaw a roseate flush, mounted as the sun of his anger was dawning. I'm not demanding windmills. I want a furnace capable of producing steel for my guns.
Your Majesty possibly intends to say guns imitated from the Sibonalese model.
No matter what I intend to say, what I do say is that I require you to build me a good furnace. Is that understood, or do you only speak Sibish?
Forgive me, Your Majesty. I had thought you understood the position. Permit me to explain that I am not an artisan, but an ambassadorial clerk, nimble with figures but not with bricks and such like. I am, if anything, less able to build a furnace than Your Majesty.
Still the king received no guns. The king spent an increasing amount of time with his Fagor soldiery. Knowing the necessity for repeating everything to them, he impressed upon them every day that they would accompany him in strength to Oldorando, in order to make a grand display in the foreign capital on the occasion of his marriage. Places were delegated in the palace grounds, where king and Fagor guard met on equal terms. No human entered the Fagorian barracks. To this rule the king subscribed, as Varpal Anganol had before him. There was no question of his venturing beyond a certain point, in the way he had invaded the traditional quarters of the Ironmaker's Corps. His chief Fagor major was a gillet by the name Grt Malark Chazarn, addressed by Jandal Anganol as Chazarn. They conversed in Hurdu. Knowing the ancestral aversion to Oldorando, the king explained once more why he required the presence of the first Fagorian at his forthcoming marriage. Chazarn responded.
Speech has been made with our ancestors in Tether. Much speech has formed in our harneys. It is delivered that we make a goance with your foreign body to Hruldra Nido, in the land Hrumbrd Yedok. That goance we make at command.
Good. It is good we make goance together. I rejoice that those in Tether are in agreement. Have you further to say? Gerd Malark Chazarn stood impassive before him, her deep pink eyes almost level with his. He was aware of her smell and of the barely audible sound of her breathing. His long acquaintance with Fagors told him that more speech was to come. The members of the guard behind her were equally impassive, pressing together coat against coat. An occasional fart broke from their ranks. Impatient man though Jandal Anganol was, something in the deliberation of Fagors, in that intense impression that what they said came not from them only, but rather from a great distance, relayed from some ancestral store of understanding to which he could never have access, soothed him. He stood before his major almost as still as she before him.
Further sayance,
Grt Malark Chazarn went through a formula with which the king was familiar. Before a new subject could be broached, linkages with those in Tether must be sustained. Thus was anaiotic thought endured. They confronted each other, as tradition demanded, in a military room called the Clarigate. Humans entered at one end, Fagors at the other. The walls were painted by Fagors in swirling greens and greys. The ceiling was so low that its beams were scarred by tracks of ancipital horn points. Possibly a deliberate device to emphasize the fact that the Fagorian guard were never dehorned. One god only protected the king, Akanaba, the all-powerful. Many demons tormented him.
Fagors were not among those demons. He was accustomed to the steady calculation of their speech, never regarding them, as did his fellow men, as either slow-witted or convoluted in thought. In these days of his inner torment, he found a new factor to admire about his guard. They were not sexually preoccupied. He considered that the streams of lubricious thought, which occupied the minds of men and women at court, and his own mind, despite applications of god and rod, were absent from ancipral harnies. There was a periodicity to Fagor sexuality. Gillets came into estrus every 48 days, while the Stalins performed the sexual act every 3 weeks. Coitus was joined without ceremony, and not always privately. Because of this lack of shame in what, to humans, was an act more secret than prayer, the ancipral race was a symbol of lust. The goat foot, the erect horns, were emblems of rut to humanity. Tales of Stalins raping women, and on occasion men, were common and could lead to drumbles and purges in which many Fagors were killed. When the Fagor major arrived at her thought, it was brief. In our goings to Hruldra Nado, in the land Hrmbrd Yedok, it is delivered your ancipral host must make great presents. So your power burn bright before Hruldra Yedo people. Commendation comes that host on parade must be carrions of... A long pause, while the concept struggled through into speech. Of new weapons. With considerable pain, Jandol Anganol said, We needs a new hand artillery from Sibornal. As yet, we cannot produce them in Bolian. Beads of condensation stood on the walls of the Clarigate. The heat was overpowering. Chazarn made a gesture the king knew well, signifying, stand. He repeated his statement. She repeated the stand gesture. After consultation both with those living and with those in tether, the Fagor major declared that the needed weapons would be obtained. Although the king understood the struggle Fagors underwent to verbalize the anaiotic, he was compelled to ask them how the weapons would be obtained. Much speech has form in our honeys, said Chazan, after another pause. There was an answer. She switched to aotemporal to be clear in her tenses. An answer would be delivered. Was even now about to be delivered, but must nevertheless wait upon another time. Another tenor. His power would be made great in Hruldra Nado. Hold horns high. He had to be content with that. For farewell, Jandol Anganol leant forward, hands to side, neck extended. The Gillet also leaned forward, her head protruding over Doug's and great barrel of body. Unhorned head met horned head, foreheads touched, harnies were together. Then both parties turned smartly away. The king left by the humans-only door of the Clarigate. Excitement moved in his Edra. His Fagorian would provide their own arms. What faithfulness was theirs! What devotion, deeper than that of human beings! He did not reflect on other possible interpretations of Chazan's speech. Briefly, he thought of the happy days when his flesh invaded Kuna's delectable queen flesh. But those times of ease and venery were dead. His concern must now be with these creatures, who would help him rid Bolian of its enemies. Chazan and the Fagor soldiery departed from the Clarigate in a spirit different from the king's. They could scarcely be said to have an alteration of mood. Blood flow hastened or slowed in response to breathing. So much was true. What was spoken in the Clarigate was reported by Gurt Malark Chazarn to Matrasil Kazan Gurt-Euron's Tharl himself. The Kazan reigned under his mountain, unknown even to the king. At this time of evil, when Freya flew nearer down the air octaves with his scorching breath, the Ancipitals generally despaired. The Ichor became sluggish in their veins. Lowland components allowed themselves to fall wholly under human subjugation, but a sign had been given them, and hope stirred in their Edra. To Kazan Gurt-Euron's Tharl had been brought a remarkable son of Freya, a captive of the disgraced Chancellor, by name Brulhurz Ropin. Brulhurz Ropin came from another world, and knew almost as much about the catastrophe as the Ancipitals did. To them, under the mountain, Brulhurz Ropin had delivered ancient truths which other sons of Freya rejected. The things he spoke had gone unheeded by the Chancellor and by the king. But the component of Gurt-Euron's Tharl heeded them, and determination took form in their harnies. For the speech of the strange son of Freya reinforced voices from Tether, which sometimes seemed to grow faint. The sons of Freya were badly made, with poor componentalism. So it was with the king, as the faithful spy Yuli reported, for the weak king now offered them a chance to strike back against their traditional enemy. By seeming to obey him, they could stamp their hurt and harm against Hruldra Nador, ancient Hrumbrd Yedok. It was a hate place, cursed long ago by one of the Great Ones, now only a keratinous image. The crusading Kazan Hurabral Yirpt, Red Ichor, would flow there again. Courage was needed. Be valiant, hold horns high. For the required hand artillery, they had only to follow favourable air octaves. The Fagors were on occasion allies of the Nondads, and aided them against the sons of Freya. The Nondads struggled against the sons of Freya, called Uskuts. Uskuts, shame to speak of it, devoured dead bodies of Nondads, denying them the comfort of the 80 darknesses. The Nondads would, with their light fingers, take hand artillery from the Uskut race, and the hand artillery would bring dismay to the sons of Freya. So it came about. Before another tenor passed, King Jandol Angenol was armed with Sibornali's matchlocks, weapons supplied not by his allies in Panoval or Aldorando, not forged by his own armourers, but brought by devious routes as a gift from those who were his enemies. In such a fashion, a better way of killing spread slowly across Helliconia. Belatedly, after many disputes, Fard Fantil, the hunchback, established his weapon factory outside Matrasil. The newly acquired weapons served as models. After much cursing of his workforce, the hunchback produced native matchlocks, which did not blow up and fired with some accuracy. By then, Sibornali's manufacturers had improved their designs and perfected a wheel-lock piece, which fired the powder pan by means of a revolving flint wheel rather than the old, untrustworthy fuse. Made confident by his new armoury, the king buckled on his breastplate, saddled Lapwing, and rode forth to war. Once more he led an a-human army against his enemies, the rag and bobtail of Dryat tribes who terrorized the Khozgat under Darvlish the Skull. The two forces met only a few miles from where Jandol Angenol had sustained his wound. This time, the Eagle of Borlean was more experienced. After a day-long conflict, victory was his. The first Fagorian followed him blindly. The Dryats were killed, routed, thrown into ravines. The survivors scattered among the tawny hills from which they had emerged. For the last time, the vultures had reason to praise the name of Darvlish. The king returned in triumph to his capital, with the head of Darvlish mounted high on a pole. The head was placed above the gate of Matrasil Palace, there to fester until Darvlish was, in reality, nothing but a skull. Billy Zhao Pin was by no means the only male among the inhabitants of Avernus to dream of Queen Myrdam Ingala. Such private things were seldom admitted, even to friends. They emerged only indirectly in that evasive society. For instance, in a general execration of King Jandal Anginol's latest behaviour, the sight of the Throbriatan warlord's head on Jandal Anginol's gatepost was enough to provoke a howl of protest from this faction. One of its spokesmen said, "This monster tasted blood with the death of the idolaters. Now he is accumulating the weapons for which he traded the Queen of Queens. Where will he stop? Plainly, we should check him now, before he plunges all Campanlad into war." Just as Jandal Anginol was enjoying some of the popularity he hoped for in Bolian, he roused unusual opprobrium on the Avernus. The complaints brought against him had been heard before of other tyrants. It was more convenient to blame the leader than the led. The illogic of that position was seldom remarked. Shifting conditions, shortages of foodstuffs and materials, guaranteed that Heliconian history was a constant series of bids for power, of dictators gaining wide support. The suggestion that Avernus should move in to put an end to one particular oppression or another was also far from new, nor was intervention an entirely idle threat. When Earth's colonizing starship entered the Freya Batalix system in 3600 AD, it established a gap on Aganip, the inner planet closest to Helliconia. On Aganip, 512 colonists were landed. They had been hatched aboard the starship during the final years of its voyage. The information encoded in the DNA of fertilized human egg cells had been stored in computers during the voyage. It was transferred into 512 artificial wombs. The resultant babies, the first human beings to walk the ship during its 1.5 millennium flight, were reared by surrogate mothers in several large families. The young humans ranged in age from 15 to 21 Earth years old. When they landed on Aganip, the construction of the Avernus was already in process. Automation and local materials were used. Owing to more than one near disaster, the ambitious construction program had taken 8 years. During that hazardous period, Aganip was used as a base. When the job was complete, the young colonists were ferried aboard their new home. The starship then left the system. The inhabitants of the Avernus were alone. More alone than any humans had ever been before. Now, 3,269 Earth years later, the old base was a shrine, occasionally visited by the enlightened. It had become part of Avernian mythology. There were minerals on Aganip, which would not be impossible to shuttle to the planet, and there construct a number of ships with which to invade Helliconia. Not impossible, but unlikely, for there were no technicians trained for such a project. The hotheads who whispered of such things had to work against the whole ethos of the Earth observation station, which was strictly non-interventionalist. Also, the hotheads were male. They had to contend with the female half of the population who admired the troubled king. The women watched Jandal Anginol defeat Darvlish. It was a great victory. Jandal Anginol was a hero who suffered much for his country, short-sighted though that aim might be. It was a tragic future. The sort of intervention this female faction dreamed of was to descend to Bolian and be by Jandal Anginol's side, day and night. And when these events at last reached Earth, there would be much nodding of approval at Jandal Anganol's choice, of which piece of Darvlish's anatomy to exhibit. Not the skull's feet, which had carried the man into skirmish after skirmish, not his genitals, which had fathered so many bastards to create future trouble, not his hands, which had silenced many a foe, but his head, where all the other mischief had been coordinated. 14. Where Flamberg live. White shadows filled the city of Ashkatosh. They lay entangled among grey buildings. When a man walked along the pale roads, he took on their pallor. This was the famous Uskuti silt mist, a thin but blinding curtain of cold, dry air, which descended from the plateau, standing behind the city. Overhead, Freya burned like a gigantic spark in the void. Sibornali's dim day reigned, but Alex would rise again in an hour or two. At present, only the greatest star remained. But Alex would rise and sink before Freya sat, and, in this early spring season, it would never attain zenith. Wrapped up in a waterproof coat, Sartori Irvrash looked upon this phantasmal city as it slipped from view. It sank away into the silt mist, became bare bones, and then was gone entirely. But the golden friendship was not entirely alone in the mist. From forwards, a well-muffled observer could make out the jolly boat ahead, with the ancipital rowers straining as they pulled the warship out of harbour. At hand, too, were glimpses of other spectral ships, their sails hanging limp or flapping like dead skin, as the Uskuti fleet started on its mission of conquest. They were out in the sullen channel when a blur on the eastern horizon marked Batalic's rise. A wind got up. The striped sails above them began to stir and tighten. Not a soldier on board but felt a lightening in spirit. The omens were right for a long journey. Sibornali's omens meant little to Sartori Irvrash. He shrugged his thin shoulders under his padded quadrant and went below. On the companionway, he was overtaken by Io Pasharatid, the ex-ambassador to Borleon. "We shall do well," he said, nodding his head wisely. "We set sail at the right time, and the omens are fulfilled as decreed." "Excellent," said Sartori Irvrash, yawning. The seagoing priests militant of Ashkatosh had mustered every deuteroscopist, astromancer, uranometrist, aeromancer, metrologician, metempiricist, and priest they could lay hands on to determine the tenor, week, day, hour, and minute on which the Golden Friendship should most auspiciously sail. The birth signs of the crew and the wood of which the keel was made had been taken into account, but the most persuasive sign lay in the heavens, where Yerap Rombri's comet, flying high in the northern night sky, was timed to enter the zodiacal constellation of the Golden Ship at 6:11 and 90 seconds that very morning. And that was the precise time when the hawsers were cast off and the rowers began to row. It was too early for Sartori Irvrash. He did not contemplate the long and hazardous voyage with cheer. His stomach felt queasy. He disliked the role that had been thrust upon him, and, to crown his discomfort, here was Io Pasharatid, marching about the ship and being suspiciously friendly, as if no disgrace had ever befallen him. How did one behave to a man like that? It seemed that Dienu Pasharatid could arrange anything, perhaps because of her cunning appropriation of Jandal Anganol's ex-chancellor into her plans, and the designs of her war commission, she had saved her husband from prison. He had been allowed to sail with the soldiery of the Golden Friendship as a hand artillery captain, perhaps in an understanding by the powers that be that a long sea voyage in a 910-ton carrack was as bad a prison sentence, even a sentence, in the Great Wheel of Canabar. Despite this narrow escape from justice, Pasharatid was more arrogant than ever. He boasted to Sartori Irvrash that, by the time they reached Ottersol, he would command the soldiery. So he stood every chance of commanding the Ottersol garrison. Sartori Irvrash lay on his bunk and lit a Veronicane. He was immediately hit by seasickness. It had not troubled him on the way to Ashkatosh. Now it made up for lost time. For 3 days, the ex-chancellor declined all rations. He woke on the 4th day, feeling superlatively well, and made his way on deck. Visibility was good. Freya was eyeing them across the waters, low to the north of northeast, somewhere in the direction from which the Golden Friendship had come. The shadow of the ship danced across the smolts of the fresh sea. The air was steeped in light and tasted wonderful. Sartori Irvrash stretched up his arms and breathed deep. No land was to be seen, but Alex was set. Of the ships which had escorted them from harbour as guards of honour, only one remained, sailing 2 leagues to leeward, with its flags streaming in the wind. Almost lost in blue distance was a cluster of herring coaches. So delighted was he at being able to stand without feeling wretched. So loud was the song of canvas and shrouds that he scarcely heard the greeting addressed to him. When it was repeated, he turned and looked up into the faces of Dienu and Io Pasharatid. "You've been ill," said Dienu. "My sympathies. Unfortunately, Borleanese are not good sailors, isn't that so?" Io said quickly, "At least you feel better now. There's nothing like a good long voyage for the health. The journey is approximately 13,000 miles, so with favouring winds, we should be there in 2 tenors and 3 weeks. Off Ottersol, that is." He devoted himself over the next few days to taking Sartori Irvrash on a tour of the ship, explaining its working in the last detail. Sartori Irvrash made notes of what little interested him, wishing in his Borleanese heart that his own country had such expertise in nautical matters. The Uskuti and other nations of Sibornal had guilds and corps, which were, in general principle, similar to those of the civilized Campanlatian nations, but their maritime and military guilds excelled all others in numbers and efficiency, and would, for the tense was conditional, eternal, subjunctive, triumphantly survived the weird winter. Winter, Pasharatid explained, was especially severe in the north. Over the coldest centuries, Freya remained always below the horizon. The winter was always in their hearts. "I believe that," said Sartori Irvrash solemnly. In weird winter, even more than in the great summer, the peoples of the ice-bound north depended on the seas for survival. Sibornal therefore had few private ships. All ships belonged to the Priest Sailors Guild. Emblems of the guild decorated the sails of the ship, making of its functionalism a thing of some beauty. On the mainsail rode the device of Sibornal, the 2 concentric rings joined by 2 undulant spokes. The Golden Friendship had a fore, main, and mizzen mast. An arteman, projecting over the bowsprit, was raised only in favouring winds, to speed progress. Io Pasharatid explained exactly how many square feet of sail could be hoisted at any time. Sartori Irvrash was not entirely averse to being bored by a stream of facts. He had devoted much of his life trying to ascertain what was speculation, what fact, and to have a constant flow of the latter was not without attraction. Nevertheless, he speculated as to why Pasharatid would go to such lengths to show friendship. It was hardly a predominant Sibornalese characteristic, nor had it been in evidence in Matrasil.
"You stand in danger of tiring, Sartori Irvrash, with your facts, dear,"
said Dienu, on the 6th day of their voyage. She left them where they were standing, tucked back at the highest point of the poop, behind a pen containing female arang. Not a foot of deck but was used for something: rope, stores, livestock, cannon. And the 2 companies of soldiers they had aboard were forced to spend most of the day, wet or fine, standing about on deck, impeding the movements of the sailors' guildsmen.
"You miss Matrasil,"
said Pasharatid, speaking firmly into the wind.
"I miss the peace of my studies, yes. And other things as well, I imagine. Unlike many of my fellow Uskuts, I enjoyed my time in Matrasil. It was very exotic. Too hot, of course, but I did not mind that. There were fine people with whom I came in contact."
Sartori Irvrash watched the Arang fighting to turn round in their pen. They provided milk for the officers. He knew that Pasharatid was coming to his point at last.
"Queen Mayada Mingala is a fine lady. It is a shame that the king has exiled her, do you not think?"
So that was it. He waited before replying.
"The king saw that his duty lay in serving his country. You must feel bitter at his treatment of you. You must hate him."
When Sartori Irvrash did not reply to that, Pasharatid said, or rather shouted quietly in his ear,
"How could he bear to give up a lady as lovely as the queen?"
No response.
"Your countrymen call her the Queen of Queens, is that not correct?" "That is correct. I never saw anyone so beautiful in my life. Her brother, Yeferal Oberol, was a close friend of mine."
This remark silenced Pasharatid. He appeared almost about to terminate the conversation when, with a burst of feeling, he said, "Just to be in Queen Mayada Mingala's presence, just to see her, affected a man like—" He did not finish his sentence. Weather conditions were changeable. A complex system of high and low pressure areas brought fogs, hot brownish rains, such as they had encountered on the voyage across to Sibornal, regular Uskuti up and downers, and periods of clarity where the featureless coastlines of Loraj could sometimes be glimpsed to starboard. Still, they made good time, with pursuing winds either warm from the southwest or chilly from west of northwest. Boredom drove Sartori Irvrash to become familiar with every part of the ship. He saw how the men were so cramped that they slept on deck on coils of rope, or on bins below deck, their heels propped high on the bulkheads. There was not an inch of spare space. Day by day, the smell of the ship grew stronger. To perform their solid excretions, the men pulled off their trousers and worked their way along a spar set over the side of the ship, on which they had to balance, with a rope coming down from the yard arm to hold onto. Urination was performed to leeward, over the rail, and in dozens of other places, judging by olfactory evidence. The officers fared almost as badly. The women enjoyed better privacy. After almost 3 weeks at sea, the course was changed from due west to west by northwest, and the Golden Friendship and its companion sailed into Persecution Bay. Persecution Bay was a great and melancholy indentation, over 1,000 miles long and 500 miles deep on the coast of Larage. Even at its mouth, the sea slackened. While day by day the wind dropped and the temperature fell, soon they moved through a pearly haze, broken only by the shouts of the duty man calling the depth. They travelled now by dead reckoning. Impatience seized Sartori Irvrash. He retired to his kennel of a cabin to smoke and read. Even those occupations were unsatisfactory, for his stomach howled like a lost dog. Already ship's rations were causing him, a thin man at the best of times, to tighten his belt. The men's rations were salted fish, onions, olive or fish oil with bread every morning, soup at midday, and a repetition of breakfast for the evening meal, with hard cheese substituted for fish. A mug of fig wine or yodel was served to each man twice a week. The men supplemented this diet with fresh caught fish, hooked over the side. Officers fared little better. Apart from an issue of pungent arang milk occasionally, to which was added brandy for those on watch, the Sibonalese complained at this diet in no more than a routine way, as if inured to it. Moving forward at 5 knots, they crossed the line of 35 degrees north, thus leaving the tropics for the narrow northern temperate zone. On that same day they heard fearsome crashings through the mist, and a series of huge waves set the ship rocking. Then silence again. Sartori Irvrash poked his head out of his cabin and inquired of the first seaman who passed what it was. "Kust," said the man, and in a fit of communicativeness added a further word, "Glaciers." Sartori Irvrash nodded in satisfaction. He turned back to his notebook, which was, for want of better occupation, becoming a diary.
"Even if the Uskuti are not civilized, they are enlarging my knowledge of the world. It is well known among scholars. Our globe is set between great bands of ice. To the extreme north and the extreme south are lands consisting only of ice and snow. The miserable continent of Sibonal is especially loaded with this bothersome stuff, which may account for the dead hearts of its people. Now, it seems they steer towards it, as if drawn by a magnet, instead of sailing on towards the warmer seas. What the purpose of this deviation might be, I shall not inquire, not wishing to risk further lectures from my personal demon, Pasharatid. But it may at least permit me to glimpse that horrible expanse which makes up the Alpha and Omega of the world.
In the night came a ferocious storm, which was on them without warning. The Golden Friendship could only heave to and weather it out. Immense waves burnt against the hull, sending spray high into the spars. There were also ominous knockings, which resounded through the ship, as if some giant of the deep was asking to be admitted aboard. So thought the ex-chancellor of Borleon, as he clung terrified to his bunk. He doused the single whale oil light in the cabin, as orders demanded. In the noisy dark he lay, by turns cursing Jandol Anganol and praying to the all-powerful. The giant of the deep by now had firm hold of the ship in both hands, and was rocking it, as some maniac might rock a cradle, in an attempt to pitch the baby out upon its nose. To his latter astonishment, Sartori Irvrash fell asleep, while this decanting process was at its height. When he roused, the ship was silent again, its movement barely discernible. Beyond the porthole lay more mist, lit by meagre sunshine. Moving to the companionway, past sleeping soldiers, he stared up at the sky. Tangled among the rigging was a pallid silver coin. He looked upon the face of Freya. Back to memory came the fairy story he had enjoyed reading in the Queen of Queens' company, the Chatra Manadala, about the silver eye in the sky that had sailed away at last. The duty man called soundings. On the sea floated floes of ice, many carved into absurd forms. Some resembled stunted trees or monstrous fungi, as if the god of ice had taken it into his head to devise grotesque counterparts to living nature. These were the things that had come knocking at the heights of the storm. And it was a cause for gratitude that few bergs were half as big as the ship. These mysterious forms emerged from the mist, only to recede again into abstraction. After a while, something made Sartori Irvrash shift his attention and look up. Across a narrow stretch of water were two fagor heads. The eyes on those heads stared not at the passing ship, but at each other. There were the long face, with its misanthropic jaw. The eyes protected by bony ridges. The two horns curving upwards. And yet, no sooner had he recognized the beasts than Sartori Irvrash knew he was mistaken. These were no fagors. He was seeing two wild animals which confronted each other. The movement of the ship caused the mist to swirl apart, revealing a small island, no more than a tussock in the sea, yet with a steep little cliff on the near side. Perched on the island's barren crown stood two four-legged animals. Their coats were brown. Apart from their colour and their stance, they markedly resembled ancipitals. Nearer view diminished the resemblance. These two animals, for all that they were challenging each other, had none of the stubbornness, the independent look which characterized Fagor. It was, in the main, the two horns which had caused Sartori Irvrash to jump to the wrong conclusion. One of the animals turned its head to look at the ship. Seizing the instant, the other animal lowered its forehead and rammed forward with a powerful shoulder movement. The sound of the blow reached the ship, though the animal had moved no more than 3 feet. The whole weight of its body, from its rear legs on, was behind the butt. The other animal staggered. It tried to recover. Before its head could go down, a second butt came. Its rear feet slipped. It fell backwards, struggling. It struck the water with a great splash. The golden friendship drifted onward. The scene was hidden in the mist.
"I expect you recognize them,"
said a voice at Sartori Irvrash's elbow.
"They're Flambrig, of the Bovide family."
Priest Militant Admiral Odi Jesseratabar had scarcely spoken to Sartori Irvrash during the voyage. He had, however, lost no chance in observing her about her duties. She had a good head and carried herself well. Despite the severe lines of her face, her manner was animated, and the men responded willingly to her orders. The inflections of her voice and her uniform proclaimed her to be a grand person, yet her approach was informal, conveying even a hint of eagerness. He liked her.
"This is a desolate shore, ma'am."
"There are worse. In primitive times, Uskodoshk used to land its convicts here and leave them to fend for themselves."
She smiled and shrugged, as if dismissing past follies. Her blonde plaits escaped from under the flat nautical cap she wore.
"Did the convicts survive?"
"Indeed. Some intermarried with the local population, the Loraji. In an hour, some of us will be going ashore. To compensate for my discourtesy in ignoring you so far, I invite you to come along as my guest. You can see what persecution looks like."
"I would be glad to do so."
He realized as he spoke how excellent it would be to escape the ship for a while. The Golden Friendship, with the Union close behind, was inching through the silent waters. As the mist cleared, a solemn shoreline of cliff was revealed, without colour. At a place where the cliffs were eroded, the land fell to meet the ocean. Towards this point the ships slowly headed, tracing a course through a number of small islands, little more than congregations of stone. Gravel spits also barred the way. From one spit, the ribs of an ancient wreck protruded. But eventually, the Friendship's anchor was lowered, and the jolly boat after it. The shouts of the sailors sounded hollow against the desolation. Odi Jesaratabar chivalrously helped Sartori Irvrash down the side of the ship. The Pasharatids followed. Then 6 men armed with heavy wheel locks. The Fagor rowers bent over their oars, and the boat moved between confining spits towards a ruined jetty. The Fagor, like Flambreg, were the possessors of the scene. 2 large males were fighting with locked horns on a stony beach, their hoofs clashing on broken shells. Males had small manes. Otherwise, the sexes could scarcely be distinguished. As with other Heliconian species, there was little sexual dimorphism, owing to the more marked seasonal dimorphism. Both male and female Flambreg varied in colour from black to shades of russet, with white underparts. They stood 4 feet or more high at the shoulder. All wore smooth horns sweeping upwards. Face markings varied.
"This is their mating season,"
said the priest militant admiral.
"Only the fury of Rut drives the beasts to venture into the icy water."
The boat slid against the jetty, and the party climbed out. There were sharp stones underfoot. In the distance, detonations could be heard, as ice fell from a glacier into the sea. The cloud overhead was iron-grey. The Fagor rowers stayed huddled in the boat, clutching their oars, unmoving. An army of crabs rushed out to surround the landing party, raising their asymmetrical arms in menace. They did not attack. The musketeers killed some with gun butts, whereupon their fellows set on them and wrenched them apart. No sooner was this feast begun, and the crabs off guard, than toothed fish jumped from the shallow water, seized one of the crustacea apiece, and sank away from view. Lining up smartly in this idyllic spot, the marksmen worked in pairs with their weapons, one aiming, one supporting the muzzle. Their targets were some female Flambreg, who milled about on the shore a few yards away, oblivious to the party from the Golden Friendship. The guns went off. 2 females fell, kicking. The marksmen changed positions and guns. A further 3 shots. This time, 3 cows fell, kicking. The rest of the herd fled. Men and Fagors now splashed through shallow water and over spits, shouting, cheered on by cries from the ship, where the rails were lined with men watching the sport. 2 of the Flambreg were not dead. One marksman carried a short-bladed knife. With this, he slit their spinal cords as they tried to stagger to their feet and run. Great white birds came winging in upon the scene, to hover above the men on an updraft, their heads flicking this way and that as they scented death. They swooped, fanning the men with their wings, and raking one with long talons. The sailors fought off both crabs and birds, as the knife man went about his work. With one long stroke, he opened up the bellies of the dead animals. Reaching inside, he pulled forth their bowels and livers, casting them aside to steam on the shore. With quick chopping movements, he severed the hind legs from the trunks. Golden blood oozed up his arm. The birds screamed overhead. Fagors carried the legs and carcasses back to the jolly boat. Another round of killing took place. Meanwhile, the Pasharatids had brought a sledge from the boat. 4 sturdy fagors seized up the traces and pulled it to the shore. Sartori Irvrash was invited to follow.
"We will give you a short trip to view the country,"
Jesseratabar said, with a tight smile. He thought that this was their excuse to seize a respite from the ship. He fell in beside her, matching her pace. A strong smell of farmyard met them. The flambreg were cantering about as if nothing had happened, while the white birds fought for offal. Following the sledge, the humans laboured up the slope. They saw other animals resembling flambreg, but with shaggier, greyer coats and ringed horns. These were yelk. Dienu Pasharatid said disdainfully that yelk should have been shot instead of flambreg. Red meat was better than yellow. No one responded to this comment. Sartori Irvrash glanced at Io. The man's face was closed. He seemed entirely remote. Was he possibly thinking about the Queen? They made their way up between immense boulders deposited by a vanished glacier. On some boulders were scratched ancient names and dates, where convicts had sought to memorialize themselves. The party reached more level ground. Breathing deeply, they surveyed the panorama. The 2 ships lay on the fringes of a black sheet of water, to which the shelves of a black sky came down. Small icebergs stood here and there, some caught in a current, moved rapidly towards the sombre distance, and could be mistaken for sails. But there was no other human life. On their other hand, lay the land of Luraj, which stretched into the circumpolar regions. The mists were still dispersing, to reveal a plain almost without feature. In its very blankness was a grandeur of a kind. Beneath their feet, the ground was grassless, stamped with imprints of thousands upon thousands of hoofprints.
"These plains belong to the flambreg, the yelk, and the giant yelk,"
Dienu Pasharatid said.
"And not just the plains, but the whole land."
"It's not a place for men and women," said Io Pasharatid.
"Flambreg and yelk look similar, yet differ anatomically,"
said Odi Jesseratabar.
"The yelk are necrogenes. Their young are born from their corpses and feed on their carrion instead of milk. Flambreg are viviparous."
Sartori Irvrash said nothing. He was still shaken from the slaughter on the shore. The guns were still firing. The object of the ships pulling in to persecution was precisely to obtain fresh meat. The 4 fagors now pulled the 4 humans along in the sledge. The plain proved to be sodden, pitted with ponds and muskegs. Progress was slow. To the north stretched low mustard-coloured hills, their flanks patched with dwarf spruce and other hardy trees. The trees had less success on the plain, where their branches were weighed down with the clumsy nests of birds, built from sticks and driftwood. The leaves of the trees were fouled with white droppings. The ships and the sea sank from view. The air was chill, less loaded with sea taint. A stink of rotting animals lay over the ground. The sound of firing died in the distance. They travelled for almost an hour without speaking, relishing the great space about them. The priest, militant admiral, called a halt beside a striated ochre boulder. They climbed from the sledge, marching about separately, swinging their arms. The boulder loomed over them. The only sounds were bird cries and the sough of the wind, until they detected a distant rumbling. To Sartori Irvrash, the rumble suggested only a distant glacier breaking. He dismissed it in his pleasure at having ground beneath his feet again. The women, however, looked gravely at each other, and climbed, without speaking, to stand on top of the boulder. They scanned the landscape and gave cries of alarm.
"You brutes! Draw the sledge, close under the rock,"
Odi Jesseratabar called in Hurdu to the fagors. the rumble became a thunder. The thunder rose from the earth, from everywhere. Something was happening on the low slopes to the west. They were in motion. With the terror of someone faced with a natural event beyond the scope of his imagination, Sartori Irvrash ran to the rock and began to climb. Io Prasharated helped him scramble to a shoulder, where there was room for all four of them. The Fagors stood against the boulder, milts flicking up their nose slots.
"We'll be safe here until they pass,"
said Odi Jesseratabar. Her voice shook.
"What is it?" Sartori Irvrash asked.
Through a thin haze, the distance was rolling itself up like a rug, and tumbling towards them. They could only watch in silence. The rug resolved itself into an avalanche of flambreg, advancing on a wide front. Sartori Irvrash tried to count them. 10, 20, 50, 100. It was impossible. The front of the advance was a mile wide, 2, 5 miles wide, and comprised herd after herd of animals. Endless ranks of yelk and flambreg were converging on the plain where the boulder stood. The ground, the rock, the very air vibrated. Necks extended, eyes glaring, saliva flowing free from open mouths. The herds came on. They wove their living streams about the boulder, joined them at its far side, and passed on. White cowbirds sailed above them, keeping pace with no more than an occasional dip of a wing. In their excitement, the four humans stretched out their arms, screamed, waved, cheered with exhilaration. Beneath them was a sea of hoofed life stretching back to and beyond the horizon. Not a single beast looked up at the gesticulating humans. Each knew that to miss its footing meant death. The human exhilaration soon faded. The four sat down, huddling close. They looked about with increasing listlessness. Still, the herd passed. Batalix rose, Batalix set, in concentric aureoles of light. Still, there was no sign of the end of the herd. The animals continued to flow by in their thousands. Some flambreg detached themselves from the stampede to mill about by the bay. Others plunged straight into the sea. Still others galloped in a trance over the cliffs to their death. The main body of animals thundered down into the dip and up the other side, heading towards the northeast. Hours passed. The animals continued with their monotonous drumbeats of noise. Overhead, magnificent curtains of light unfolded and flashed, rising to the zenith. But the humans became despondent. The life which had exhilarated them earlier now depressed them. They huddled together on their ledge. The four Fagors stood pressed against the wall of rock, the sledge before them for protection. Freya sloped shallowly towards the horizon. Rain began to fall, at first uncertainly. The lights overhead were extinguished as the fall became heavier, soaking the ground and changing the sound of the hoofbeats. Icy rain fell for hours. Once it had established itself, it prevailed like the herd, with no variation to its monotony. The darkness and noise isolated Sartori Irvrash and Odi Jesseratabar slightly from the others. They clung together for protection. The hammer of animals and elements penetrated them. He crouched with his brow against the ribcage of the Admiral, expecting death, reviewing his life. It was the loneliness that did it, he thought. A deliberate loneliness, lifelong. I allowed myself to drift away from my brothers. I neglected my wife, because I was so lonely. My learning sprang from that awful sense of loneliness. By my learning, I set myself further apart from my fellows. Why? What possessed me? And why did I tolerate Jandol Anganol for so long? Did I recognize a torment in him similar to mine? I admire Jandol Anganol. He lets the pain come to the surface. But when he took hold of me, it was like a rape. I can't forgive that, or the deliberate, wanton, accursed burning of my books. He burnt my defenses. He'd burn the world down if he could. I'm different now, severed from my loneliness. I will be different if we escape. I like this woman, Audi. I'll show it. And somewhere, in this ghastly wilderness of life, I will find the means to bring Jandal Anganol low. For years, I swallowed insults, ate bitterness. Now, I'm not too old. I'll see to it for everyone's sake that he is brought low. He brought me low. I'll bring him low. It's not noble, but my nobility has gone. Nobility is for scum. He laughed, and the cold froze his front teeth. He discovered that Odi Jesseratabar was weeping, and possibly had been for some while. Boldly, he clutched her to him, inching his way across their perch, until his rough cheek was against hers. Every inch was accompanied by the limitless drumming of hoofs across a dark void. He whispered almost random words of consolation. She turned so that their mouths were almost touching. To me falls blame for this. I should have foreseen it might happen. Something else she said, snatched away by the storm. He kissed her. It was almost the last voluntary gesture left him. Warmth lit inside him. The journey away from Jandal Anganol had changed him. He kissed her again. She responded. They tasted a mutual rain on their lips. Despite their discomfort, the humans slipped into a sort of coma. When they woke, the rain had faded to no more than a drizzle. The herd was still passing the rock. Still, it stretched to the far horizon on either side. They were forced to relieve their bladders by crouching at one edge of the boulder. The fagors and the sledge had been swept away while they were asleep. Nothing remained. What caused them to rouse was an invasion of flies, which arrived with the herd. As there was more than one kind of animal in the great stampede, so there was more than one kind of animal among the flying invasion. All kinds were capable of drawing blood. They settled in their thousands on the humans, who were forced to fold themselves into a small huddle and cover themselves with coats and kedrons. Any skin exposed was instantly settled on and sucked till it bled. They lay in stifling misery, while beneath them the great boulder shook as if still travelling on the glacier, which had deposited it on the plain. Another day went by, another dim day, another night. But Alex rose again to a scene of rain and mist. At last the force of the herd slackened. The main body had gone by. Stragglers still passed, often Mother Flambreg with yearlings. The torment of flies lessened. Towards the northeast, the thunder of the disappearing herd still sounded. Many Flambreg still milled about along the coastline. Trembling and stiff, the humans climbed and slid to the ground. There was nothing for it but to make their way back to the shore on foot. With the stench of animals in their nostrils, they staggered forward, assailed by flies every inch of the way. Not a sound passed between them. The ship sailed on. They left Persecution Bay. The four who had been stranded in the midst of the stampede lay below decks, in a fever induced by exposure and the bites of the flies. Through Sartori Irvrash's delirious brain travelled the herd, ever on, covering the world. The reality of that mass presence would not go away, struggle against it as he would. It remained even when he recovered. As soon as he was strong enough, he went without ceremony to talk to Odi Jesseratabar. The priest-militant admiral was pleased to see him. She greeted him in a friendly fashion, and even extended a hand which he took. She sat in her bunk, covered only by a red sheet, her fair hair wild about her shoulders. Out of uniform, she looked gaunter than ever, but more approachable. All ships sailing long distances call in at Persecution Bay, she said. They pick up new victuals, meat chiefly. The Priest Sailors Guild contains few vegetarians. Fish,
seal, crabs. I have seen the flambreg stampedes before. I should have been more alert. They draw me. What do you think of them?"
He had noticed this habit in her before. While weaving a spell of Sibbish tenses about herself, she would suddenly break out with a question to disconcert the listener.
"I never knew there were so many animals in the world."
"There are more than you can imagine. More than anyone should imagine. They live all around the skirts of the great ice cap. In the bleak circumpolar lands, millions of them, millions and millions."
She smiled in her excitement. He liked that. He realized how lonely he was when she smiled.
"I assume they were migrating."
"Not that, to the best of my knowledge. They come down to the water, but do not stay. They travel at all times of the year, not just in spring. They may simply be driven by desperation. They have only one enemy."
"Wolves?"
"Not wolves."
She gave a wolf-like grin, glad to have caught him out.
"Flies. One fly in particular. That fly is as big as the top joint of my thumb. It has yellow stripes. You can't mistake it. It lays its eggs in the skin of the wretched bovidae. When the larvae hatch, they burrow through the hide, enter the bloodstream, and eventually lie in pockets under the skin on the back. There the grubs grow big, in a saw the size of a large fruit, until eventually they burst out of their crater and fall to the ground to begin the life cycle again. Almost every flambreg we kill has such a parasite, often several."
"I have seen individual animals run in torment until they dropped, or cast themselves off tall cliffs to escape that yellow-striped fly."
She regarded him benevolently, as if this account gave her some inward satisfaction.
"Madame, I was shocked when your men shot a few cows on the shore, yet it was nothing. I see now. Nothing."
She nodded.
"The flambreg are a force of nature. Endless, endless. They make humanity appear as nothing. The estimated population of Sibonal is 25 million at present. There are many times, perhaps 1,000 times, that number of flambreg on the continent. As many flambreg as there are trees. It is my belief that once all Helliconia consisted only of those cattle and those flies, ceaselessly coming and going throughout the continent. The bovidae perpetually suffer a torment they perpetually tried to escape."
Before this vision, both parties fell silent. Sartori Irvrash returned to his cabin, but a few hours later, Odi Jesseratabar sought him out. He was embarrassed to receive her in his stinking cubbyhole.
"Did my talk of unlimited flambreg make you gloomy?"
There was coquetry in her question, surely.
"On the contrary, I am delighted to meet with someone like you, so interested in the processes of this world. I wish they were more clearly understood."
"They are better understood in Sibonal than elsewhere."
Then she decided to soften the boast by adding,
"Perhaps because we experience more seasonal change than you do in Campanlat. You Borleanese can forget the great winter in summer. One sometimes fearing, when alone, that, if next weird winter becomes just a few degrees colder, then there will be no humans left, only fagors and the myriad mindless flambreg. Perhaps mankind is a temporary accident."
Sartori Irvrash contemplated her. She had brushed her hair free to her shoulders.
"I have thought the same myself. I hate fagors, but they are more stable than we. Well, at least the fate of mankind is better than that of the ceaselessly driven flambreg. So, we certainly have our equivalents of the yellow-striped fly."
He hesitated, wanting to hear more from her. He tested her intelligence and sensibilities. When I first saw the Flambreg, I thought how closely they resembled Ancipitals.
Closely in many respects. Well, my friend, you pass for learned. What do you make of that resemblance?
She was testing him, as her pleasantly teasing manner indicated. By common consent, they sat down side by side on his bunk. The Mahdi's resemble us, so do non-deads and others, though more remotely. There seems to be no family connection between humans and Mahdi's, though Mahdi-human matings are sometimes fertile of offspring. Princess Simoda Tal is one such sport. I never heard that Fagors mate with Flambreg. He gave a dry laugh at his uncertainty.
Supposing that the genethlic divinities who shape us have made a family connection, as you call it, between humankind and Mahdi-kind, would you then accept that there was a connection between Flambreg and Fagors?
That would have to be determined by experiment. He was on the brink of explaining his breeding experiments in Matrasil, then decided to reserve that topic for another time. A genetic relationship implies outward similarities. Fagors and Flambreg have golden blood as a protection against cold.
There is proof without experiment. I do not believe, as most people do, that every species is created separately by God, the Azoiaxic.
She lowered her voice as she said this.
I believe the boundaries blur with time, as the boundary between human and Mahdi will blur again when your Jandal Anganol weds Simoda Tal. You see where I lead.
Was she secretly an atheist, as he was? To Sartori Irvrash's amazement, the thought gave him an erection. Tell me.
I have not heard of Fagors and Flambreg mating. That's true. However, I have good reason to believe that once this world held nothing but Flambreg and flies, both in countless and mindless millions. Through genetic change, Ancipitals developed from Flambreg. They're a refined version. What do you think? Is it possible?
He tried to match her manner of argument. The similarities may be several, but they are mainly surface ones, apart from blood colour. You might as well say men and Fagors are alike, because both species talk. Fagors stand erect like us. They have their own caste of intelligence. Flambreg have nothing of the kind, unless galloping madly back and forth across a continent is intelligent.
The Fagorian ability to walk upright and use language came after the two bloodlines divided. Imagine that Fagors developed from a group of Flambreg which found an alternative to ceaseless flight as a way of dealing with the fly problem.
They were gazing at each other with excitement. He longed to tell Oddy of his discovery regarding Hoxneys. What alternative?
Hiding in caves, for instance. Going underground, free of the fly torment, they developed intelligence. Stood upright to see further, and then had 4 feet free to use tools. In the dark, language developed as a substitute for sight. I'll show you my essay on the subject one day. Nobody else has seen it.
He laughed to think of Flambreg performing such tricks.
Not over one generation, dear friend. Over many, endless generations. The cleverer ones would win. Don't laugh.
She tapped his hand.
If this did not happen in past time, then let me ask you this. How is it that the gestation period for gillets is 1 Batalix year, while the gestation period for the Flambreg cow is exactly the same length of time? Doesn't that prove a genetic relationship?
Sailing on, the two ships passed the lowly ports of the southernmost coast of Loraj, which lay inside the tropics. From the port of Ijivibir, a caravel of 600 tons, named the Good Hope, sailed out to join the Golden Friendship and the Union. It made a brave sight, with its sails painted in vertical stripes. Cannon were fired from the flagship in greeting, and the sailors gave a cheer. On an empty ocean, 3 vessels were many more than 2. Another occasion was marked when they had reached the most westerly point of their course at a longitude of 29 degrees east. The time was 10 to 25. Freya was below the horizon, trawling an apricot glow above. The glow dissolving the horizon seemed to radiate from the hazy water. It marked the grave from which the great sun would presently rise. Somewhere concealed in that glow lay the sacred country of Shivenink. Somewhere in Shivenink, high in the mountains that ran all the way from sea to North Pole, was the great wheel of Canabar. A bugle sounded all hands. The 3 ships clustered. Prayers were said, music played. All stood to pray with finger to forehead. Out of the apricot haze came a sail. By a trick of the light, it appeared and disappeared like a vision. Birds screamed about its masts, newly away from land. It was an all-white ship, sails white, hull fresh with whitewash. As it drew nearer, firing a gun in salute, those aboard the other ships saw that it was a caravel, no bigger than the Good Hope. But on its main sail stood the great aerogram representing the wheel itself, inner and outer circles connected by wavy lines. This was the Vajabar Preya, named after Shivenink's chief port. The 4 ships tacked close, like 4 pigeons nestling together on a branch. A bark of orders from the priest-militant admiral herself. Bowspirits turned, cordage creaked, Artemans filled. The little fleet began to sail southwards. Colours in the water changed to a deep blue. The ships were leaving the Panoval Sea astern and entering the northern margins of the vast Clement Sea. Immediately, they struck rough weather. They had a hard time of it, combating mountainous seas and hazardous storms, in which they were bombarded by gigantic hailstones. For days they saw neither sun. When at last they reached calmer waters, Freya's zenith was lower than before, and Batalic's somewhat higher. To port lay the cliffs of Campanlat's westernmost redoubt, Cape Findowl. Once they had rounded Findowl, they sailed into the nearest anchorage along the coast of the tropical continent, there to rest for 2 days. The carpenters repaired the storm damage. The members of the Priest Sailors Guild stitched sails or else swam in a warm lagoon. So welcome was the sight of men and women disporting themselves naked in the water. The puritanical Sibonalese were curiously unprudish on this occasion, that even Sartori Irvraj ventured into the water in a pair of silken underpants. When he rested afterwards on the beach, sheltering from the power of both suns, he watched the swimmers climb out one by one. Many of the Good Hope's crew were women, and sturdily built. He sighed for his youth. Io Pisharatid climbed out beside him and said to him quietly, "If only that beautiful Queen of Queens were here, eh?" "What then?" He kept watching the water, hoping that Odi would emerge naked. Pisharatid dug him in the ribs in an un-Sibonalese way. "What then, you say? Why then this seeming paradise would be paradise indeed. Do you suppose that this expedition can possibly conquer Balian?" "Given the fortune of war, I'm sure of it. We are organized and armed, in a way Jandal Anganol's forces will never be." "Why then, the Queen will come under your supervision." "That reflection had not escaped me. Why else do you think I have this sudden enthusiasm for war? I don't want Ottersol, you old goat. I want Queen Maerda Mingala, and I intend to have her." 15. The Captives of the Quarry. A man was walking with a pack slung over one shoulder. He wore the tattered remains of a uniform. Both suns beat down on him. Streams of sweat ran down into his tunic. He walked blindly, rarely looking up. He was traversing a destroyed area of jungle in the Chwart Heights in eastern Randanan. All round were blackened and broken stumps of trees, many still smouldering. On the few occasions when the man looked about him, he could see nothing but the trail and blackened landscape all round. Pools of grey smoke rose in the distance. It was possible that tropical heat had started the blaze, or perhaps a spark from a matchlock had been the cause of the death of 1,000,000 trees. For many tenors, battles had been fought over the area. Now soldiers and cannon were gone, and the vegetation likewise. Everything about the man's posture expressed weariness and defeat. But he kept on. Once he faltered, when one of his shadows faded and disappeared. Black cloud rolling up had blotted out Freya. A few minutes later, Batalix too was swallowed. Then the rain came down. The man bowed his head and continued to walk. There was nowhere he could shelter, nothing he could do but submit to nature. The downpour continued, increasing in ferocity by sudden fits. The ashes hissed. More and more of the resources of the heavens were called in, like reserves being brought into a battle. Bombardment by hail was the next tactic. The hailstones stung the weary man into a run. He took what refuge he could in a hollow tree stump. Falling back against the crumbling wood, he exposed a stronghold of rickeybacks. Deprived of their little fortress, the crustaceans climbed through veritable takisas of liquid ash, seeking refuge with their puny antennae waving. Unaware of this catastrophe, the man stared forth from under the brim of his hat, panting. Several bent figures staggered through the murk. They were the remnants of his army, the once celebrated Borleanese Second Army. One man passed obliviously within inches of the tree stump, dragging a terrible wound, which bled afresh under the hailstones. The shelterer wept. He had no wound, except for a bruise on his temple. He had no right to be alive. Like an uncomforted child, his weeping turned to exhaustion. He slept, despite the hail. The dreams that terminated sleep were full of hail. He felt their smart on his cheek, woke, saw that the sky was again clear. He started up, yet still the stones struck his face, his neck. As he gasped with vexation, a stone flew into his mouth. He spat it out, turning in bewilderment. The gnarled broom-like plants nearby had been burnt by fire. Fire had hardened their seed cases, ripening their seeds with its flame. In a new day's warmth, the cases untwisted. They made a small noise, like the parting of moist lips. Their seeds were shot out in all directions. The ashy ground would provide fertile conditions for growth. He laughed, suddenly pleased. Whatever folly mankind got up to, nature went on its uncheckable way. And he would go on his way. He patted his sword, adjusted his hat, hitched his pack, and started walking southeastwards. He emerged from the devastated area towards noon. The way wound down between thickets of Shoatapraxi. Over centuries, the road the soldier travelled had been, by turns, river, dried bed, ice track, cattle trail, and highway. No man could trace its usages. Humble flowers grew beside its banks, some sprung from parent plants, which had seeded far away. The banks became higher on either side. He staggered between them, hampered by shifting gravels underfoot. When they crumbled away at last, under the brow of a hill, he saw cottages standing in fields. The prospect did little to reassure him. The fields had long been untended. The cottages were derelict. Many roofs had fallen in, leaving end walls pointing like old fists to the sky. Hedges topping the banks on either side of the track had collapsed from the weight of dust that had been thrown up. The dust had spread over adjoining fields, over cottages and outbuildings, over abandoned pieces of luggage which dotted the view. Everything was rendered in the same greyish tone, as if created all from one material. Only a great army passing could have raised so much dust. The man with the pack thought. The army had been his. The Second Army had then been marching forward into battle. He was now returning silently in defeat. His footsteps deadened. General Hanra Tolram Ketinet walked down the meandering street. One or two furtive fagors peered at him from the ruins, the long masks of their faces without expression. He did not remember this village. It was just one more village they had marched through, on just one more hot day. As he reached the end of the street and the sacred pillar which defined the local land octave, he saw a wedge-shaped copse, which he thought he recalled, a copse which his scouts had racontered for enemy. If he was right, there was a sizable farmhouse beyond it, in which he had slept for a few hours. The farmhouse remained intact. It was surrounded by outhouses, which had been damaged by fire. Tolram Ketinet stood by the gateway, peering in. Both yard and house were silent, except for the buzz of flies. Sword in hand, he moved forward. 2 slaughtered hoxneys lay in an open stall, bodies black with flies. Their stench met his nostrils. Freya was high, Batalix already westering. Conflicting shadows lent the house a drab air as he moved towards it. The windows were dimmed with dust. There had been a woman here, the farmer's woman, with 4 small children, he recalled. No man. Now there was only the buzz of silence. He set his pack down by the front doorstep and kicked the door open with his foot. Anyone there? He hoped some of his men might be resting in the rooms. No response. Yet his alerted senses warned him that there was a living thing in the building. He paused in the stone hall. A tall pendulum clock, with its 25 illuminated hours, stood silent against one wall. Otherwise, the impression was one of the poverty common to an area which has long been in a war zone. Beyond the hall, everything lay in shadow. Then he marched determinedly forward, down the passage, and into a low-ceilinged kitchen. 6 fagors stood in the kitchen. They stood motionless, as if awaiting his return. Their eyes glowed deep pink in the shade. Beyond them, through a window, grew a patch of bright yellow flowers, catching the sun. They made the beast shapes indeterminate. Yellow reflections rested on shoulders, on long cheekbones. One of the brutes retained his horns. They came towards him, but Tolram Ketinet was ready. He had picked up their scent in the hall. They held spears, but he was a practiced swordsman. They were swift, but they got in each other's way. He drove the blade up under their rib cages, where he knew their edra were. Only one of the ancipitals lunged with its spear. He half-severed its forearm with a single blow. Gold blood flew. The room filled with their heavy, sick breathing. All died without making any other sound. As they fell, he saw by their blazes that they had been trusted members of his guard. Catching the sons of Freya in disorder, they had taken a chance and reverted to type. A less wary soldier would have fallen into their ambush. Indeed, one had done so recently. At the back of the kitchen, spread out on a table, was a Borleanese corporal, his throat neatly bitten out. Tolram Ketinet went back into the courtyard and leaned against a warm outer wall. After a short while, his nausea passed. He stood breathing in the warm air until the stench of nearby decay drove him from the courtyard. He could not rest here. When his strength returned, he picked up his pack and resumed his silent march along the road leading towards the coast, towards the sea and its voices. The forest closed about him. The road south led through twisted columns of spirax trees, with their double-entwined trunks. Through their avenues walked Tolram Ketinet. This was not dense, tangled jungle. Little grew on its floor, for little sunlight penetrated down to the ground. He walked as in a lofty building, surrounded by pillars of amazing design. Above spread other layers of the forest, which separated Borlean from Randanen. The scrub layer, through which large creatures sometimes crashed. The understory where others swung and called, occasionally dropping to the floor, to snatch at a fungus before swarming up to the safety of the branches. The canopy, the true roof of the jungle, decked with flowers, Tolram Ketinet could not see, and birds he could only hear. The emergent layer, formed by the tallest trees, which reared above the canopy, home of predatory birds, which watched and did not sing. The solemnity of the rain forest was such that it appeared to those who ventured into it to be much more permanent than savanna land, or even desert. It was not so. Of the 1,825 small Helliconian years, which made one great year, the elaborate jungle organism was able to sustain itself for less than half that period. Closely examined, every single tree revealed in root, trunk, branch, and seed the strategies it employed to survive when climate was less clement, when it would endure solitary in a howling waste, or wait in a case, petrified, beneath snow. The fauna regarded the various layers of their home as unchanging. The truth was that the whole intricate edifice, more marvelous than any work of man, had come into being only a few generations ago, in response to the elements, springing up like a jack-in-the-box from a scattering of nuts. In this hierarchy of plants was a perfect order which appeared random only to an untutored eye. Everything, animal or insect or vegetable, had its place, generally a horizontal zone, to call its own. The others were rare exceptions to this rule. Fagors had taken refuge in the forest, often living in huts contrived in the angles between high-kneed roots, and others had gravitated into their company, to play a role somewhere between pet and slave. Often settlements of a dozen or more fagors, with their runts, were established about the base of a large tree. Tolram Ketinet gave such places a wide berth. He deeply mistrusted the fagors, and feared the sorties made by their others, who came rushing out like watchdogs when strangers were near, brandishing sticks. Men sometimes lurked in these settlements. A small human hut was to be seen next to it, and little to be distinguished from an ancipitral hut. These men, near naked, were evidently accepted by the fagors as large versions of others. It was as though the brown-pelted others, in their alliance with the fagors, gave a license to the men to live in lowly harmony with them. Most of the men were deserters from units of the Second Army. Tolram Ketinet spoke to them, trying to persuade them to join him. Some did so, others threw sticks. Many admitted that they hated the war and rejoined their old commander only because they were sick of the jungle with its secretive noises and slender diet. After a day of marching along the aisles of the rainforest, they fell back into their old military roles again and accepted, as if with relief, the ancient disciplines of command. Tolram Ketinet also changed. His stance had been that of a defeated man. Now he pulled his shoulders back and took on something of his old swagger. The lines of his face tightened. He could again be recognized as a young man. The more men there were to take orders, the more easily he gave orders, and the more right they seemed. With the mutability of the human race, he became what those about him regarded him as being. So the small force arrived at Kakol River. Powered by their new spirit, they launched a surprise raid and took the shanty town of Ordelay. With this victory, fighting spirit was entirely restored. Among the craft on the Kakol was an ice ship, flying the flag of the Lodriadri Ice Trading Company. When the town was invaded, this vessel, the Lodriadri Lubber, tried to make its escape downstream, but Tolram Ketinet intercepted it with a group of men. The terrified captain protested that he was a neutral and claimed diplomatic immunity. His business in Ordelay was not merely to trade in ice, but to hand a letter to General Hanra Tolram Ketinet. "Do you know where this general is?" demanded Tolram Ketinet. "Somewhere in the jungle, losing the king's war for him." With a sword at his throat, the captain said that he had sent a paid messenger to deliver the message. There his obligations ended. He had carried out Captain Crilio Muntra's instructions. "What said the contents of the letter?" Tolram Ketinet demanded. The man swore he did not know. The leather wallet which contained it was sealed with the seal of the Queen of Queens, Myrdem Ingala. How would he dare tamper with a royal message? "You would never rest until you found out what was in it. Speak, you scoundrel." He needed encouragement. When crushed under an upturned table, the captain admitted that the seal of the wallet had come unstuck on its own. He had happened to notice, without meaning to, that the Queen of Queens was being sent into exile by King Jandal Anganal to a place on the north coast of the Sea of Eagles, called Gravabagalinian, that she feared for her life, and that she hoped that she might one day see her good friend, the general, delivered from the dangers of war into her presence. She prayed that Akhanaba would guard him from all ills. When he heard this, Tolram Ketinet became pale. He went away and looked over the side of the boat at the fast-flowing river, so that his soldiers should not see his face. Expectations, fears, desires woke in him. He uttered a prayer that he might be more successful in love than in war. Tolram Ketinet's party put the battered captain of the lubber ashore and commandeered his boat. They caroused for a day in town, stacked the ice ship with provisions, and sailed for the distant ocean. High above the jungle, the Avernus sailed in its orbit. There were those on the observation satellite, unfamiliar with the varieties of warfare practiced on the planet below, who asked what kind of force could have defeated the Borleanese Second Army. They looked in vain for a set of swaggering Randonanese patriots who had repelled the invasion of their homeland. There was no such force. The Randonanese were semi-savage tribes who lived in harmony with their environment. Some tribes cultivated patches of cereal. All lived surrounded by dogs and pigs, which, when young, were allowed to suckle indiscriminately at the breasts of nursing mothers, if they so desired. They killed for the pot, and not for sport. Many tribes worshipped others as gods, although that did not stop them killing such gods as they encountered swinging among the branches of the great forest home. Such was the mould of their mind, that numbers of them worshipped fish or trees, menses, spirits, or patches of double daylight. In their humility, the tribes of Randanen tolerated the tribes of Fagors, which were torpid, and consisted mainly of iterant woodmen or fungus mongers. The Fagors, in their turn, rarely attacked the human tribes, though the customary tales were told of Stalins carrying off human women. The Fagors brewed their own drink, raffle. On certain occasions they brewed a different potion, which the Randanese tribes called Vulumunwun, believing it to be distilled from the sap of the Vulu tree and from certain fungi. Unable to concoct Vulumunwun themselves, they obtained it by barter from Fagors. Then a feast would be held far into the night. On these occasions, a great spirit often spoke to the tribes. It told them to go out and make sport in the desert. The tribes would bind their gods, the others, to bamboo chairs and carry them away through the jungle on their shoulders. The whole tribe would go, babies, pigs, parrots, preets, cats, and all. They would cross the Kakol and enter what was officially Borlean. They would invade the richly cultivated lands of the central Borleanese plain. This was the land the Randanese called the desert. It was open to the skies. The suns blazed down. It had no great trees, no dense shrubs, no secret places, no wild boar, no others. In this godless place, with a final libation of Vulumunwun, they dared make sport, setting fire to or despoiling the crops. The plainsmen of Borlean were sturdy dark men. They hated the pale lizards who materialized like ghosts out of nowhere. They rushed for their little villages and drove off the invaders with any weapon that came to hand. Often they lost their own lives in the process, for the tribesmen had blow tubes from which they blew feathered thorns, tipped with poison. Maddened, the farmers would leave their homes and burn down the forests. So it had finally come to war between Borlean and Randanen. Aggression, defense, attack, and counterattack. These moves became confused in the enantiodromia which, in human minds, constantly turns all things into their opposites. By the time the Second Army deployed its platoons in the jungle-clad mountains of Randanen, the little tribesmen had themselves become, in the eyes of their enemies, a formidable military force. Yet what had defeated Tolram Ketanet's expedition was no armed opposition. The defense of the tribes was to slide away into the jungle, shrieking through the night barbaric insults at the invaders, just as they heard the others do. Like the others, they took to the trees to rain darts or urine down on the general's men. They could not properly wage war. The jungle did that for them. The jungle was full of diseases, to which the Borleanese army was not immune. Its fruits brought torrential dysenteries, its pools malarias, its days fevers, and its insects a sordid crop of parasites which fed on the men from the outside in, or from the inside out. Nothing could be properly fought. Everything had to be survived. One by one, or in batches, Borleanese soldiers succumbed to the jungle. With them went King Jandol Anganol's ambitions for victory in the Western Wars. As for the king, so distant from his army disintegrating in Randanen, he was suffering from difficulties almost as elaborate as the mechanisms of the jungle. The bureaucracies of Panoval were more enduring than the jungle, and so had longer to develop their entanglements. The Queen of Queens had been gone from Jandol Anganol's capital for many weeks, and still his bill of divorcement had not arrived from the capital of the Holy Empire. As the heat intensified, Panoval stepped up the drumble against the ancestral species, living on its lands. Fleeing Fagor tribes sought refuge in Borleon, against the general wishes of the mass of people, who both hated and feared the Shaggies. The king felt differently. In a speech given in the Scritina, he welcomed the refugees, promising them land in the Cosgat, on which they would be allowed to settle, if they would join the army and fight for Borleon. By this means, the Cosgat, now safe from the shadow of Darvlish, could be cultivated at low cost, and the newcomers effectively removed from the presence of the Borleonese. This human hand, extended to the Fagors, pleased no one in Panoval or Aldorando, and the bill of divorcement was again delayed. But Jandor Anganol was pleased with himself. He was suffering enough to appease his conscience. He put on a bright jacket and went to see his father. Again he walked through the winding ways of his palace and down through the guarded doors to the cellarage, where he kept the old man. The chambers of the prison seemed more dank than ever. Jandor Anganol paused in the first chamber, which had once served as a mortuary and torture chamber. Darkness enclosed him. The sounds of the outer world were stilled. "Father," he said. His own voice sounded unnatural to his ears. He went through the second chamber and into the third, where pallid light filtered in. The log fire smouldered as usual. The old man, wrapped as usual in his blanket, sat before the fire as usual, chin resting on chest. Nothing down here had altered for many years. The only thing that had altered now was that Varpal Anganol was dead. The king stood for a while with one hand on his father's shoulder. Thin though it was, the flesh was unyielding. Jandor Anganol went and stood under the high barred window. He called to his father. The skull with its wispy hair never moved. He called again, louder. No movement. "You're dead, aren't you?" said Jandor Anganol, in tones of contempt. "Just one more betrayal. By the beholder, wasn't I miserable enough with her gone?" No answer came. "You've died, haven't you? Gone away to spite me, you old Hratok." He strode over to the fireplace and kicked the logs all over the cell, filling it with smoke. In his fury, he knocked the chair over, and the frail body of his father fell to the stones, remaining in its huddled position. The king stooped over this tiny effigy, as if contemplating a snake, and then, with a sudden movement, he fell to his knees, not to engage in prayer, but to seize the body by its dry throat and pour a flood of words upon it, in which the accusation that this dead thing had long ago turned his mother against him, quenching her love, was repeated in many forms, hissed forth, with spiteful examples, until the words died and the king remained there, bent over the body, wrapped in heavy coils of smoke. He beat the flagstones with his fist, then crouched motionless. The logs strewn across the floor were extinguished by damp, each one by itself. At last, red-eyed, the king took himself away from the darkened place, going upwards with a hurried pace, as if pursued, up to warmer regions. Among the many denizens of the palace was an ancient nurse who lived in the servants' quarters, and was bedridden most of the day. Jandor Anganol had not entered the servants' quarters since he was a child. He found his way without hesitation through the mean corridors and confronted the old woman, who jumped out of bed and clung to one of its posts in terror. She glared at him aghast, pulling hair before her eyes. "He's dead, your master and lover," Jandor Anganol said, without expression. "See that he is prepared for burial." Next day, a week of mourning was declared, and the royal First Fagorian Guard paraded through the city in black. The common people, starved of excitement by their poverty, were quick to spy upon the king's mood, at second or third hand if need be. Their connections with the palace were close, if subterranean. All knew someone who was in the royal employ, and they smelt out Jandal Anganol's alternating moods of excitement and despair. Bareheaded under the suns, they flocked to the holy ground where Varpal Anganol, with the pomp due to a king, was to be buried on his correct land octave. The service was presided over by the archpriest of the Dome of Striving, Branza Baginat. The members of the Scrutina were there, housed in a stand erected for the occasion, and draped with the banners of the House of Anganol. These worthies showed on their faces more the heaviness of disapproval of the living king than grief for the dead one. But they attended nevertheless, fearing the consequences if they did not, and their wives attended them for the same reason. Jandal Anganol made an isolated figure as he stood by the open grave. He gave an occasional darting glance round, as if hoping for sight of Robede. This nervous glance became more frequent, as the body of his father, wrapped in a gold cloth, was placed on its side in the place dug for it. Nothing went down with him. All present knew what waited below, in the world of the Gossies, where material things were needed no more. The only concession to the rank of the departed was that 12 women of the court came forward to cast flowers down upon the still form. Archpriest Branza Baginat closed his eyes and chanted,
"The seasons in their processes bear us away to our final octaves. As there are two suns, the lesser and the greater, so we have two phases of being, life and death, the lesser and the greater. Now a great king has gone from us into the greater phase. He who knew the light has gone down into the dark."
And as his high voice silenced the whispering of the crowd who strained forward eagerly, as the dogs which also attended the ceremony were straining their noses toward the grave, the first handfuls of earth were thrown. At that moment the king's voice rang out. "This villain ruined my mother and myself. Why do you pray for such a villain?" He took a great leap across the lips of the pit, pushed the archpriest aside, and ran, still shouting, towards the palace, the shoulders of which loomed above the hill. Beyond sight of the crowd, he ran still. He would not stop, until he was at his stables and on his hoxney, and riding madly out into the woods, leaving Yuli to mule far behind. The disgraceful episode, this insult to the established religion by a religious man, delighted the common population of Matrasil. It was talked about, laughed over, praised, condemned in the rudest hut. "He's a joker, is Jandal," was often the carefully considered verdict, arrived at in taverns after a long evening's drinking, where death was not regarded with much affection. And the reputation of the joker rose accordingly, to the vexation of his enemies on the Scrutina. To the wrath not only of the joker's enemies, but to that of a slender young man, bronzed of skin and dressed in rags, who attended the burial and witnessed the king's departure. Robede had been not far away, living on a fisherman's island, among the reedy waters of a lake, when news of his grandfather's death reached him. He had returned to the capital with the alertness of a deer which attempts a closer inspection of a lion. Seeing the joker's retreat, he was emboldened to follow, and leaped on a hoxney, taking a track that had been familiar to him since his youth. He had no intention of confronting his father, and did not even know what was in his own mind. The joker, who had anything but humour on his mind, took a path he had not taken since Sartori Irvrash had been expelled. It led to a quarry hidden by the soft, waxy stems of young Rajabaral trees. These saplings, with hundreds of years of growth in them, were scarcely recognizable as the redoubtable wooden fortresses they would become when the summer of the great year yielded once more to winter. His fever over, the king tied Lapwing to a young tree. He rested a hand on the smooth wood, and his head in his hand. To his mind came a memory of the queen's body, and of the cadency which had once lit their love. Such good things had died, and he had not known. After a while in silence, he led Lapwing past the stump of the parent Rajabaral, as black as an extinct volcano. Ahead stood the wooden palisade, which barred entry to the quarry. No one challenged him. He pushed his way in. All was unattended in the forecourt. Weeds thrived. The lodge was in disrepair. A short neglect was leading it to a long decay. An old man with a straggling white beard came forward and bowed low to his majesty. "Where's the guard? Why isn't the gate locked?" But there was carelessness in his challenge, which he uttered over one shoulder, in the act of approaching the cages ahead. The old man, accustomed to the king's moods, was too wise to adopt a matching carelessness, and followed with a lengthy explanation of how all but he were withdrawn from the quarry once the Chancellor was disgraced. He was alone, and still tended the captives, hoping thereby to incur the king's pleasure. Far from showing pleasure, the king clasped his hands behind his back and assumed a melancholy face. 4 large cages had been built against the cliffs of the quarry, each divided into various compartments for the greater comfort of its prisoners. Into these cages, Jandol Anganol sent his dark regard. The first cage contained others. They had been swinging there by hands, feet, or tails, as a way of passing time. When the king moved towards their prison, they dropped down and came running to the bars, thrusting out their hand-like paws, oblivious to the exalted status of their visitor. The occupants of the second cage shrank away at the stranger's approach. Most of them flitted into their compartments, out of sight. Their prison was built on rock, so that they could not tunnel into the earth. 2 of their number came forward and stood against the bars, looking up into Jandol Anganol's face. These protognostics were nondads, small, elusive creatures, often confused with others, to whom they bore a resemblance. They stood waist-high to a human, and their faces, with protruding muzzles, resembled others. Scanty loincloths covered their genitals. Their bodies were covered with light, sandy hair. The 2 nondads who came forward addressed the king, flitting nervously about as they did so. A strange amalgam of whistles, clicks, and snorts served them for language. The king regarded them with an expression between contempt and sympathy, before passing on to the third cage. Here were imprisoned the more advanced form of protognostic, the Mahdi's. Unlike the occupants of the first 2 cages, the Mahdi did not move when the king approached. Robbed of their migratory existence, they had nowhere to go. Neither the setting of the suns nor the comings and goings of kings held meaning for them. They tried to hide their faces in their armpits, as Jandol Anganol regarded them. The 4th cage was built of stone, rough-hewn from the quarry, as a tribute to the greater firmness of will of its occupants, which were human, mainly men and women of Mordriat or Thribriatan tribes. The women slunk back into the shadows. Most of the men pressed forward and began eloquently to implore the king to release them, or at worst, to allow no more experiments on them. "There's nothing for it now," said the king to himself, moving about as restlessly as those imprisoned. Sir, the indignities we have suffered. Ash from rusty jonnet still lay in odd corners, where weeds thrust from it. But the eruptions had ceased as suddenly as they began. The king kicked at the ash, raising a small dust storm with his boots. Although he was most interested in the Mahdi's and studied them from all angles, sometimes squatting to do so, he was too restless to remain in one place. Mahdi males struggled forward with one of their females, naked, and offered her to him as a condition of their release. Jandol Anganol broke away in disgust, his face working. Bursting from behind the stone cage into the sunlight, he came face to face with Robede Anganol. Both became rigid like two cats, until Roba began to gesticulate. Arms and fingers spread. Behind him came the white-haired old guard, shuffling his feet and complaining. "Imprisoning them for the good of their sanity, mighty king," said Roba. But Jandol Anganol moved swiftly forward, flung an arm about his son's neck, and kissed him on the lips, as though he had decided on this approach a while ago. "Where have you been, my son? Why so wild? Can a boy not grieve among leaves, but must come to court to do so?" His words were indistinct as he backed away from his father, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. As he bumped into the third cage, his other hand went behind him to support himself. Immediately, one Mahdi reached out and grasped his forearm. The naked female who had been offered to the king bit him savagely in the ball of his thumb. Roba screamed with pain. The king was at once at the cage with his sword drawn. The Mahdis fell back, and Roba was released. "There's hungry for royal blood as Simoda Tal," said Roba, hopping about with his hands clutched between his legs. "You saw how she bit me in the balls. What a stepmotherly act was there." The king laughed as he sheathed his sword. "You see what happens when you put your hand in other people's affairs." "They're very vicious, sir, and certainly they've been wronged," said the old guard from a safe distance. "Your nature inclines toward captivity as frogs incline towards pools," Roba told his father, still skipping. "But free these wretched beings. They were Rushven's folly, not yours. You had greater follies afoot." "My son, I have a Fagor runt I care for, and perhaps he cares for me. He follows me for affection. Why do you follow me for abuse? Cease it, and live the same life with me. I will not harm you. If I have wounded you, then I regret it, as you have long given me cause to regret it. Accept what I say." "Boys are perhaps difficult to bring up, sir," commented the guard. Father and son stood apart, regarding each other. Jandol Anganol had hooded his eagle gaze, and appeared calm. On Roba's smooth face was a smouldering rage. "You need another runt following you. Haven't you captives enough in this infamous quarry? Why did you come up here? To gloat over them?" "Not to gloat, to learn. I should have learned from Rushven. I need to know what Mahdis do. I understand, boy, that you fear my love. You fear responsibility. You always have. Being a king is all responsibility." "Being a butterfly is a butterfly's responsibility." Irritated by this remark, the king again took to pacing before the cages. Here was all Sartori Irvrash's responsibility. Maybe he was cruel. He made the occupants of these 4 cages mate with each other, in prescribed combinations, in order to see what resulted. He wrote all down, as was his fashion. I burnt it all, as is my fashion, you will add. So then, by his experiments, Rushven found a rule which he called a Klein. He proved that the others in Cage 1 could sometimes produce progeny when mated with non-deads. Those progeny were infertile. No, The progeny of the non-dads breeding with Mahdi's were infertile. I forget details. Mahdi's could produce progeny when mated with the humans in cage 4. Some of those progeny are fertile. He carried on his experiments for many years. If others and Mahdi's were forced to copulate, no issue resulted. Humans mating with non-dads produce no issues. There is a grading, a cline. These facts he discovered. Rushven was a gentle person. He did what he did for the sake of knowledge. You blame him, as you blame everyone but yourself. But Rushven paid for his knowledge. One day 2 years ago, you were absent then, in the wilds as usual. His wife came to this quarry to feed the captives, and the others broke out of their cage. They tore her to pieces. This old guard will tell you. It was her arm I found first, sir, said the guard, pleased to be mentioned. The left arm, to be particular, sir. Rushven certainly paid for his knowledge. Robber, I have paid for mine. The time will come when you too have to pay a price. It won't always be summer. Robber tore leaves from a bush, as if he would destroy the bush, and wrapped the leaves about his wounded hand. The guard went to help him, but Robber kicked him away with a bare foot. This stinking place, these stinking cages, the stinking palace. Taking notes of dirty little rattings. Once, look, before kings were born, the world was a big white ball in a black cup. Along came the great Kazan of all ancipitals, and mated with the queen of all the humans, split her open with his enormous prodo, and filled her right up with golden spume. That Rambo so shook the world that it jarred it out of its winter frigidity and caused the seasons. He could not finish the sentence, so overwhelmed was he by laughter. The old guard looked disgusted and turned to the king. I can assure you, sir, the Chancellor never carried out no such experiment here, to my certain knowledge. The king remained rigid, eyes bright with contempt, not moving until his son's outburst was over. He turned his back to him then, before speaking. We have no need of that, and no need of quarrelling. Not in a time of grief. Let us return together to the palace. You can ride behind me on Lapwing, if you wish. Robber fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands. He made noises that were not weeping. Perhaps he's hungry, suggested the guard. Get out, man, or I'll slice your head off. The guard fell back. I still feed them faithfully every day, your majesty. Bring all the food up from the palace, and I'm not as young as I was. Jandal Anganol turned back towards his kneeling son. You know your grandfather is now one with the Gossies. He was tired. I saw his grave yawn. I do my best, sir, but really I need a slave to assist me. He died in his sleep, an easy death for all his sins. I said he was tired, self-demented, mother tormented, granddad fermented. That's 3 blows you've struck. Where next? The king folded his arms and tucked his hands into his armpits. 3 blows? You child. They're my one wound. Why do you plague me with nonsense? Stay and comfort me, since you're unfit to marry even a Mahdi. Stay. Roba put his hands on the dirt before him, and began slowly to get to his feet. The guard seized his chance to stay. They don't copulate any more, sir, only among themselves, each cageful, as a way of passing time. Stay with you, father. Stay with you as grandfather stayed, in the bowels of the palace? No, I'm going back to the... As he was speaking, the guard shuffled forward in supplicatory fashion, and interposed himself between Jandal Anganol and his son. The king struck him a blow, which sent him staggering into a bush. The captives began a great to-do, hammering on their bars. The king smiled, or at least showed his teeth, as he attempted to approach his son. Roba backed away. "You'll never understand what your grandfather did to me. You'll never understand his power over me. Then, now, perhaps forever. Because I have no power over you. I could succeed only by putting him away." "Prisons flow like glaciers in your blood. I'm going to be a Mari or a frog. I refuse to be human as long as you claim that title."
"Roba, don't be so cruel. See sense. I am about to have to marry a Mari girl soon. That's why I came to inspect the Mari here. Please, stay with me."
"Tritom, your Mari slave woman. Count progeny. Measure. Make notes. Write it down. Suffer. Lock up the fertile ones. And never forget that there is one running loose about Helliconia, fit to send you to an eternal prison."
As he spoke, the youth was backing away, fingers trailing on the ground. Then he turned and darted away into the bushes. A moment later, the king spied his figure climbing over the quarry cliff. Then he was gone. The king went and leaned against the trunk of a tree, closing his eyes. It was the whimpering of the guard which roused him. He went over to where the old man sprawled and assisted him to his feet.
"Sorry for that, sir, but perhaps a small slave? Now I'm getting past it."
Rubbing his forehead with a weary gesture, Jandal Anganol said,
"You can answer some questions, Slanger. Tell me, please, which way is it that Mari women prefer copulation? From the rear, like animals, or face to face, like humans? Rashven would have told me."
The guard rubbed his hands on his tunic and laughed.
"Oh, both ways, sir, to my observation, and I've seen it many times. Working here is no help. But mainly from the rear, as do the others. Some say as they mate for life, others as they are promiscuous. But cage life is different."
"Do the Mari sexes kiss each other on the lips like humans?"
"I've not seen that, sir. No, only humans."
"Do they lick genitals before Congress?"
"That is prevalent in all cages, sir. A lot of licking and sucking mostly, I'd say. Very dirty."
"Thank you. Now you may release the prisoners. They have served their purpose. Set them free."
He left the quarry with a slow step, one hand on his sword, one on his brow. Soft bars of shadow cast by the Rajabarals moved across him as he headed back for the palace. Freya was near to setting. The sky was yellow. Concentric haze aureoles of brown and orange, created by volcanic dust particles, encompassed the sun. It lay near the horizon, like a pearl in a corrupt oyster, and the king said to Lapwing,
"I can't trust him. He's wild, just as I was. I love him, but I'd be better advised to kill him. If he had the sense to work with his mother, forming an alliance in the Skritina against me, I'd be finished. I love her, but I'd be better advised to kill her too."
The Hoxney made no response. It moved towards the sunset with no ambition but to get home. The king became aware of the vileness of his own thoughts. Looking up at the flaring sky, he saw there the evil his religion taught him to see.
"I must chasten myself," he said. "Aid me, oh, all-powerful one."
He stuck a spur in Lapwing's flank. He would go and see the first Fagorian guard. They raised no difficult moral issues. With them, he felt at peace. The brown orioles triumphed over the yellow. As Freya disappeared, the oyster became ashen, from its extremities inwards, changing minute by minute as the Batalic's sunlight caught it. Its beauty lost, it became just a cloud formation among jumbled cloud, as Batalic's itself sloped westward. Akanaba could be saying, and in no enigmatic fashion, that the whole complex scheme of things was about to end. Jandal Anganol returned to his silent palace, to find there an envoy from the holy Panovalan Empire. Alam Esomber, all smiles, awaited his pleasure. His bill of divorcement had arrived at last. He had but to present it to the Queen of Queens, and he would be free to marry his Mari princess. 16. The Man Who Mined a Glacier. Summer of the small year had yielded to autumn in the southern hemisphere. The monsoons were gathering along the coasts of Hespagarad, while on a pleasant northern coast of the Sea of Eagles, Queen Myrdem Ingala swam in the blue waters with her dolphins, on the dull southern coast of that same sea, where it merged with the waters of the Scimitar Sea. The Avernian prize winner, Billy Zhao Pin, lay dying. The port of Lodriadrai was sheltered from open sea by the Lordrai Islands, 24 in number, some of which were used as whaling stations. On these islands, and along the low-lying coasts of Hespagarat, marine iguanas lived in dense colonies. Wattled, watered, armoured, these inoffensive beasts grew to 20 feet in length, and were sometimes to be seen swimming out to sea. Billy had observed them as the ice captain's Lodriadrai lady brought him to Demarium. Ashore, the beasts swarmed over rocks and marshes, and each other. Something in their slothful movements and sudden scurries marked them out as conspirators with the soggy weather, which closed in on the Demariemian shores at this time of small year, where cold air flowed northwards from the polar ice cap to meet the warm air above the oceans. Banks of fog formed, enveloping everything in humid overcast. Lodriadrai was a small port of 11,000 people. It owed its existence almost entirely to the enterprise of the Muntras family. One of its noteworthy features was that it lay at a latitude of 36.5 degrees south, a degree and a half outside the wide tropical zone. Only 18.5 degrees farther south lay the polar circle. Beyond that circle, in the realms of eternal ice, Freya was never to be seen during the long centuries of summer. In the great winter, Freya would reappear, to remain for many lifetimes dominating the vacant world of the pole. This Billy was told as he was driven by a traditional sledge from the ship to the ice captain's house. Krilio Muntras recounted such facts with pride, though he fell silent as his home drew near. The room of the house to which Billy was carried was white. Its windows were framed with white curtains. As he lay locked in illness, Billy could look through trees, over town roofs, to a prospect of white mist. In that mist, an occasional mast loomed. Billy knew he was shortly to embark on another mysterious journey. Before his ship sailed, he was tended by Muntra's self-effacing wife, Evie, and by his formidable married daughter, Imya. Imya, he was told, had a high standing in the community as a healer. After a day's rest, Evie's and Imya's ministrations took effect, or else Billy enjoyed a remission. The encroaching stiffness partially left him. Imya wrapped him in blankets and helped him into the sledge. 4 giant horned dogs, Asokins, were harnessed up, and the family drove Billy inland to see the famous Lodriadrai Glacier. The Lodriadrai Glacier had carved itself a bed between 2 hills, The leading face of the glacier fell into a lake which drained into the sea. Billy observed that Krilio Muntra's manner changed subtly in the presence of his daughter. They were affectionate together, but the respect he showed Imya was not entirely matched by the respect in which she held him. So Billy judged, going less by the way they spoke than by the way Muntras held his backbone, and drew in his broad stomach in Imya's presence, as if he felt he must contain himself when her sharp eyes were on him. Muntras began to describe the workings at the glacier face. When Imya modestly prompted him on the number of men working there, he asked her without rancor to give the account herself, which she did. Div stood behind his father and his sister, scowling. Though he, as the son, was to inherit the ice company, he had nothing to contribute to the narrative, and soon slunk off. Imya was not only the chief medical practitioner of Lodryadry. She was married to the chief lawyer of the town the Muntras clan had founded. Her husband, referred to always as lawyer in Billy's presence, as if that had been his baptismal name, stood as the spokesman and justice of the town against the capital, Oishat. Oishat lay in the west, on the frontier between Demarium and Iskahandi. Oishat cast envious eyes on the prosperous new Lodryadry and devised ways of securing some of its wealth by taxation, schemes which Lawyer constantly foiled. Lawyer also foiled Muntras' local laws, which had been improvised to benefit the Muntras family rather than their workers. So Krilio was of two minds about his son-in-law. Krilio's wife evidently felt differently. She would hear no complaint about her daughter or the lawyer. Though submissive, she was impatient with Div, whose behaviour, adversely affected by his mother's dislike, became loutish in the home.
"You should reconsider,"
she told Muntras one day, when they were both standing by Billy's bedside, after another example of Div's awfulness.
"Hand over the company to Imya and Lawyer, and then everything will prosper. Under Div, it will be in ruin within 3 years. That girl has a proper grasp of things."
Certainly Imya had a grasp of things Hespagaratian. She had never ventured beyond the confines of the continent on which she was born, despite frequent opportunities to do so, as if she preferred to have her front doorstep guarded by the myriad scaly watchdogs which patrolled the shores of Demarium. But locked in her broad bosom were metaphorical maps, histories, and compass bearings of the southern continent. Imya Muntras had a good plain square face built like her father's, a face capable of confronting glaciers. She stood 4 square to the ice face as she delivered her account of the family trade, in which she took great pride. At this spot they were far enough inland to be free of the coastal fog. The great wall of ice to which Muntras owed his wealth glittered in the sun. Where the glacier lay more distant, Batalics created in its hollows caverns of sapphire. Even its reflection in the ice at its foot gave off diamond glints. The air was hard, fresh, and alive. Birds skimmed over the lake's surface. Where the pure waters yielded to banks of blue flowers, insects were busy in their thousands. A butterfly with a head shaped like a man's thumb settled on the 3-faced watch on Billy's wrist. He stared at it with uncertain gaze, trying to interpret the meaning of the creature. Things roared overhead. He knew not what. He could hardly look up. The virus was in his hypothalamus, in his brainstem. It would multiply irresistibly. No poultice could check it. Soon he would be locked immobile, like a Fagor ancestor in tether. He felt no regret. Regret only for the butterfly, leaving his hand and making off. in order to live a real life, of a kind his advisor would not understand, sacrifices were called for. He had glimpsed the Queen of Queens. He had lain with beautiful Abathi. Even now, incapacitated, he could see distant bays of glacier where the light, conjuring powder and thunder blues, made of the ice more a colour than a substance. The excellence of nature had been tasted. Of course it had a price. And Ymir was explaining about the great blocks of ice, which rattled overhead. At the ice face, men worked on scaffolding, cleaving the ice with saws and axes. They were Lodryodrai's glacier miners. As the blocks fell off, they fell into an open funnel, and from there slipped into the chute. The chute, timber-built, was constructed with sufficient slope to keep the blocks of ice moving. Great tombstones of ice travelled slowly down the chute, which rumbled in every section as they passed over its stressed wooden legs. The tombstones made their way along 2 miles of chute to the docks of Lodryodrai. At the docks, the tombstones were sawn into smaller blocks and loaded into the reed-insulated hulls of the ships of the company's fleet. So the snows, which had once fallen in the polar regions south of 55 degrees, to be compressed and squeezed sluggishly down into the narrow temperate zone, were made to serve the useful purpose of cooling those who lived in far tropics. Here was where nature stopped, and Captain Krilio Muntras took over. "Please, take me home," Billy said. Ymir's ready flow of figures ceased. Her tale of tonnages, the length of various voyages, the demand-related costings upon which their little empire was founded, these stopped. She sighed and said something to her father, but a fresh ice load, rumbling overhead, erased her words. Then the lines of her face relaxed, and she smiled. "We'd better take Billy home," she said. "I saw it," he said indistinctly. "I saw it." And when almost half a great year had passed, when Helliconia and its sister planets had journeyed far from Freya, and were once again facing the slow furies of another winter, Billy's huddled form, in the old wooden sledge, was seen by millions of people on distant Earth. Billy's presence on Helliconia represented an infringement of terrestrial orders. Those orders had stated that no human being was to land on Helliconia and disrupt the web of its cultures. Those orders had been formulated over 3,000 years earlier. In terms of cultural history, 3,000 years was a long period of time. Since then, understanding had deepened, thanks largely to an intensive study of Helliconia undertaken by most of the population. There was a much better grasp of the unity, and therefore the strength, of planetary biospheres. Billy had entered the planetary biosphere and had become part of it. The terrestrials saw no conflict. Billy's elements comprised the atoms of dead star matter, no different from the elements comprising Muntras or Myrdem Ingala. His death would represent a final union with the planet, a merging without dissolution. Billy was mortal. The atoms of which he was constituted were indestructible. There would be a measure of sorrow for the winking out of another human consciousness, for the loss of another identity, unique, irreplaceable. But that was hardly a cause for tears on Earth. The tears were shed long before that, on the Avernus. Billy was their drama, their proof that existence existed, that they themselves had the ancient power of biological organisms to be moved in response to the environment. Tears and cheers were the order of the day. The Pin family, in particular, abandoned their usual passivity and through a small family storm. Rose E. Pin, by turns laughing and howling, was the centre of passionate attention. She had a marvellous time. The adviser was mortified. The fresh air visited Billy's body and bathed his lungs. It allowed him to see every detail of the flashing world. But its vividness, its sounds, were too much. He shut his eyes. When he managed to open them again, the Asokins were moving briskly. The sledge bumped, and coastal pallors had begun to veil the view. To compensate for earlier humiliations, Div Muntras insisted on driving the sledge. He threw the reins over his right shoulder, gripping them under his left arm, while clutching the sledge handle with his left hand. In his right hand, he flourished a whip, which he cracked above the Asokins.
"Go steady, Div, lad,"
Muntras growled. As he spoke, the sledge struck a hummock of coarse grass and overturned. They were travelling under the chute, where the ground was marshy. Muntras landed on his hands and knees. He snatched up the reins, looking blackly at his son, but saying nothing. Imya formed her mouth into the shape of a stretcher, straightened the sledge, and lifted Billy back into it. Her silence was more expressive than words.
"It wasn't my fault,"
said Div, pretending to have hurt his wrist. His father took up the reins and silently motioned his son round to the back runners. They then proceeded at a sedate pace home. The rambling Muntra's house was built on one floor only. That floor was on many levels, connected by steps or short flights of stairs, owing to the rocky terrain. Beyond the room in which Muntras and Imya placed Billy was the courtyard, in which Muntras paid his workers every tenner. The courtyard was ornamented with smooth boulders, carved from polar mountains, which no human had ever seen, and delivered to the coast via the glaciers. Compressed into the striations of each stone was a past chthonic history everyone in Lodriadry was too busy to decipher, though electronic eyes aboard the Avernus had done so. Beside each boulder grew tall trees, whose trunks forked close to the ground. Billy could see these trees from his couch. Muntras's wife, Evie, greeted them on their return, and fussed round her husband, as now she fussed about Billy. He was glad when she left him alone in the bare wooden room, to stare out at the bare outlines of the trees. His eyesight became fixed. The slow madness crept on him, moving his limbs, twisting his arms outward, until they stretched above his head as rigidly as the wooden branches outside. Div entered the room. The lad came in cautiously, pushing the door shut behind him and moving quickly to Billy's side. He stared down wide-eyed at Billy in his locked posture. The hand of Billy's left arm was bent back on itself, so that the knuckles almost touched the forearm, and his watch cut into his skin.
"I'll take the watch off for you,"
Div said. He unstrapped it clumsily and laid it on a table out of Billy's line of sight.
"The trees,"
Billy said through gritted teeth.
"I want a word with you,"
said Div threateningly, clenching his fists.
"You remember on the Lodriadry lady, that girl, Abath Vesidol, the Mattress Hill girl?"
he asked of Billy, sitting near him, speaking low, looking at the door as he did so.
"That really beautiful girl with beautiful chestnut hair and big breasts." "The trees?" "Yes, the trees. The apricot trees. Father distills his exaggerator from the fruit of those trees. Billish, that girl, Abathi. You remember her, Abathi?" "They're dying."
"Billish, you're dying. That's why I want to talk to you. You remember how Father humiliated me with that girl? He gave her to you, Billish, rot you. That was his way of humiliating me, as he always tries to humiliate me. You understand? Where did my father take Abathi, Billish? If you know, tell me. Tell me, Billish. I never did you any harm. His elbow joints creaked. Abathi. Summer. Ripeness. I won't hold it against you, because you're foreign rubbish. Now listen. I want to know where Abathi is. I love her. I shouldn't have come back here, should I? Being humiliated by my father, and that sister of mine. She'll never let me take over the company. Billish, listen. I'm leaving. I can make it on my own. I'm no fool. Find Abathi. Start my own trade. I'm asking you, Billish. Where did father take her? Quick, man, before they come. Yes. The stark, gesturing trees at the window were trying to spell out a name. Dutroscopist. Div leant forward, grasping Billy's knotted shoulders. Carabensity. He took Abathi to Carabensity. From the dying man came a whispered affirmative. Div let him fall back, as if he were a plank of wood. He stood flicking his fingers, muttering to himself. Hearing a sound in the passage, he ran to the window. He balanced his bulk momentarily on the sill. Then he jumped out, and was gone. Evie Muntras returned. She fed Billy with fragments of a delicate white meat from a bowl. She forced and coaxed. He ate ravenously. In the world of the sick, Evie was perfectly in command. She bathed his face and brow with a sponge. She drew a gauze curtain over the window to cut down the light. Through the gauze, the trees became ghost trees. I'm hungry, he said, when all the food was gone. I'll bring you some more iguana soon, dear. You liked it, didn't you? I cooked it in milk especially. I'm hungry, he screamed. She left, looking distressed. He heard her talking to other people, his neck contorted, cords standing out on it, as his hearing paid out like a harpoon to fix on what was said. The words made no sense to him. He was lying upside down, so the sentences entered his ear the wrong way up. When he flipped himself over, everything was perfectly audible. Imya's voice said, in impartial tones, Mother, you are being silly. These homemade nostrums cannot cure Billish. He has a rare disease, which we scarcely know of except in history books. It is either bone fever or the fat death. His symptoms are unclear, possibly because he comes from that other world, as he claims, and therefore his cellular composition may differ in some ways from ours. I don't know about that, Imya dear. I just think that a little more meat would be good for him. Perhaps he'd like a gwing-gwing. He may go into a state of bulimia, coupled with an overactive disposition. These would be symptomatic of fat death. In that case, we would have to tie him down to the bed. Surely that won't be necessary, dear. He's so gentle. It is not a case of his disposition, Mother, but of the disposition of his disease. That was a male voice, charged with half-concealed contempt, as if a practical point were being explained to a child. It belonged to Imya's husband, lawyer. Well, I don't know about that, I'm sure. I just hope it isn't catching. We don't believe that either fat death or bone fever is infectious at this time of the year, said Imya's voice. We think Billish must have been with Fagors, with whom these illnesses are generally associated. There was more of the kind, and then Imya and lawyer were in the room, gazing down at Billy. You may recover, she said, bending slightly at the waist to deliver her words and releasing them one by one. We should take care of you. We may have to tie you down if you get violent. Dying. Inevitable. With a great effort, he pretended not to be a tree and said, Bone fever and fat death. I can explain. Just one virus. germ. Different effects, according to time of great year. True.
Further effort was beyond him. The rigours set in. Yet for a moment, he had it all in mind. Although it had not been his subject, the helicovirus was a legend on the Avernus, though a dying one, confined to video texts, since its last outbreak in pandemic form had occurred several lifetimes before those now alive on the station. Those who now looked down helplessly on him from above were witnessing an old story brought back into currency only as the conclusion to every Heliconian holiday. The visitations of the virus caused immense suffering, but were fortunately confined to 2 periods in the Great Year. 6 local centuries after the coldest time of that year, when planetary conditions were improving, and in the late autumn, after the long period of heat into which Helliconia had now entered. In the first period, the virus manifested itself as bone fever, in the second as fat death. Almost no one escaped these scourges. The mortality rate of each approached 50%. Those who survived became, respectively, 50% lighter or 50% heavier in body weight, and thus were better equipped to face the hotter and colder seasons. The virus was the mechanism by which human metabolisms adjusted to enormous climatic changes. Billy was being changed. Imya was silent, standing by Billy's bedside. She folded her arms over her grand bosom.
I don't understand you. How do you know such things? You're no god, or you would not be ill.
Even the sound of voices drove him deeper into the entrails of a tree. He managed again.
1 disease. 2 opposed systems. You, as doctor, understand.
She understood. She sat down again.
If it were so, and yet, why not? There are 2 botanies, trees that flower and seed only once, in 1,825 small years. Other trees that flower and seed every small year, things that are divided, yet united.
She closed her mouth tightly, as if afraid of releasing a secret, aware that she stood on the brink of something beyond her understanding. The case of the helicovirus was not exactly similar to that of Heliconia's binary botanies. Yet Imya was correct in her observations on the divergent habits of plant life. At the time of Batalix's capture by Freya, some 8 million years previously, Batalix's planets had been bathed in radiation, leading to genetic divergences in multitudinous phyla. While some trees had remained flowering and fruiting as before, so that they attempted to produce seed 1,825 times during the Great Year, whatever the climatic conditions, others had adapted a metabolism better geared towards the new regime, and propagated themselves only once in 1,825 small years. Such were the Rajabarals. The apricot trees outside Billy's window had not adapted, and were, as it happened, dying off in the unusual heat. Something in the lines which formed about Imya's mouth suggested she was attempting to chew over these weighty matters. But she switched instead to a contemplation of Billy's remarks. Her intelligence told her that if the statement proved true, it would be of great importance. If not immediately, then a few centuries ahead, when the scanty records suggested fat death pandemics were due. Thinking so far into the future was not a local habit. She gave him a nod and said,
I will think about it, Billish, and bring your perception before our medical society when next we meet. If we understand the true nature of this malady, perhaps we can find a cure.
No. Disease essential for survival. He could see that she would never accept, and he could never explain his point. He compromised by forcing out, "I told your father." The remark deflected her interest from medical questions. She stared away from him, swathing herself in silence, seeming to shrink into herself. When she spoke again, her voice was deeper and harsher, as if she too had to communicate from within an imprisonment. "What else did you do with my father in Bolian? Was he drunk? I want to know. Did he have a young woman on the boat from Matrasil? Did he have carnal knowledge of her? You must tell me." She leaned over him to grasp him as her brother had done. "He's drinking now. There was a woman, wasn't there? I ask you for my mother's sake." The intensity with which these words were spoken frightened Billy. He strove to sink deeper into the tree, to feel the rough bark gripping his edra. Bubbles came from his mouth. She shook him. "Did he have carnal knowledge? Tell me! Die if you will, but tell me." He tried to nod. Something in his distorted expression confirmed her guess. A look of vindictive satisfaction came on her face. "Men, that's how they take advantage of women. My poor mother has suffered from his debauchery for years. Poor, innocent thing. I found out years ago. It was an awful shock. We, Demariamians, are respectable people, not like the inhabitants of the savage continent, which I hope never to have to visit." As her voice died, Billy attempted an inarticulate protest. It served to rekindle the fire of Imia's animosity. "And what about the poor, innocent girl involved, and her innocent mother? I long ago made that brother of mine, the bane of my life, confess to me everything my father does. Men are pigs, ruled by lust, unable to keep faith." "The girl." But Abathi's name became entangled with the knots in his larynx. Gloaming enveloped Lodriadrai. Freya sank to the west. Birdsongs became fewer. But Alex took up a position low on the horizon, where it could glare across the water at the scaly things piled on the shore. Mists thickened, obscuring the stars and the night worm. Evie Muntras brought Billy some soup before she retired to bed. As he drank, terrible hungers rose from his very edra. His immobility was overcome. He sprang at Evie, bit her shoulder and tore flesh from it. He ran about the room screaming. This was the bulimia associated with the late stages of fat death. Other members of the family came running. Slaves brought lights. Billy was cursed and cuffed and strapped down to his bed. For an hour he was left, while the sound of ministrations came from the other end of the house. He endured visions of eating Evie whole, of sucking her brains. He wept. He imagined that he was back on the Avernus. He imagined he was eating Rose E. Pin. He wept again. His tears felt like leaves. Boards creaked in the corridor. A dim lamp appeared, behind it a man's face, floating as if on a stream of darkness. The ice captain breathing heavily. Fumes of exaggerator entered the room with him. "Are you all right?" "I'd have thrown you out if you weren't dying, Billish." He steadied himself, breathing heavily. "I'm sorry it's come to this. I know you're some kind of angel from a better world, Billish, even when you bite like a devil. A man's got to believe there's a better world somewhere. Better than this one, where no one cares about you. Avernus. I would take you back there if I could. I'd like to see it." Billy was back in his tree, his limbs part and parcel of its agonized branches. "Better?" "That's right, better. I'm going to sit in the courtyard, Billish, just outside your window. Have a drink, think about things."
It'll soon enough be time to pay the men. If you want me, just give me a call.
He was sorry that Billish was dying, and the exaggerator made him sorry for himself. It was puzzling, the way he always felt more comfortable with strangers, even with the Queen of Queens, than he did with his own family. With them, he was constantly at a disadvantage. He settled himself down outside the window, placing a jug and glass on the bench beside him. In the milky light, the stones resembled sleeping animals. The albic, climbing the walls of the house, opened its blooms. The blooms opened their beaks like parrots. A tranquil scent floated on the air. After his plan to bring Billish here in secrecy had succeeded, he found himself unable to proceed further. He wanted to tell everyone that there was more to life than they knew, that Billish was a living example of that truth. It was not just that Billish was dying. Montrose suspected, somewhere in a cold corner of his being, that there might be less to life than he knew. He wished he had remained a wanderer. Now he was back home for good. After a while, sighing, the ice captain pulled himself to his feet and peered through the open window.
Billish, are you awake? Have you seen Div?
A gurgle in response.
Poor lad. He's not really fit for the job. That's the truth.
He sat down again on the bench, groaning. He took up his glass and drank. Too bad Billish didn't like Exaggerator. The milky light thickened. Dusk moths purred along the albic. In the sleeping house at his back, boards creaked.
There must be a better world somewhere,
Montrose said, and fell asleep, with an unlit Veronicane between his lips. The sound of voices. Montrose roused. He saw his men gathering in the court, to be paid. It was daylight. Dead calm prevailed. Montrose stood and stretched. He looked in through the window at Billish's contorted form, motionless on the couch.
This is Asatasi Day, Billish. I'd forgotten with you here. The monsoon high tide. You ought to see this. It's quite a local event. There'll be celebrations tonight, and no half measures.
From the couch came a single word, forced from a locked jaw.
Celebrations.
The workmen were rough, dressed in rough overalls. They cast their gaze down on the worn paving stones, in case their master took offence at being discovered asleep. But that was not Montrose's way.
Come on, men. I'll not be paying you out much longer. It'll be Master Div's turn. Let's get it over with promptly, and then we'll prepare for the festivities. Where's my pay clerk?
A small man with a high collar and hair brushed in the opposite direction to everyone else's came darting forward. He had a ledger under his arm and was followed by a Stalin carrying a safe. The clerk made a great business of pushing through the workers. This he did with his eyes constantly on his employer, and his lips working as if he was already calculating what each man should be paid. His arrival caused the men to shuffle into a line to await their modest remuneration. In the unusual light, their features were without animation.
You lot are going to collect your wages, and then you're going to hand it over to your wives, or get drunk as usual,
Montrose said. He addressed the men near him, among whom he saw only common hire labourers, and none of his master craftsmen. But at once a mixture of indignation and pity seized him, and he spoke louder, so that all could hear.
Your lives are going by. Here you're stuck. You've been nowhere. You know of the legends of Pegavin, but have you ever been there? Who's been there? Who's been to Pegavin?
They leaned back against the rounded stones, muttering.
I've been all over the world. I've seen it all. I've been to Uskatoshk. I've visited the great wheel of Kanabar. I've seen old ruined cities and sold junk in the bazaars of Penoval and Alderendo. I've spoken with kings and queens as fair as flowers. It's all out there, waiting for the man who dares. Friends everywhere, men and women. It's wonderful. I've loved every minute of it. It's bigger than you can ever imagine. Stuck here at Dry. This last voyage, I met a man who came from another world. There's more than just this world, Helliconia. There's another circling around us, Avernus, and others beyond that. Worlds to be visited. Earth, for instance.
All the while he was speaking, the little clerk was laying out his effects on a table under one of the barren apricot trees, and removing the key to the safe from an inner pocket. And the fagor was setting the safe down just where needed, and flicking an ear as it did so. And the men were shuffling forward to the edge of the table, and making their line more definite by moving closer to each other, and other men were coming up, directing suspicious looks at their boss, and joining the rear of the line. And the comfortable seriality of the world was being maintained under the purple clouds. I tell you there are other worlds. Use your imagination. Montrose struck the table. Don't you feel the wanderlust occasionally? I did. When I was a young'un, I tell you. Inside my house, even now, I have a young man from one of these other worlds. He's ill, or he'd come out and speak to you. He can tell you miraculous things that happen lifetimes away.
Does he drink exaggerator?
The voice came from within the ranks of waiting men. It stopped Montrose in full burst. He paced up and down the line, red of face. Not an eye met his.
I'll prove what I'm saying, Montrose shouted. You'll have to believe me then.
He turned and stamped into the house. Only the clerk showed some impatience, drumming his little fingers on the plank table, staring about, pulling his sharp nose, and looking up at the heavy sky. Montrose ran in to where Billy was, terribly distorted, without motion. He seized Billy's petrified wrist, only to find that the watch had gone.
Billish,
he said. He went over to the invalid, looked down at him, called his name more gently. He felt the cold skin, tested the twisted flesh.
Billish,
he said again, and now it was merely a statement. He knew that Billish was dead, and he knew who had stolen the watch, that three-faced timepiece, which King Jandal Anganol had once held. There was only one person who would do such a thing.
You'll never miss your timepiece now, Billy,
Montrose said aloud. He covered his face with a slab of hand and muttered something between a prayer and a curse. For a moment more, the ice captain stood in the room, looking up at the ceiling with his mouth open. Then, recalling his duties, he walked over to the window and gave his clerk a sign to start paying out the men's wages. His wife entered the room with Imya, her shoulder bandaged.
Our Billish is dead,
he said flatly.
Oh dear, and on Asatasi Day too, Evie said. You can hardly expect me to be sorry. I'll see his body is conveyed to the ice cellar, and we will bury him tomorrow, after the feast,
Imya said, moving over to observe the contorted body.
He told me something before he died, which could be a contribution to medical science.
You're a capable girl. You look after him, Montrose said. As you say, we can bury him tomorrow. A proper funeral. Meanwhile, I'll go and look at the nets. As a matter of fact, I feel miserable, as if anyone cares.
Taking no heed of the jabbering women who were stringing up lines of net on poles, the ice captain walked along the water's edge. He wore high, thick boots and kept his hands in his pockets. Occasionally, one of the black iguanas would jump up against him like an importuning dog. Montrose would knee it down again without interest. The iguanas wallowed among thick brown ropes of kelp, which swirled in the shallow water, sometimes kicking to get free of the coils. In places, they were banked on top of each other, indifferent to how they lay. To add to the melancholy abandonment of their postures, the iguanas were commensal with a hairy 12-legged crab, which scurried in its millions among the forms which kept watch on the breakers. The crabs devoured any fragment of food, seal or seaweed, dropped by the reptiles, nor were they averse to devouring infant iguanas. The characteristic noise of the Demaryiamian shoreline was a crunch and scrabble of armored legs against scales. The ritual of their lives was playing out against this clamour, which was as endless as the sound of the waves. The ice captain took no notice of these saturnine occupants of the shore, but stared out to sea, beyond Lordry, the whaling island. He had checked at the harbour, and been told that a light sailing dinghy had been stolen overnight. So his son was gone, taking the magic watch, either as talisman or for trade, had sailed away without so much as a goodbye. "Why did you do it?" Montrose asked half aloud, staring over the purple sea, on which a dead calm prevailed. "For the usual reasons a man leaves home, I suppose. Either you couldn't bear your family any longer, or you just wanted adventure. Strange places, amazements, strange women. Well, good luck to you, lad. You'd never have made the world's foremost ice trader, that's certain. Let's hope you aren't reduced to selling stolen rings for a living." Some of the women, humble workers' wives, were calling to him to come behind the nets before high tide. He gave them a salute and trudged away from the milling iguana bodies. Imya and Lawyer would have to take over the company. Not his favourite people, but they'd probably run the whole concern better than he ever did. He had to face facts. It was no use growing bitter. Although he had never been comfortable with his daughter, he recognised that she was a good woman. At least he'd stand by a friend, and see that Bilish Ao Pin got a proper burial. Not that either Bilish or he believed in any of the gods, but just for their own two sakes. He trudged towards the safety of the nets, where the workmen stood. "You were right, Bilish," he muttered aloud. "You were nobody's fool." The Avernus had company in its orbit about Helliconia. It moved among squadrons of auxiliary satellites. The main task of these auxiliaries was to observe sectors of the globe the Avernus itself was not observing. But it so happened that the Avernus, on its circumpolar orbit, was itself above Lodriadry, and travelling north at the time of Billy's funeral. The funeral was a popular event. The fact is, human egos being frail, other people's deaths are not entirely unpleasurable. Melancholy itself is among the more enjoyable of emotions. Almost everyone aboard the Avernus looked in, even Rose E. Pin, although she watched the event from the bed of her new boyfriend. Billy's advisor, dry-eyed, gave a homily in 100 measured words on the virtues of submission to one's lot. The epitaph served also as an epitaph to the protest movements. With some relief, they forgot difficult thoughts of reform and returned to their administrative duties. One of them wrote a sad song about Billy, buried away from his family. There were now a good many Avernians buried on Helliconia, all winners of Helliconia holidays. A question often asked aboard the Earth observation station was, how did this affect the mass of the planet? On Earth, where the funeral of Billy provoked less interest, the event was seen more detachedly. Every living being is created from dead star matter. Every living being must make its solitary journey upward from the molecular level towards the autonomy of birth. A journey which, in the case of humans, takes 3/4 of a year. The complex degree of organization involved in being a higher life form cannot be forever sustained. Eventually, there is a return to the inorganic. Chemical bonds dissolve. That had happened in Billy's case. All that was immortal about him was the atoms from which he was assembled. They endured. And there was nothing strange about a man of terrestrial stock being buried on a planet 1,000 light-years away. Earth and Helliconia were near neighbors, composed of the same debris, from the same long-defunct stars. In one detail, that correct man, Billy's advisor, was incorrect. He spoke of Billy going to his long rest. But the entire organic drama of which mankind formed a part was pitched within the great continuing explosion of the universe. From a cosmic viewpoint, there was no rest anywhere, no stability, only the ceaseless activity of particles and energies. 17. Death Flight. General Hanra Tolram Ketinet wore a wide-brimmed hat and an old pair of trousers, the bottoms of which were stuffed into the tops of a pair of knee-length army boots. Across his naked chest, he had slung a fine new matchlock firearm on a strap. Above his head, he wore a Borleanese flag. He waded out to sea towards the approaching ships. Behind him, his small force cheered encouragement. There were 12 men, led by an able young lieutenant, Gortor Landstatted. They stood on a spit of sand. Behind them, jungle and the dark mouth of the river Cackle. Their voyage down from Ordelay, from defeat, was over. They had navigated, in the Lodrya lubber, both rapids and sections of the river where the current was so slight that out from the depths came tuberous growths, fighting like knots of reproducing eels to gain the surface and release a scent of carrion and julep. That scent was the jungle's malediction. On either bank of the Cackle, the forest twisted itself into knots, snakes and streamers no less forbidding than the tentacles which rose from the river depths. Here the forest indeed looked impenetrable. There were visible none of the wide aisles down which the general, half a tenor ago, had walked in perfect safety, for the river had tempted to the jungle's edge a host of sun-greedy creepers. The jungle, too, had become more dwarfish in formation, turning from rainforest proper to monsoon forest, with the heavy heads of its canopy pressing low above the heads of the Borleanese troops. Where river at last delivered its brown waters into sea, fetid morning mists rose from the forest, rolling in ridge beyond ridge up the unruly slopes that culminated in the Randonese Massif. The mist had been something of a motif of their journey, preluded from the moment when, in undisputed possession of the lubber at Ordelay, they had prized open the hatches to be greeted by thick vapours pouring from the boat's cargo of melting ice. Once the ice was cast overboard, the new owners, investigating, had discovered secret lockers full of Sibornelese matchlocks, wrapped in rags against the damp. The lubber captain's secret personal trait. To recompense himself for the dangerous voyages he undertook on behalf of the Lodrya Ice Trading Company. Freshly armed, the Borleanese had set sail on the oily waters, to disappear into the curtains of humidity, which were such a feature of the Cackle. Now they stood, watching their general wade towards the ships, on a sandbar that stood out like a spur from a small rocky and afforested island, Kivasian Island, which lay between river and sea. The dark green tunnel, the stench, the insect-tormented silences, the mists were behind them. The sea beckoned. They looked forward to rescue, shading their eyes to gaze seawards, against a brilliance accentuated by the hazy morning overcast. Rescue could hardly have been more timely. On the previous day, when Freya had set, and the jungle was a maze of uncertain outlines as Batalics descended, they had been seeking a mooring, between gigantic roots red like intestines. Without warning, a tangle of 6 snakes, none less than 7 feet long, had dropped down from branches overhead. They were pack snakes which, with rudimentary intelligence, always hunted together. Nothing could have terrified the crew more. The man who stood at the wheel, seeing the horrible things land close to him and rapidly disentangle themselves, hissing in fury, jumped overboard without a moment's thought, to be seized by a grebe, which, a moment before, had resembled a decaying log. The pack snakes were eventually killed. By that time the boat had swung side-on into the current, and was grinding against the Randonanese bank. As they attempted to regain control, their rudder hit an underwater obstruction and broke. Poles were brought forth, but the river was becoming both wider and deeper, so the poles did not serve. When Kivasian Island loomed through the dusk, they had no power to choose either the port, the Borleanese stream, or the starboard, the Randonanese stream. The lubber was carried helplessly against the rocks on the northern point of the island. With its side stove in, it was beached in the shallows. The current tugged at it, threatening to wash it away. They grabbed some equipment and jumped ashore. Darkness was coming in. They stood listening to the repetitive boom of the surf, like distant cannon fire. Because of the great fear of the men, Tolram Ketinet decided to camp where they were for the brief night, rather than attempt to reach Kivasian, which he knew was close. A watch was set. The night around them was given to subterfuge and sudden death. Small insects went shopping with large headlights. Moths' wings gleamed with terrifying sightless eyes. The pupils of predators glowed like hot stones. And all the while the 2 streams of the river surged close by, eddying phosphorescence. The heavy drag of water moaning its way into their dreams. Freya rose behind Cloud. The men woke and stood about, scratching mosquito bites which covered their bodies. Tolram Ketinet and Gortor Lancetet drove them into action. Climbing the rocky spine of the island, they could look across the eastern arm of the river to the open sea and the Borleanese coast ahead. There, protected from the sea by a forested cliff, lay the harbour of Kivasian, the westernmost town of their native land of Borlean, once home of the legendary savant Yarap Rombri. A purplish cast to the light obscured the truth from them for a while. They looked on broken roofs and blackened walls for some moments, before saying, almost in one voice, "It's been destroyed." Fagor herds, denizens of the monsoon forest, had bartered their Volumunwun with the Randonanese tribes. The Great Spirit had spoken to the tribes. The tribes caught others in the trees, bound them to bamboo chairs, and progressed through the jungle to burn down the port. Nothing had escaped the flames. There was no sign of life, except for a few melancholy birds. The war was still being waged. The men could not avoid being at once its agents and its victims. In silence they made their way to the south side of the island, climbing down on a sandy spit to get free of the spiky undergrowth that choked the interior. Open sea was before them, ribbed with brown, where the cackle joined it, ultimately blue. Long breakers uncurled against the steep slope of the beach, flashing white. To the west, they could see Purich Island, a large island which served as a marker between the Sea of Eagles and the Narmaset Sea. Round the angle of Purich were sailing 4 ships, 2 carracks and 2 caravels. Seizing up the Borleanese flag, which had been stored among a selection of flags in the lubbers' lockers, Tolram Ketanet walked forward into the foam to meet them. Dienu Pasharatid was on watch on the Golden Friendship, as it made for a safe anchorage with its fleet in the mouth of the cackle. Her hands tightened on the rail. Otherwise she gave no sign of the elation she felt on beholding, as Purich Island slid behind, the coast of Borlean emerge from the morning mists. 6,000 sea miles had fallen astern since they repaired the ships and sailed on from the pleasant anchorage near Cape Findowel. In that time, Dienu had communed much with God the Azoyaxic. The limitless expanses of ocean had brought her closer than ever before to his presence. She told herself that her involvement with her husband Io was over. She had had him transferred to the Union, so that she no longer had to look at him. All this she had done in a cool Sibornelese way, without showing resentment. She was free to rejoice again in life, and in God. There was the beautiful breeze, the sky, the sea. Why, as she strove to rejoice, did misery invade her? It could not be because she was jealous of the relationship which had grown, like a weed, she said to herself, like a weed, between her priest-militant admiral and the Borleanese ex-chancellor. Nor could it be because she felt the slightest spark of affection for Io. "Think of winter," she told herself, using an Uskuti expression meaning, "freeze your hopes." Even the communion with the Azoaxic, which she was unable to break off, had proved disconcerting. It seemed that the Azoaxic had no place for Dienu Pasharatid in his bosom. Despite her virtue, he was indifferent. He was indifferent despite her seemly behavior, her circumspection. In this respect, at least, the Dweller, the Lord of the Church of the Formidable Peace, had proved dismayingly to resemble Io Pasharatid himself. And it was this reflection, rather than consolation, which pursued her over the empty leagues of sea. Anything was welcome by way of distraction. So, when the coast of Borlean appeared, she turned briskly from the wheel and summoned the bugler to sound good tidings. Soon, the rails of the 4 ships were crowded with soldiers, eager for a first glimpse of the land they were planning to invade and subjugate. One of the last passengers to arrive on deck was Sartori Irvrash. He stood for a while in the open air, clapping his clothes and breathing deep, to disperse a smell of fagor. The fagor was gone. Only her bitter scent remained. That, and a fragment of knowledge. After the Golden Friendship had left Findowel, it sailed southeastwards, across the Gulf of Ponipot, past ancient lands, and through the Cadmer Straits, the narrowest stretch of water between Campanlat and Hespagarat. These were lands that legends told of. Some said that humans had come into being here. Some that language was first spoken here. Here was Ponipot, the Ponpt, that little Tatro read about in her fairy tales. Ponipot almost uninhabited, gazing towards the setting of the suns, with its old mouldering cities whose names were still capable of stirring men's hearts. Powichet, Prowash, Galdundar, on the frigid Azar River. Past Ponipot, to be becalmed off the rocky spines of Rodado, the land of high desert, the southern tail of the barriers, where it was said that under 1 million humans lived, in contrast to the 3.25 million in neighbouring Randanen, and, certainly, fewer humans than Fagors. For Radado formed the western end of the great ancipitral migratory route, which stretched across the whole of Campanlat, the Ultima Thule, to which the creatures came in the summer of every great year, to go about their unfathomable rituals, or simply to squat, motionless, staring across the Cadmere Straits, towards Hespagarat, towards a destination unknown to other life forms. Becalmed or otherwise, in those long hot days on the stationary ship, Sartori Irvrash had been content. He had escaped from his study into the wide world. During dim days, there were long intellectual conversations to be enjoyed with the lady priest militant admiral Odi Jesseratabar. The two of them had become closer. Odi Jesseratabar's first intricacy of language had dissolved into something less formal. The involuntary proximities enforced by their narrow quarters had become wished for, treasured. They turned into circumspect lovers, and the circumnavigation of the savage continent had become a circumnavigation also of souls. Sitting together on deck during that enchanted becalmment, the aging lovers, Borleanese and Uskuti, surveyed the almost unmoving sea. The Radado mainland hung mistily in the background. Nearer at hand, Gliat Island lay to port. Away to starboard, 3 other islands, submerged mountain peaks, seemed to float on the bosom of the water. Odi Jesseratabar pointed to starboard.
I can almost imagine I can make out the coast of Hespagarat, the land called Throsa, to be precise. All around us is the evidence that Hespagarat and Campanlat were once joined by a land bridge, which was destroyed in some upheaval. What do you think, Sartori?
He studied the hump of Gilat Island.
If we can believe the legends, Fagors originated in a distant part of Hespagarat, Pegovin, where the black Fagors live. Perhaps the Fagors of Campanlat migrate to Radado, because they still hope to discover the ancient bridge back to their homeland.
Have you ever seen a black Fagor in Bolian?
Once, in captivity.
He drew on his Veronicane.
The continents kept their separate kinds of animal. If there was once a land bridge, then we might expect to find the iguanas of Hespagarat on the coast of Radado. Are they there, Odi?
With a sudden inspiration, she said,
I think they are not, because the humans might have killed them off. Radado is a barren place. Anything serves as food. But what about Giat, where we are becalmed? We have time to spare, time in which we might add to the fund of human knowledge. You and I will go on an expedition in the longboat and see what we find.
Can we do that?
If I say so.
Remember our near disaster on the Persecution Bay expedition.
You thought I was crazy then.
I think you're crazy now.
They both laughed, and he clutched her hand. The admiral summoned the boatswain. Slaves were set to work. The longboat was launched. Odi Jesseratabar and Sartori Irvrash climbed aboard. They were rowed 2 miles across the island, over a sea of glass. With them went a dozen armed soldiers, delighted at this chance to leave the hated confines of the ship. Giat Island measured 5 miles across. The ship's boat beached on a steep, sandy shelf at the southeast corner. A guard was set on it, while the rest of the expedition moved forward. Iguanas basked on the rocks. They showed no fear of the humans, and several were speared to be taken back to the ship as welcome addition to the diet. They were puny beside the giant black iguanas of Hespegarat. These rarely attained more than 5 feet in length. Their colour was a mottled brown. Even the crabs that lived commensally with them were small and had only 8 legs. As Sartori Irvrash and Odi Jesaratabar were searching the rocks for iguana eggs, the party came under attack. 4 fagors rushed from cover, spears in hand, and fell on them. They were ragged beasts, their coats in tatters, their ribs showing. With surprise on their side, the fagors managed to kill 2 of the soldiers, bearing the men down into the water with the force of their charge. But the other soldiers fought back. Iguanas scattered, gulls rose screaming. There was a brief pursuit over the rocks, and the scrimmage was finished. The fagors were dead, except for a gillet whose life Odi Jesaratabar spared. The gillet was larger than her companions, and covered in a dense black coat. With her arms bound firmly behind her, she was made captive and taken back in the boat to the Golden Friendship. Odi and Sartori embraced each other in private, congratulating themselves on confirming the truth of the old legend of the land bridge, and on surviving. A day later, the monsoon winds blew, and the fleet was on its way eastwards again. The coast of Randanen was now passing in all its wild splendour on the port side. But Sartori Irvrash spent most of his time below decks, studying their captive, whom he called Giat. Giat spoke only native Ancipital, and that in a dialect. Knowing no native, or even Urdu, Sartori Irvrash had to work through an interpreter. Odi came down into the cramped dark hold to see what he was doing, and laughed. "How can you bother with this smelly creature? We have proved our point that Radado and Throsa were once connected. God the Azoyaxic was on our side. The small colony of iguanas isolated on Giat Island are an inferior strain, isolated from the main body of iguanas on the southern continent. This creature, living among white fagors, probably represents some kind of survival of the Hespegarat Pegovin black strain. Doubtless they're dying out on such a small island." He shook his head. While admiring her quick brain, he perceived that she reached conclusions too hastily. "She claims that her party were on a ship which was wrecked on Giat in an earlier monsoon." "That's clearly a lie. Fagors do not sail. They hate water." "They were slaves on a Throssan galley, she says." Odi patted his shoulder. "Listen, Sartori. It's my belief that we could have proved that the 2 continents were once linked just by looking at the old charts in the chart room. There's Purporian on the Radado shore, and a port called Popevin on the Throsa shore. Poop means bridge in pure Olonets, and pup, or pu, the same in local Olonets. The past is locked up in language, if one knows how to look." Although she laughed, he was vexed by her superior Sibonalese style. "If the smell is overwhelming you, dear, you had better go back on deck." "We shall soon be approaching Kivasian, a coastal town. As you know, As, or As, is pure Olonets for sea, the equivalent of ash in Pontpian." With that burst of knowledge, smiling, she retired, climbing the ladder to the quarter-deck in practical fashion. He was surprised next day to find that Giat was wounded. There was a golden pool of blood on the deck where she lay. He questioned her through the interpreter. Although he watched her closely, he could detect nothing resembling emotion when she answered. "No, she is not wounded. She says she's coming on Estrus, She has just undergone her menstrual period. The interpreter looked his distaste, but made no personal comment, being of inferior rank. Such was his hatred for Fagors, but it was gone now, much like else from his past life, he realized. That Sartori Irvrash had always neglected their history, just as he had refused to learn their language. Such matters he had left to Jandol Anganol. Jandol Anganol with his perverse trust in the creatures. However, the sexual habits of Fagors had been a target for prurient jest to the very urchins in the Matrasil streets. He recalled that the female ancipital, neither human nor beast, delivered something like a one-day menstrual flow from the uterus as prelude to the estral cycle when she came on heat. It might be memories of those old whispers which caused him to imagine that his captive emitted a more pungent odour on this occasion. Sartori Irvrash scratched his cheek. What was that word she used for katamenia? Her word in native. She calls estrus tenher in her language. Shall I have her hosed down? Ask her how frequently she comes into estrus. The gillet, who remained tied, had to be prodded before she gave answer. Her long pink milt flicked up one of her nostrils. She finally admitted to having 10 periods in a small year. Sartori Irvrash nodded and went on deck for some fresh air. Poor creature, he thought. A pity we can't all live in peace. The human ancipital dilemma would have to be resolved one day, one way or another, when he was dead and gone. They drove before the monsoon all that night, the next day, and the night following. The rains were frequently so thick that those aboard the Golden Friendship could not make out their sister ships. The Straits of Cadmere were left behind. All about them was the grey Narmesad, its waves streaked with long spittles of white. The world was a liquid one. During the 5th night, they encountered a storm, and the Carrack almost stood on its beam ends. The hollies and orange trees growing along the waist were all lost overboard, and many feared that the ship would founder. The seamen, always superstitious, approached their captain and begged that the captive Fagor be cast overboard, since it was well known that ancipitals aboard ship brought bad luck. The captain agreed. He had tried almost everything else. Sartori Irvrash was awake, despite the late hour. It was impossible to sleep in the storm. He protested against the captain's decision. No one was in any mood to listen to his arguments. He was a foreigner, and in danger of being thrown overboard himself. He went and hid while Gliat was dragged from her foul hold and thrown into the raging waters. Within an hour, the worst of the wind died. By the time of false light, when Purich was just visible ahead, nothing more than a fresh breeze prevailed. By dawn, the other 3 vessels were disclosed, miraculously unharmed and not too far distant. God, the Azoyaxic, was good. Soon the mouth of the Cackle, where Kivasien lay, could be discerned through purplish coastal mists. An unnatural gloom hovered about the hinges of the horizon. The sea all round the Sibornelese fleet was alive with dolphins, darting just below the surface. Flocks of sea and land birds, numbering many hundreds, circled overhead. They uttered no cry, but the beat of their myriad wings sounded like a downpour in which no rain fell. The flocks did not serve as the call "good tidings" rolled out from ship to coast. As the wind died, the cordage slackened and slapped against the masts. The 4 ships closed as they approached the shore. Dianu set a spyglass to her eye and stared at where a strip of island lay among the breaking waves. She saw men standing on the strip and counted a dozen. One was coming forward. During the days of the monsoon, they had skirted the coasts of Randanen. Here, Borlean commenced. Enemy territory. It was important that news of the fleet's coming was not flashed ahead to Ottersol. Surprise counted for much. In this, as in most warlike enterprises. The light improved minute by minute. The Golden Friendship exchanged signals with the Union, the Good Hope, and the White Caravel, the Vajapar Preya, alerting them to danger. A man in a wide-brimmed hat was wading out into the foam. Behind him, at the mouth of the river, a boat could be seen, hull half hidden. There was always the possibility that they were moving into an ambush, and, getting too far in, would lose the wind and be trapped. Dianu stood tense at the rail of the quarterdeck. For a moment, she wished that her faithless Io were with her. He was always so quick to make up his mind. The man in the surf unfurled a flag. The stripes of Borlean were revealed. Dianu summoned artillerymen to line the landward rail. The distance between ship and shore diminished. The man in the surf had halted, up to his thighs in water. He was waving the flag in an assured manner. The mad Borleanese. Dianu instructed the artillery captain. He saluted, went down the companion ladder, to give orders to his men. The men worked in pairs, one operating the wheel lock, the other supporting the muzzle. "Fire!" shouted the artillery captain. A pause, and then a volley of shots. So began the Battle of Kvasien Sandbar. The Golden Friendship was close enough for Hanra Tolram Ketinet to make out the faces of the soldiery along its rail. He saw the artillerymen taking aim at him. By now, the insignia on the sails had revealed that these were Sibornalese vessels, surprisingly far from home. He wondered if his opportunist king had concluded a treaty to bring Sibornal into the Western wars on Borlean's side. He had no reason to believe them hostile, until the weapons were raised. The Friendship swung almost side-on to him, to present the artillerymen with the best line of fire. He estimated that its draft would allow it to come no farther in. The Union was ahead of its flagship, curving round to Tolram Ketinet's left, getting uncomfortably close to the east end of Kvasien Island. He heard shouted orders coming across the water, as the Union's main and mizzen sails were taken in. The two smaller ships, which had sailed closer to the Randananese shore, were cutting in to his right. The Good Hope was still battling against the broad brown flood from the western arm of the Kakol. The white Vajapar Preya was past. Could indeed be said to be almost behind him, though still some distance away. On all these ships except the Good Hope, he could see the glint of gun barrels pointing towards him. He heard the artillery captains ordered to fire. Tolram Ketinet dropped his flag, turned about, plunged into the water, and commenced swimming strongly back to the sandspit. Gortor Lancetet had started providing him with covering fire. He got his men down behind a shale ridge and directed half of his firepower at the flagship, half at the White Caravel, the Vajapar Preya. The latter was still coming in fast, heading towards their position. The lieutenant had with him a good crossbowman. He directed him and another man to prepare a pitch fire-thrower. Lead balls smacked in the water round the general. He swam underwater, coming up for air as infrequently as he could. He was aware of dolphins milling about close by, but they made no attempt to interfere with him. Suddenly, the firing stopped. He surfaced and looked back. The white caravel, which bore the hierogram of the great wheel upon its sails, had unwisely cut between him and the Golden Friendship. The Shivaninki soldiery, crowded on the topmost deck, were preparing to fire on the defenders of the spit. Waves burst over him. The shore was unexpectedly steep. Tolram Ketinet grasped hold of a root and hauled himself among bushes, working forward, a few feet into cover, and then collapsing. He lay breathing heavily, his face against the brown sand. He was unhurt. Before his inward view rose a memory of the lovely face of Queen Mardem Ingala. She was speaking seriously. He remembered how her lips moved. He was a survivor. He would win for her sake. Yes, he was not clever. He should not have been made general. He did not possess the natural ability to command men, which Lancetet had. But since he had received the Queen of Queens' message in Ordelay, the first time she had ever addressed him on a personal level, even at second hand, he had thought of the king's intention to divorce her. Tolram Ketinet feared the king. His allegiance to the crown was divided. Although he understood the dynastic necessity for Jandal Anganol's action, that royal decision had altered Tolram Ketinet's feelings. He told himself that the attraction he felt for the queen was treasonable. But the queen in exile was a different matter. Treason no longer entered the question, nor did loyalty to a king who had sent him off, out of jealousy, to die in a Randonanese jungle. He got to his feet again, and ran for Gortor Landstetet's besieged strip. His Borleanese troops gave him a cheer as Tolram Ketinet threw himself down among them. He embraced them as he peered out to seaward over the shingle ridge. In a minute, the scene had changed in certain dramatic respects. The Golden Friendship had taken in its sails and lowered fore and aft anchors. It lay about 200 yards offshore. A lucky firebolt from the crossbow had set part of its bow and the Arteman mast alight. As sailors fought the blaze, 2 longboats full of soldiers were pulling away from the ship. One of the boats, though the information would have been lost on Tolram Ketinet, was led by Admiral Odi Jesseratabar, who stood rigid in the stern. Sartori Irvrash had insisted on accompanying her, and sat rather ignominiously at her feet. The Union had almost beached itself away to the left of the small island, and was embarking troops into the shallows. They waded doggedly ashore. Rather nearer was the Vajabar Preya, stuck in the shallows with sails hanging limp, and a boat full of soldiery making inexpertly for the shore. This boat was the nearest target, and matchlock fire was causing some damage to it. Only the Good Hope had not changed position. Caught in the flow of the outpouring Kakol, it remained with all sails hoist, bowsprit pointing towards Cavassian Island, contributing nothing to the struggle. "They must believe they are facing the entire Cavassian garrison," Gortor Landstetet said. "We certainly need that garrison. Poor devils. If we stay here, we'll be slaughtered." There was no way in which 13 men, poorly armed, could defend themselves against 4 boatloads of troops, armed with wheel locks. It was then that the sea rose, opened, and rained Asatasi. From one end of the Sea of Eagles to the other, Asatasi flew like darts from sea to shore. Fisherfolk who understood the sea kept this day and the following one for celebration and feasting. It was a day which occurred only once, early every summer, during the Great Summer, at the time of high tide. In Lodryadry, nets were ready. In Ottersol, tarpaulins were spread. In Gravabagalinian, the Queen's familiars had warned her to stay away from the deadly shore. What was a feast of plenty for the knowledgeable became a reign of death for the ignorant. Swimming in from far mid-ocean, shoals of Asatasi headed for land. Their migrations during the Great Summer spanned the globe. Their feeding grounds were in the distant reaches of the Ardent Sea, where no man had visited. On reaching maturity, The shoals started their long swim eastwards, against the flow of ocean currents. Through the clement sea they went, and on through the narrow gates of the Straits of Cadmere. This narrowing brought the shoals into greater proximity. The enforced closeness, together with the onset of monsoon weather in the Narmaset Sea, brought a changed behaviour pattern. What had been a long, leisurely swim without apparent aim became a race which was destined to end in the death flight. But for that actual flight, that desired death, along thousands of miles of coast, another factor was necessary. The tide had to be right. Throughout the centuries of winter, Helliconia's seas were all but tideless. After a pastron and the darkest years, Freya again began to make its influence felt. As its gigantic mass beckoned the chill planet back towards the light, so too it stirred the seas. Its pull on the ocean mass was now, only 118 Earth years from periastron, considerable. The time in the small year had arrived when the combined mass of Batalix and Freya worked together. The result was a 60% increase in tidal strength over the winter situation. The narrow seas between Hespagorat and Campanlat, the strong flow of the current to the west, conspired to make the spring tides mount and break suddenly with dramatic force. On that phenomenal flow of water shoreward, the shoals of Asatasi launched themselves. The ships of the Sibornalese fleet found themselves first, with no water under their draft, and then battered by a tidal wave rising precipitously and without warning from the sea. Before the crews could realize what had hit them, the Asatasi were there. The death flight was on. The Asatasi is a necrogenetic fish, or more properly, fish lizard. It reaches a length of 18 inches at maturity. It has 2 large multifaceted eyes. But what chiefly distinguishes it is its straight bill of bone, supported by a bony cranium. On its death flight, the Asatasi reaches speeds high enough for this bill to penetrate a man to the heart. Off Kvassian, the Asatasi broke from the surface 100 yards further out than the Golden Friendship. So full did the air become with them that those which flew low enough to skim the water, and those who gained heights of 50 feet alike, formed part of a solid body of fast-moving fish lizard. They gleamed like a myriad of sword blades. The air became a sword blade. The flagship was raked by Asatasi from stem to stem. Anyone standing on deck was struck. The seaward side of the ship was covered with creatures, hanging skewered by their bills. So with the 3 other ships. But it was the boats, already waterlogged by the tide, which suffered most. All their company was wounded, and many were killed outright. The boards were stove in. All 4 boats began to sink. Cries of pain and terror sounded, lost beneath the shriek of birds who plunged down to snatch a meal from the air. The first wave of Asatasi lasted for 2 minutes. Only Tolram Ketinet's men survived without injury. The tidal wave had washed right over them, so that they were still prostrate and half-conscious when the Asatasi came over. When the bombardment ceased, they looked up to see chaos all round. Sibornalese troops were struggling in the water, where large predatory fish were closing in. The Good Hope appeared to be drifting helplessly out to sea, its main mast shattered. The fire in the masts of the Golden Friendship was raging unchecked. All round rocks and trees were covered with smashed bodies of fish. Many Asatasi had impaled themselves by their bills high up in branches or trunks of trees, or were lodged in inaccessible crannies in the rocks. The death flight had taken many fish a long way inland. The sombre jungle, overhanging the mouth of the Kakol, were now interpenetrated by fish lizards, which would be rotten before Batalix set. Far from being some morbid fancy, Asatasi behavior was proof of the versatility by which species were perpetuated. Like the otherwise dissimilar Bayelk, Yelk, and Ganadu, which covered the icy plains of Campanlat in winter, the Asatasi were necrogenes and gave birth only through death. Asatasi were hermaphrodite, formed in too rudimentary a way to carry within them the normal apparatus of reproduction. Asatasi propagation involved destruction. Germination budded within their gut, taking the form of thread-like maggots. Embedded safely within the parental intestine, the maggots survived the impact of the death flight and lived to feed on the carrion thus provided. They ate their way to the outside world. There, the maggots metamorphosed into a legged larval stage, closely resembling miniature iguana. In the autumn of the small year, the miniature iguanas, hitherto land-bound, made their way back to the great parent sea, fading down into it, sinking into it as tracelessly as grains of sand, to replenish the cycle of Asatasi life. So startling was the sudden turn in events that Tolram Ketinet and Landstatet stood up on their spit to look about them. The huge wave which had drenched all the foreshore was the prelude to an onrushing flood, which set the Cibornalese struggling ashore into difficulties. The first wave had rushed up the Cackle. Its spent waters were now returning, bringing black muds which stained the sea with their eddies. More ominously, to Tolram Ketinet's left, a stream of bodies was making sodden progress out from the river mouth, accompanied by screaming seabirds. The general's guess was that these were the slaughtered dead of Kvasian, about to find burial. The incoming wave had overturned the Golden Friendship's longboat. Those who did not stay submerged long enough rose to meet the clouds of fish lizard. Sartori Irvrash found himself struggling in the water with the wounded, among whom he soon saw Odi Jesseratabar. One of her cheeks was torn, and a fish lizard was embedded in the flesh of the back of her neck. Many of the wounded were being attacked by predatory gulls. Sartori Irvrash himself was uninjured. Fighting his way over to Odi, he lifted her in his arms and began to wade ashore. The water kept getting deeper. His face came close to the Asatasi embedded in her neck, his eye close to its great bony eye, from which all life had not yet faded. How can mankind ever build up bulwarks against nature when it keeps flooding in like a deluge, indifferent to what it carries away? He said to himself. So much for you, Akanaba, you Hratok. It was all he could do to keep the unconscious Odi's head above water. There was a spit of land only a few yards distant. Yet still the water rose about him. He cried in fear. And then on the spit he saw a man who resembled Jandol Anganol's hated general, Tolram Ketinet. Tolram Ketinet and Gortor Landsatet were studying the Cibornalese ship, the Vajabhar Preya, which lay only a short distance to their right. The tidal wave had flung it ashore, but a swirling rebate of waters from the Cackle floated it again. Apart from the Asatasi peppering its starboard side, it was in good order. The crew, thoroughly demoralized, were throwing themselves ashore and making off into the bushes to safety. The ship's ours for the taking, Gortor. What do you say? I'm no sailor, but there's a breeze rising from onshore. The general turned to the 12 men with him. You are my brave comrades. None of you lacks courage. If one of you had lacked courage for a moment, we all would have perished. Now we have one last exploit before we are safe. There is no help for us at Kvasian, so we must sail along the coast. We are going to borrow this white caravel. It's a gift. though a gift we may have to fight for. Swords ready? Follow me." As he ran down the strand, his force following, he almost bumped into a bedraggled man struggling from the shore, with a woman in his arms. The man called his name. "Hanra! Help!" He saw in astonishment that it was the Borleanese chancellor, and the thought came, here must be another that Jandol Anganol has cheated. He halted his party. Lanstatet dragged Sartori Irvrash from the flood. 2 of the men took hold of the woman between them. She was moaning and returning to consciousness. They dashed onto the Vajapar Preya. The crew and soldiery of the Shivaninki vessel had suffered casualties. Some were killed. Any wounded by the Asatasi were mostly ashore. Birds darted over the ship, eating fish lizards caught on the rigging. There remained a handful of soldiers, with their officers, to put up a fight. But Tolram Ketanet's party swarmed up the seaward side of the vessel and took them on. The opposition was already demoralized. After a half-hearted engagement, they surrendered and were made to jump ashore. Gortor Landstatet took a party of 3 below to round up any hiding and get them off the ship. Within 7 minutes of boarding, they were ready to sail. 8 of the men pushed the caravel. Slowly, the ship swung about and the sails filled, torn though they were by the fish lizards. "Move! Move!" shouted Tolram Ketinet from the bridge. "I hate ships," Gortor Landstatet said. He fell on his knees and prayed, hands above his head. There was an explosion and water sprayed all over them. Their piracy had been seen from the Golden Friendship. A gunner was firing one of the cannon at them from a range of 200 yards. As the Preya, at no more than walking pace, glided out of the shelter of the overhanging jungle, a stronger breeze caught it. Without needing to be told, 2 gunners among the Borleanese manned one of the cannon on the gun deck. They fired it once at the Golden Friendship. Then the angle between the ships became so acute that the muzzle of the cannon could not be turned sufficiently in the square gun port to aim at the flagship. The gun crew in the flagship were faced with the same problem. One more ball flew over, landing in the undergrowth of the island, then silence. The 8 men in the water swarmed up boarding nets and climbed on deck, cheering as the Preya gathered way. The island foliage slid away to port. Trees were being attacked by the scavenging birds, devouring impaled Asatasi, while the hornets and bees they disturbed buzzed savagely around them. The Preya was about to pass the Uskuti ship, Union, still beached with its bow into the land. "Can you blow it up as we pass?" Gortor Landstatet shouted down to the gun deck. The gunners ran to port, opened the gun port, primed the clumsy cannon, but now they were moving too fast, and the gun could not be made ready in time. The disgraced Io Pasharatid was among the crew and soldiery on the Union, who had deserted ship to flee from the death flight into the island jungle. He went first. His desertion owed more to calculation than panic. Alone among the Sibornalese in the fleet, he had once visited Kivasian. That had been during his tour of duty as ambassador to the Borleanese court. While he had no love of the place, it was in his mind that he might purchase supplies there, to eke out the boredom of ship's rations. His calculation was that he might take off 2 hours during the general panic without being missed. Seeing the burnt-out ruins of the town had changed his mind. He returned to the scene of action in time to witness the Vajapar Preya gliding by his own ship, with Hanra Tolram Ketinet, favourite of the Queen of Queens, standing on its quarterdeck. Io Pasharatid was not entirely sunk in self-interest, though in this instant jealousy played some part in his actions. He ran forward, rallying the men who crouched among the bushes, driving them back aboard the Union. The tidal wave had set it on a strip of beach, unharmed. After some manoeuvring with oars, assisted by the flood tide, they floated the carrack free of the beach. The sails were trimmed, and, slowly, her bows drifted round towards the open sea. Signal flags were run up, reporting that the Union was in pursuit of the pirate. The signal was intended for the eyes of Dienu Pasharatid on the Golden Friendship, but she would never read another signal. Hers was one of the first human deaths, occasioned by the death flight of the Asatasi. Only when they were out of the bay, and a fresh west wind was carrying them slowly against the prevailing ocean stream, did Tolram Ketinet and Sartori Irvrash take the chance to embrace each other. When they had given each other some report of their adventures, Tolram Ketinet said, "I have little to be proud of. Since I am a soldier, I cannot complain where I am sent. My generalship has been such that my forces devolved without my being able to fight a single battle. It is a disgrace I shall always live with. Randonen swallows men whole." The ex-chancellor said after a thought, "I am grateful for my travels, which are no more planned than yours. The Sibornalese used me, but from the experience has come something valuable, more than valuable." He made a gesture, indicating Odi Jesaratabhar, whose wound was now dressed, and who sat on the deck listening to the men talking, her eyes closed. "I'm getting old, and the loves of the old are always funny to mere youths like you, Hanra. No, don't deny it," he laughed. "And something more. I realize for the first time how fortunate our generations are to live at this period of the great year, when heat prevails. How did our ancestors survive the winter? And the wheel will turn, and again it will be winter. What a malign fate! To grow up as Freya is dying, and know nothing else. In parts of Sibornal, people don't see Freya at all during the centuries of winter." Tolram Ketinet shrugged. "It's chance." "But the enormous scale of growth and destruction, perhaps our mistake, is to think ourselves apart from nature. Well, I know of old that you are less than enthralled by such speculations. One thing I must say, I believe I have resolved one question of such revolutionary nature." He hesitated, stroking his damp whiskers. Smiling, Tolram Ketinet urged him to go on. "I believe I have sought what no man has ever sought. This lady has inspired me. I need to get to Oldorendo, or Penovel, to lay my thought before the powers of the holy Penovelan Empire. My deduction, I should call it. There I shall certainly be rewarded, and Odi and I can live comfortably." Scrutinizing his whiskery face, Tolram Ketinet said, "Deductions that are paid for, they must be valuable." "The man's a fool, and I always knew it," thought the ex-chancellor, but he could not resist the chance to explain. "You see," Sartori Irvrash said, lowering his voice so that it could hardly be heard for the slap of the canvas above them, "I could never abide the ancestral race. Unlike my master, there lay much of our difference. My thought, my deduction, weighs very much against the ancestrals. Hence, it will be rewarded, according to the terms of the Panovalan pronouncement." Rising from her chair, Odi Jesaratabhar took Sartori Irvrash's arm and said to Tolram Ketinet and Landstetet, who had joined them, "You may not know that King Jandol Anganol destroyed all the Chancellor's life's work, his alphabet of history and nature. It's a crime not to be forgotten.
the Chancellor's deduction, as he modestly names it, will revenge him on Jandal Anganol, and perhaps allow us both to work together on reassembling the alphabet.
Lanstatet said sharply, Lady, you're our enemy, sworn to destroy our native land. You should be below decks in irons. That's past, said Sartori Irvrash with dignity. We're simply wandering scholars now, and homeless ones at that. Wandering scholars? It was too much for the general, so he asked a practical question. How are you to get to Penovel? Alderendo would suit me. It is nearer, and I hope to arrive before the king, if he is not already there, to cause him maximum botheration before he weds the Mahdi princess. You have no love of him either, Hanra. You'll be the ideal person to take me there. I'm going to Gravabagalinian, said Tolram Ketanet grimly. If only this tub will sail us there, and we are not overtaken by our enemies. All looked back. The Vajapar prayer was now in open sea, making laboured progress eastwards, along the coast. The Union had emerged from Kavasien Bay, but lay far astern. There was no immediate danger of its catching them. You will see your sister Mai in Gravabagalinian, Sartori Irvrash told the general. The general smiled without replying. Later in the day, distantly, they saw the Good Hope also in pursuit, with a jury-rigged main mast. The two pursuing vessels were lost in haze as thunderheads towered from the western sea, their edges cast in copper. Lightning darted silently in the belly of the cloud. A second wave of Asatasi rose from the sea, like a wing unfurling, to cast itself upon the land. The prayer was too far from the coast to suffer ill effect. Only a few of the flying fish lizard darted past the vessel. The men looked on complacently at what that morning had struck them dumb. As they crawled towards Gravabagalinian, thunderous darkness fell, and tiny splinters of light showed ashore, where natives were feasting on the dead invaders. And something without identity made its way towards the place where the Queen of Queens resided in her wooden palace, a human body. Robeide Anganol had stolen a ride downriver from Matrasil to Ottersol, keeping ahead of his father. Wherever he went now, he went with a special haste in his gait, half looking back. Did he but know it, this aspect of a man pursued made him resemble his father. He thought of himself as pursuing. Vengeance against his father filled his mind. In Ottersol, instead of going to the underground palace which his father was due to visit, he went to an old friend of Sartori Irvrash's, the deuteroscopist, the anatomist, Bardol Carabansity. Carabansity was feeling no great goodwill for the king or his strange son. He and his wife had staying with them a society of deuteroscopists from Val Goss. He offered Robeide a bed in a house he maintained near the harbour, where, he said, a girl would look after his needs. Robeide's interest in women was sporadic. However, he immediately found the woman in Carabansity's harbour house attractive, with her long brown hair and a mysterious air of authority, as if she knew a secret shared by nobody else. She gave her name as Metty, and he remembered her. She was a girl he had once enjoyed in Matrasil. Her mother had assisted his father when the latter was wounded after the Battle of Kosgat. Her real name was Abathi. She did not recognize him. No doubt she was a lady with many lovers. At first, Robeide did not enlighten her. He remained inert and let her come to him. To impress, she spoke of a scandalous connection with Sibornelli's officials in Matrasil. He watched her expression as she spoke, and thought of how different her view of the world was, with its clandestine comings and goings. "You do not recognize me, for I am hard to recognize. Yet there was a day when you wore less kohl on your eyes, when we were close as tongues to teeth." Then she spoke his name and embraced him, exhibiting delight. Later, she said she had cause to be grateful to her mother, to whom she sent back money regularly, for teaching her how to behave with men. She was cultivating a taste for the high-born and powerful. She had been shamefully seduced, she said, by caravanserai, but now she hoped for better things. She kissed him. She allowed her charthrul to slip and reveal her pale legs. Seeing cruelty everywhere, Robeide saw only the spider's trap. Eagerly, he entered it. Later they lay together and kissed, and she laughed prettily. He loved her and hated her. All his impulses screamed to him to hurry on to Aldorando. Yet he remained with her for another day. He hated her, and he loved her. The second evening in her house, he thought that history would cease if he remained forever. She again let down her beautiful hair and hitched up her skirt, climbing onto the couch with him again. They embraced. They made love. She was a well of delight. Abathi was starting to undress him for more prolonged enjoyment when there was a thumping at her door. They both sat up, startled. A more violent thump. The door burst open, and in blundered a burly young fellow dressed in the uncouth Demariamian fashion. It was Div Muntras, in bull-like quest of love. "Abathi!" he cried. She yelled by way of reply. After sailing alone to Ottersol, Div had traced his way to her by diligent enquiry. He had sold everything he possessed, except for the talismanic watch stolen from Bilish, which reposed safe in his body belt. And here, at the end of the trail, he found the girl who had dominated his thoughts, ever since she idled voluptuously with his father on the deck of the Lodria Dry Lady, trittaming with another man. His face altered into the image of rage. He raised his fists. He bellowed and charged forward. Robeide jumped up and stood on the couch, his back to the wall. His face was dark, with anger at the intrusion. That the king's son should be shouted at, and at such a moment. He had no thought but to kill the intruder. In his belt was a dagger, shaped from a fagor horn. A sharp two-sided instrument. He drew it. Div was further enraged by the sight of the weapon. He could soon dispose of this slight lad, this meddler. Abathi screamed at him, but he paid no heed. She stood with both hands on her pretty mouth, eyes wide in terror. That pleased Div. She would be next. He rushed to the attack, landing on the couch with a leap. He received the point of the horn just below his lowest rib. The tip grated against the rib as it slid in. His charge ensured that it went into his flesh to the hilt, penetrating the spleen and the stomach, at which point the handle broke off in his opponent's hand. A long, baffled groan escaped Div. Liquids gushed over the wall as he fell against it and slipped to the floor. Raging, Robeide left the girl to weep. He fetched 2 men, who disposed of the corpse by tossing it into the Takisa. Robeide ran from the city, as if pursued by mad dogs. He never returned to the girl or to the room. He had an appointment, which he had been in danger of forgetting, an appointment in Aldorando. Over and again he wept and cursed along the road. Carried by the current, turning as it went, the body of Div Muntras drifted among the shipping to the mouth of the Takisa. No one saw it go. For most folk, even slaves, were indulging in the grand Asatasi fry. Fish moved in to give the corpse their attention, as the sodden mass was taken into the maw of the sea, to become part of the progression of waters westwards, towards Gravabagalinian. That evening, when the suns sank, simple people came down to the beaches and headlands. In all the countries whose boundaries were lapped by the Sea of Eagles, in Randanen, Borlean, Thribriat, Iskahandi, and Dimarium, crowds gathered by the water's edge. The great Asatasi feast was ending. Here was a time to pause, and give thanks for such blessings to the spirit who dwelt in the waters. While women sang and danced on the sand, their menfolk waded into the sea bearing little boats. The boats were leaves, on which short candles burned, giving off a sweet scent. On every beach, as dusk drew in, whole navies of leaves were launched. Some still floated, burning dim, long after darkness had fallen, forming panoramas reminiscent to the superstitious, of gossies and fess-ups suspended in their more permanent darkness. Some were carried far out to sea, before their feeble flames were quenched. 18. Visitors from the deep. Anyone advancing on Gravabagalinian could see from a distance the wooden palace which was the Queen's refuge. It stood without compromise, like a toy left on a beach. Legend said that Gravabagalinian was haunted. That at some distant time, in the past, a fortress had stood in place of the flimsy palace. That it had been entirely destroyed in a great battle. But nobody knew who fought there, or for what reason, only that many had died, and had been buried in shallow graves where they fell. Their shades, far from their proper land octaves, were still reputed to haunt the spot. Certainly, another tragedy was not being acted out on the old, unhallowed ground. For the time had come round when King Jandol Anganol arrived in 2 ships, with his men and fagors, with Esomber and Carabansity, to divorce his queen. And Queen Mardem Ingala had descended the stairs and had submitted to the divorce, and wine had been brought, and much mischief had been permitted, and Alam Esomber, the envoy of the Xar, had made his way into the ex-queen's chamber only a few hours after he had conducted the ceremony of divorcement. And then had come the announcement that Simoda Tal had been slain in far Aldorando, and this sore news had been delivered to the king as the first rays of eastern battalics painted yellow the peeling outer walls of the palace. And now when inevitability could be discerned in the affairs of men and fagors, as events drew towards a climax in which even the chief participants would be swept helplessly along, like comets plunging into darkness. Jandol Anganol's voice was low with sorrow, as he tore the hairs from his beard and head, crying to Akhanaba, "Thy servant falls before thee, O Great One. Thou hast visited sorrow upon me. Thou hast caused my armies to go down in defeat. Thou hast caused my son to forsake me. Thou hast caused me to divorce my beloved queen, Mardem Ingala. Thou hast caused my intended bride to be assassinated. What more must I suffer for thy sake? Let not my people suffer. Accept my suffering, O great Lord, as a sufficient sacrifice for my people." As he rode and put on his tunic, the pallid, chopped Abstrog Athanat said casually, "It's true that the army has lost Randanen, but all civilized countries are surrounded by barbaric ones, and are defeated when their armies invade them. We should go, not with the sword, but with the word of God." "Crusades are in the province of Penoval,"
Not a poor country like ours, Vicar.
Adjusting his tunic over his wounds, he felt in his pocket the three-faced timepiece he had taken from Carabancity in Ottersol. Now, as then, he felt it to be an object of ill omen. Abstrog Athenat bowed, holding the whip behind him.
At least we might please the all-powerful by being more human and shunning the inhuman.
In sudden anger, Jandol Anganol struck out with his left hand and caught the vicar across the cheek with his knuckles.
You keep to God's affairs and leave worldly matters to me.
He knew what the man meant. His reference had been to purging fagors from Bolian. Leaving his tunic open, feeling its fabric absorb the blood of his latest scourging, Jandol Anganol climbed from the subterranean chapel to the ground floor of the wooden palace. Yuli jumped up to welcome him. His head throbbed as if he were going blind. He patted the little fagor and sank his fingers into its thick pelage. Shadows still lay long outside the palace. He scarcely knew how to face the morning. Only yesterday he had arrived at Gravabagalinian and, in the presence of the envoy of the Holy Ksar, Alam Isombr, he had divorced his fair queen. The palace was shuttered, as it had been the day previously. Now men lay everywhere in the rooms, still in drink-sodden sleep. Sunlight cut its way into the darkness, in a crisscross of lines, making it seem like a woven basket that he walked through, heading for the doorway. When he flung the door open, the Royal First Fagorian Guard stood on duty outside, its ranks of long jaws and horns unmoving. That was something worth seeing anyway, he told himself, trying to dispel his black mood. He walked in the air before the heat rose. He saw the sea and felt the breeze, and heeded them not. Before dawn, while he still slept heavily from drink, Esomber had come to him. Beside Esomber stood his new chancellor, Bardol Carabancity. They had informed him that the Mahdi princess he intended to marry was dead, killed by an assassin. Nothing was left. Why had he gone to such trouble to divorce his true wife? What had possessed his mind? There were severances the hardiest could not survive. It was his wish to speak to her. A delicacy in him restrained him from sending a messenger up to her room. He knew that she was there, with the little Princess Tatro, waiting for him to leave and take his soldiers with him. Probably she had heard the news the men had brought in the night. Probably she feared assassination. Probably she hated him. He turned in his sharp way, as if to catch himself out. His new chancellor was approaching with his heavy, determined tread, jowls jolting. Jandol Anganol eyed Carabancity, and then turned his back on him. Carabancity was forced to skirt him, and Yuli, before making a clumsy bow. The king stared at him. Neither man spoke. Carabancity turned his cloudy gaze from the king's.
You find me in an ill mood.
I have not slept either, sire. I deeply regret this fresh misfortune which has visited you.
My ill mood covers not only the all-powerful, but you, who are not so powerful.
What have I done to displease you, sire?
The eagle drew his brows together, making his gaze more hawk-like.
I know you are secretly against me. You have a reputation for craftiness. I saw that gloating look you could not conceal when you came to announce the death of you know who.
The Mahdi princess. If you so distrust me, sire, you must not take me on as your chancellor.
Jandol Anganol presented his back again, with the yellow gauze of his tunic patterned red with blood, like an ancient banner. Carabansity began to shuffle. He stared up abstractedly at the palace and saw how its white paint was peeling. He felt what it was to be a commoner and what it was to be a king. He enjoyed his life. He knew many people and was useful to the community. He loved his wife. He prospered. Yet the king had come along and snatched him up against his will, as if he were a slave. He had accepted the role and, being a man of character, made the best of it. Now this sovereign had the gall to tell Carabansity that he was secretly against his king. There was no limit to royal impertinence, and as yet, he could see no way to escape following Jandal Anganor all the way to Alderando. His sympathy with the king's predicament left him.
"You mean to say, Your Majesty,"
he began in a determined voice, and then became alarmed by his own temerity, looking at that bloody back.
"This is just a trifling matter, of course. But before we set sail from Ottersol, you took from me that interesting timepiece with 3 faces. Do you happen to have it still?"
The king did not turn or move. He said, "I have it here in my tunic." Carabansity took a deep breath, and then said, much more feebly than he intended,
"Would you return it to me, please, Your Majesty?"
"This is no time to approach me for favours, when Borlean's standing within the Holy Empire is threatened." He was the eagle as he spoke. They both stood, watching Yuli root in the bushes by the palace, the creature pissed after the retro-mingent fashion of his species. The king began to walk with measured pace in the direction of the sea. "I am no better than a damned slave," said Carabansity to himself. He followed. With the runt skipping beside him, the king speeded his step, speaking rapidly as he went, so that the portly deuteroscopist was forced to catch up. He never mentioned the subject of his timepiece again. "Akanaba has favoured me, and set many fruits in my life's way, and always to those fruits an additional flavour was given, when I saw that more were promised. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Whatever I wished, I might have more of. It's true, I suffered setbacks and defeats, but that within a general atmosphere of promise. I did not allow them to disturb me for long. My personal defeat in the Khosgat, well, I learned from that, and put it behind me, and eventually won a great victory there." They passed a line of gwingwing trees. The king snatched down a gwingwing, biting into it to the stone as he spoke, letting the juice run down his chin. He gestured, clutching the despoiled fruit. "Today, I see my life in a new light. Perhaps all that was promised me, I have already received. I am, after all, more than 25 years. He spoke with difficulty. "Perhaps this is my summer, and in future, when I shake the bush, no fruit will fall. Can I any longer rely on plenty? Doesn't our religion warn us that we must expect times of famine? Fa, a Kanaba is like a Sibonalese, always obsessed with the winter to come." They walked along the low cliffs separating land from beach, where the queen was accustomed to swim. "Tell me," said Jandal Anganol carelessly, "if you, as an atheist, do not have a religious construction to put to the case, how do you see my difficulties?" Carabansity was silent, setting his beefy red face towards the ground, as if guarding it against the king's abrasive look. "Work up your courage," he told himself. "Well, come say what you will. I have no spirit. I have been flogged by my vey-visaged vicar." When Carabansity stopped walking, the king followed suit.
Sire, I recently, to oblige a friend, took into my establishment a certain young lady. My wife and I entertain many people, some alive, some dead, also animals for dissection, and fagors, either for dissection or for bodyguards. None caused as much trouble as that certain young lady. I love my wife, and ever continue to do so. But I lusted after that certain young lady. I had a contempt for her, yet I lusted after her. I despised myself, and yet I lusted after her.
But did you have her? Carabansity laughed, and for the first time in the king's presence, his face lightened.
Sire, I had her much as you have that gwing-gwing, the fruit par excellence of Dimday. The juice, sire, ran down, but it was khmir, and not love, and once the khmir was quenched, though that was certainly a process. That was summer process, sire. Once it was quenched, I loathed myself and wanted nothing more of her. I established her apart, and told her never to see me again, since when I learned that she has taken to her mother's profession, and caused the death of at least one man.
What's all this to me? Asked the king with a haughty look.
Sire, I believe the activating principle of your life to be lust, rather than love. You tell me in religious terms that Akhanaba has favored you, and put many fruits in your path. In my terms, you have taken what you would, done what you would, and so you wish to continue. You favor ancipitals as instruments of your lust, not caring that fagors are in reality never submissive. Nothing really can stand in your way, except the Queen of Queens. She can stand in your way, because she alone in the world commands your love, and perhaps some respect. That is why you hate her, because you love her. She stands between you and your khmir. She alone can contain your duality. In you as in me, and perhaps as in all men, the two principles are divided, but the division in you is as great as your state is great. If you prefer to believe in Akhanaba, believe now that he has, by these supposed setbacks, given you warning that your life is about to go wrong. Make it right while the chance is offered.
They stopped on the cliff, ignoring the dull thunders of the sea, and stood face to face, both of them tense. The king heard his chancellor out with never a movement, while Yuli rolled in coarse grass nearby. How would you suggest that I make my life right? A less self-assured man than Carabansity would have taken fright from his tone.
This is my advice, your majesty. Do not go to Aldorendo. Simoda Tal is dead. You no longer have reason to visit an unfriendly capital. As a deuteroscopist, I warn you against it.
Under his grizzled eyebrows, Carabansity kept careful note of the effect of his words on Jandol Anganol.
Your place is in your own kingdom, never more so than now. While your enemies have not forgotten the massacre of the Mydolaters, return to Matrasil. Your rightful queen is here. Fall before her and ask forgiveness. Tear up Esombra's bill before her eyes. Take back what you love most. Your sanity lies in her. Reject the cousining of Penoval.
The eagle glared out to sea, eyes rapidly blinking.
Live a saner life, Majesty. Win back your son. Kick out Penoval. Kick out the Fagor Guard. Live a sane life with your queen. Reject the false Akhanaba who has led you.
But he had gone too far. Matchless fury seized the king. A rage filled him until he was rage personified. He hurled himself bodily upon Carabansity. Before this anger beyond reason, Carabansity quailed, and fell an instant before the king was on him. Kneeling on his prostrate body, the king drew his sword. Carabansity screamed,
"Spare me, your majesty! Last night I saved your queen from vile rape!"
Jandal Anganol paused, then stood, sword point directed at the quaking body huddled by his feet.
"Who would dare touch the queen when I was near? Answer!"
"Your majesty."
The voice trembled slightly. The lips uttering it were pressed almost to the ground. Yet what it said was clear.
"You were drunk, and Envoy Esomber went into her room to ravish her."
The king breathed deep. He sheathed his sword. He stood without movement.
"You base commoner, how could you understand the life of a king? I do not go back along the path I have once trod. You may possess life, which is mine to take, but I have a destiny, and shall follow on where the all-powerful leads. Crawl back to where you belong. You cannot advise me. Keep out of my way."
Yet he still stood over the grovelling anatomist. When Yuli came snuffling up, the king turned suddenly away and strode back to the wooden palace. The guard roused at his shout. They were to be away from Gravabagalinian within the hour. They would march for Aldorando as planned. His voice, his cold fury, stirred up the palace as if it were a nest of rickybacks, disturbed by the lifting of a log. Esomber's vicars could be heard within, calling to each other in high voices. This commotion reached the queen in her chambers. She stood in the middle of her ivory room, listening. Her bodyguard was at the door. Mai Tolram Ketinet sat with two maids in the anteroom, clutching Tatro. Thick curtains were drawn across the windows. Myrdem Ingala wore a long, flimsy dress. Her face was as pale as the shadow of a cowbird's wing on snow. She stood breathing the warm air into her lungs and out again, listening to the sound of men and hoxneys, of curses and commands below. Once she went to the curtains, then, as if disdaining her own weakness, withdrew the hand she had raised, and returned to where she waited before. The heat brought out beads of perspiration, which clung to her forehead like pearls. She heard the king's voice once distinctly, then not again. As for Carabansity, he climbed to his feet when the king had gone. He walked down to the bay where he could not be seen, to recover his colour. After a while he began to sing. He had his liberty back, if not his timepiece. In his pain, the king went to a small room in one of the rickety towers and bolted the door behind him. Dust drifting down gave phantom substance to slices of gold, shining in through a lattice. The place smelt of feathers, fungus, and old straw. On the bare boards of the floor were pigeon droppings, but the king, ignoring them, lay down and cast himself by an effort of will into Pauk. His soul, detached from his body, became tranquil. Like a moth wing, it sank into the velvety darkness. The darkness remained when all else had gone. This was the paradox of the limbo in which the soul now drifted rudderless. That it extended everywhere and was an endless domain, while at the same time being as familiar to him as the dark space under the bedclothes to a child. The soul had no mortal eyes. It saw with a different vision. It saw beneath it, through the obsidian, a host of dim lights, stationary but seeming to move in relation to each other because of the soul's descent. Each light had once been a living spirit. Each was now drawn to the great mother principle, which would exist even when the world was dead. The original beholder. The principle even greater than, or at least apart from, such gods as Akhanaba. And the soul moved in particular to one light that attracted it, the Gossi of its father. The spark that had once been no less a personage than Varpal Anganol, king of Bolian, resembled only a tentative sketch of sunshine on an old wall, with its ribs, its pelvis, scarcely drawn. All that remained of the head which had worn the crown was the suggestion of a stone, with ambers faintly connotating eye sockets. Beneath this little cockle shell, visible through it, were fess-ups like trails of dust. Father, I come before you, your unworthy son, to beg your forgiveness for my crimes to you. So spoke the soul of Jandal Anganol, hanging where no air was.
My dear son, you are welcome here. Welcome whenever you can find time to visit your father. Now among the ranks of the dead, I have no reproach for you. You were always my dear son.
Father, I shall not mind your reproaches. Rather, I welcome your most bitter rebukes, for I know how great is my sin against you. The silences between their speeches were immeasurable, because no breath was exhaled.
Hush, my son. Nobody needs to talk of sin among this company. You were my loving son, and that suffices. No more need be said. Grieve not.
When it seemed time to speak, a dusty fire, the mere death of a candle flame, issued from where a mouth had been. Its smoke could be seen ascending between the cage of the ribs and up the stack of the throat. The soul spoke again. Father, I beg you to pour your wrath upon me, for all that I did against you in your life, and for causing your death. Lessen my guilt. It is too much to bear.
You are innocent, my son, as innocent as the wave that splashes on the shore. Feel no guilt for the happiness you brought into my life. Now, in the residue of that life, I have no wrath to bring against you.
Father, I kept you imprisoned 10 years in the dungeon of the castle. In what way can I earn forgiveness for that act? The flame moved upwards, issuing as sparks.
That time is forgotten, son. I scarcely remember a time of imprisonment, for you were always there to speak with me. Those occasions were cherished, for you asked advice of me, which I freely gave, as far as it was in my capacity.
It was a melancholy place.
It gave me time to think over the failings of my own life, to prepare myself for what was to come.
Father, how your forgiveness wounds me.
Come closer, my boy, and let me comfort you.
But, for the living to touch the dead, was forbidden in the realm of the original beholder. If that ultimate duality was breached, then both were consumed. The soul floated lightly away from the thing that hung before it in the abyss. Comfort me with more advice, Father. Speak. First of all, let me know whether that tormented son of mine has fallen among you. I fear the instability of his life.
I shall welcome the boy when he arrives. Never worry. But as yet, he still journeys in the world of light.
After a moment, the soul communicated again. Father, you perceive my position among the living. Advise me where I am to go. Am I to return to Metrosil? Should I remain in Gravabagalinian? Or should I continue to Alderendo? Where does my most fruitful future lie?
In each place, there are those who await you, but there is one who awaits you in Aldorando whom you know not. That one holds your destiny. Go to Aldorando.
Your advice will guide my actions. From among the sparkling battalions of the dead, the soul rose, slowly at first, and then with great urgency. Somewhere a drum was sounding. The sparks dissolved below, sinking back into the original beholder. The inanimate anatomy on the floor, in the belfry, began slowly to move. Its limbs twitched. It sat up, its eyes opened in a blank face. The only living thing to meet its gaze was Yuli, who crawled nearer and said, "My poor king in tether?" Without answering, Jandol Anganol ruffled the runt's fur and let it snuggle against him. "Oh, Yuli, what a thing is life." After a minute, he patted the anciptal across the shoulders. "You're a good boy. No harm in you." As the creature snuggled against him, the king felt an object against his side, and drew from his pocket the watch with 3 faces, which he had taken from Caravanserai. Whenever he looked at it, his thoughts became troubled, yet he could not find it in himself to throw it away. Once the timepiece had belonged to Billy, the creature who claimed to come from a world not ruled by Akanaba. It was necessary to banish Billy from consciousness, as one banished the thought of those damned idolaters. For Billy was a challenge to the whole elaborate structure of belief by which the holy Panovalan Empire stood. Sometimes the fear came to the king that he might become bereft of his religious faith, as he had become bereft of so much else. Only his faith, and this humble inhuman pet, were left to him. He groaned. With a great effort, he got to his feet again. Within the hour, King Jandol Anganol was at the head of his force, riding Lapwing, with envoy Alam Esomber beside him. Behind came the king's captains, then Esomber's party, and after them the body of the first Royal Fagorian Guard, ears a-twitch, scarlet eyes fixed ahead, marching as their kind had done many centuries before towards the city of Aldorando. The king's departure from the wooden palace, with all its underlying sense of anxiety, made a due impression on the watchers on the Avernus. They were glad to divert their attention from the sight of the king in Pauk. Even the devoted female admirers of His Majesty felt uncomfortable at the sight of him lying prone, with his spirit away from his body. Throughout the human population of Helliconia, Pauk, or pater placation, came as naturally as spitting. It had no particular religious significance, although it often existed alongside religion. Just as women became pregnant with future lives, so people were pregnant with the lives of those who had gone before them. On the Avernus, the mysterious Heliconian practice of Pauk was regarded as a religious function roughly equivalent to prayer. As such, it embarrassed the 6 families. The families suffered no inhibitions concerning sex. Constant monitoring had ensured that long since. For them, love and the higher emotions were no more than side effects of daily functions, to be ignored where possible, but religion was particularly difficult to deal with. The families regarded religion as a primitive obsession, an illness, an opiate for those who could not think straight. They hoped perpetually that Sartori Irvrash and his kind would become more militant in their atheism and bring about the death of Akanaba, thus contributing to a happier state of affairs. They neither liked nor understood Pauk, They wished it did not happen. On Earth, other opinions prevailed. Life and death could be perceived as an inseparable whole. Death was never feared when life was properly lived. The terrestrials regarded with the liveliest interest the Heliconian activity of Pauk. During the first years of contact with Helliconia, they had regarded the trance state as a kind of astral projection of the Heliconian soul, rather similar to a state of meditation. Later, a more sophisticated viewpoint had developed. Understanding grew that the people of Helliconia possessed an ability peculiar to them, to shift beyond and return from the boundary set between life and death. This continuity had been given them in compensation for the remarkable discontinuities of their great year. Pauk had evolutionary value, and was a point of union between the humans and their changeable planet. For this reason, the terrestrials were particularly interested in Pauk. They had at this period discovered their own unity with their own planet, and related that unity to increasing empathy with Helliconia. In the days that followed, lassitude took the Queen of Queens and laid her low. She had lost the things of value which gave existence its previous fragrance. After the storm, the flowers would never lift their heads so high again. With her deep sense of guilt that she had somehow failed her king, went bitter anger against him. If she had failed, it was not for want of trying, and the years of loving bestowed on him as freely as breath were more than wasted. Yet love remained beneath her anger. That was the cruelest thing. She understood Jandal Anganol's self-doubt, as no one else did. She was unable to break from the bond they had once forged. Every day, after prayer, she went into Pauk to communicate with her mother's Gossi. After her prostrations, recalling how Sartori Irvrash in particular had condemned her pater placation as superstition, Mardem Ingala, in a fury of doubt, questioned whether she had visited her mother at all, whether the phantom was not in her head, whether there could be survival for anyone after death, except in the memories of those who had still to pass beyond that forbidding shore. She questioned, yet Pauk was her consolation as much as the sea, for her dead brother Yefral Oberol was now among the Gossis, pouring out love for her as he sank towards the original beholder. The Queen's unspoken fear that he had been murdered by Jandal Anganol was proved baseless. She knew now where the real blame lay, for all that she was grateful. Yet she regretted not having that additional reason to hate the king. She swam in the sea among her familiars. Peace of mind forsook her each time she returned to shore. The Fagors carried her back to the palace, in her throne. Her resentment grew as she approached its doors. The days dragged by, and she grew no younger. She was scarcely on speaking terms with Mai. She ran up to her creaking chambers and hid her face.
If you feel so badly, follow the king to Alderendo and plead with the Kassar's representatives there to annul your divorce,
Mai said in impatient tones.
Would you like to follow the king?
Asked Mardem Ingala.
I would not.
Burnt into her memory was a recollection of how, in spendthrift times, this woman, her lady-in-waiting, had been harvested into the king's bed, and the two of them, like low whores, had been pleasured by him at one and the same time. Neither woman spoke of those occasions, but they lay between them as tangibly as a sword. Chiefly from a need to talk to someone, the Queen persuaded Carabansity to stay at the palace for a few days, and then for a day more. He pleaded that his wife awaited him, back home in Matrasil. She pleaded with him to wait a little longer. He begged to be excused, but, cunning man though he was, he found it impossible to say no to the Queen. They walked every day along the shore, sometimes coming on herds of deer, and Mai trailed disconsolately behind them. When Jandal Anganol, Esomber, and their party had been gone from Gravabagalinian for a week and 2 days, the Queen was sitting moodily in her room, gazing to the landward side of her narrow domain. The door was thrown open, and in ran Tatraman Nadala, shrieking a greeting. The child came halfway across the gulf between the door and the place where her mother crouched. That mother had raised her head and looked from under her disordered hair with such venom that Tatro halted.
"Moth, can you play?"
The mother saw how the daughter's infant face bore the features of her father's line. The genethlic divinities might have further tragedies yet in store. The Queen screamed at Tatro.
"Get out of my sight, you little witch!"
Amazement, scandal, anger, dismay passed across the child's face. It glowed red. It seemed to dissolve. It flowed with tears and sobs. The Queen of Queens leaped to her sandalless feet and rushed at the small being. Twirling it about, she thrust it forward and out of the room, slamming the door on it. Then she herself flung her body against a wall, hands above her head, also wept. Later in the day, her mood lightened. She sought out the child and made a fuss of her. Lassitude gave way to a mood of elation. She put on a satara gown and went downstairs. Her portable golden throne was summoned, though the heat of midday was heavy on Gravabagalinian. Submissive hornless fagors brought it forth. Major Domo Scuffbar came, and Princess Tatro with her nursemaid, and the nursemaid's maid, carrying storybooks and toys. The small procession being assembled, Mardem Ingala mounted her throne, and they started on the way to the beach. At this hour no courtiers accompanied them. Freya regarded them, low over a shoulder of cliff. Batalix shone almost at zenith. Leisurely waves, a glitter, as if the world had just begun that day, came in, curling to reveal for a moment their cucumber hearts. About the stand of the Linian rock, water gargled invitingly. Of the Asatasi of the recent past, there was no sign, nor would there be until next year. Mardem Ingala stood for a while on the beach. The Fagors stood silently by her throne. The princess rushed excitedly about, issuing her commands to the maids for the building of the strongest sand castle ever. A pianissimo, generalissimo, rehearsing her role in life. The lure of the sea was not to be resisted. With a bold swing of her arm, the Queen released herself from her dress and slid the zona from under her breasts. Her perfumed body was available to the sunlight.
"Don't leave me, Moth,"
Tatro shrilled.
"I shall not be long,"
replied her mother, and ran down the beach to plunge into the beckoning sea. Once below the surface, the forked creature became a fish herself, as lithe as a fish and almost as speedy. Swimming strongly, she passed the dark form of the Linian rock, to surface only when she was well out into the bay. Here, the headland to the east curved round, creating a comparatively narrow passage between it and the solitary stand of rock. She called. The Queen of Queens was immediately surrounded by dolphins, her familiars, as she spoke of them. They came, as she knew, in ranking order. She had only to release a spur of urine into the water, and the shapes silvered in, circling about her, closer and closer, until she could rest her arms upon two of them, as securely as on the arms of her throne. Only the privileged could touch her. They were 21 in number. Beyond them was an outer court, not less than 64 in number. Sometimes a member of this outer court was permitted to join the inner. Beyond the outer court was a retinue whose numbers Maerde Mingala could only estimate. Possibly 1,344. The retinue contained most of the mothers, children, and oldsters belonging to this school, or nation, as the Queen thought of it. Beyond the retinue, constantly on guard for danger, was the regiment. She rarely saw individual members of the regiment, and was discouraged from approaching them, but understood that it numbered certainly as many individuals as the retinue. She also understood that in the depths were monsters which the dolphins feared. It was the duty of the regiment to guard the retinue and the courts, and to warn them of danger. Maerde Mingala trusted her familiars more than she trusted her human companions. Yet, as in every living relationship, something was withheld. Just as she could not share with them her life on land, they had something in the deeps, some dark knowledge, they could not share with her. Because this thing was unknown, lying beyond her mind. It had its sinister music. The inner courts spoke to her. With their great orchestral range of voices, their pipings near at hand were humble and sweet. Truly she was accepted as a queen below water as on land. Further out to sea, long-sustained baritone chirps sounded, with basso profundo groans intermingling in a perplexing pattern. "What is it, my sweetings, my familiars?" They raised their smiling faces and kissed her shoulders. She knew each member of the inner court by sight, and had names for them. Something worried them. She relaxed, letting her understanding spread out like her urine through the water. She swam deep with them, out to colder water. They spiraled about her, occasionally touching her skin with their skin. Secretly, she hoped to catch a glimpse of the monsters of the true sea. She had not been exiled long enough in Gravabagalinian ever to catch a glimpse of them. However, they appeared to be telling her that this time trouble came from the west. They had warned her of the death flight of the Asatasi. Although they lacked her time sense, she began to appreciate that whatever was coming slowly but remorselessly, and would arrive soon. Strange thrills worked in her. The creatures responded to her thrills. Every shudder of her body was part of their music. Understanding her curiosity, the dolphins guided her forward again. She stared through the zapharin panes of the sea. They had brought her to the brink of a shallow shelf, on which seaweeds grew, bent before the overmastering current. They pushed through. Beyond was a sandy basin. Here were the multitudes of the retinue, line on line, facing westwards. Beyond them, moving with the wary action of a patrol, was the whole force of the regiment, close together, body almost touching body, making the sea black and extending farther out than vision could penetrate. Never before had the Queen been allowed such a close sight of the whole school, or realized how vast it was. How many individuals comprised it? Matching the complex ranks assembled came a tremendous harmony of noise, extending far beyond her human hearing. She surfaced, and the court followed. Maerde Mingala could remain submerged for 3 or 4 minutes, and the dolphins needed to take breath, as she did. She glanced towards the shore. It was distant. One day, she thought, these beautiful creatures that I can love and trust will carry me away from sight of mankind. I shall be changed. She could not tell whether it was for death or life she longed. Figures danced on the remote shore. One figure waved a cloth. The Queen's first response was, indignantly, that they were using her dress for the purpose. Then she realized that they were signaling to her. It could only mean a crisis of some kind. Guiltily, her thoughts went to the little princess. She clutched her breasts in sudden apprehension. To the inner court, she gave a word of explanation before striking back towards the shore. Her familiars followed or plunged before her in arrowhead formation, creating a favourable wake to hasten her strokes. Her dress lay untouched on her throne, the fagors guarding it, shoulders hunched, and acknowledging no excitement. One of the maids, in desperation, had ripped off her own garment to wave. She assumed it again, as Myrdem Ingala emerged from the water, reluctant to have anyone compare her body with the queen's.
"There's a ship,"
cried Tatro, eager to be first with the news.
"A ship is coming."
From the headland, using the spyglass which Scuffbar brought, the queen saw the ship. Carabansity was sent for. By the time he arrived on the scene, 2 further sails were sighted, mere blurs in the murk of the western horizon. Carabansity rubbed his eyes with a heavy hand as he returned the spyglass to Scuffbar.
"Madam, to my mind, the nearest ship is not from Balian."
"Where, then?"
"In half an hour, its marking will be clearer,"
she said.
"You are a stubborn man. Where is the ship from? Can't you identify that insignia on its sail?" "If I could, madam, then I would think it was the Great Wheel of Canabar. And that is nonsense, because it would mean there was a Sibonalese ship very far from home."
She snatched the glass.
"It is a Sibonalese ship, of good size. What could it be doing in these waters?"
The deuteroscopist folded his arms and looked grim.
"You have been provided with no defences here. Let us hope it is making for Ottersol, and its intentions are good."
"My familiars warned me of this," said the queen gravely. The day wore on. The ship made slow progress. There was great excitement at the palace. Barrels of tar were rolled out. To an eminence above the little bay, where it was anticipated the ship's boat would have to land if Gravabagalinian was its destination. At least the crew could be confronted by flaming tar, if they proved hostile. The air thickened towards evening. There was no doubt now about the hierogram on the sail. Batalix sank in concentric aureoles of light. People came and went in the palace. Freya disappeared into the same hazes as its fellow and was gone. Twilight lingered. The sail glinted on the sea. It tacked now to keep the wind. With darkness, stars began to appear overhead. The night worm burned bright, with the queen's scar dim beside it. Nobody slept. The small community feared and hoped, knowing its vulnerability. The queen sat in her shuttered hall. Tall candles of whale oil fluttered on the table by her side. The wine a slave had poured into a crystal glass, and topped with Lodriadry ice, was untouched, and threw blurred ghouls on the table. She waited and stared across the room at the bare wall opposite, as if to read there her future fate. Her aide-de-camp entered, bowing.
"Madam, we hear the rattle of their chains. The anchor is going down."
The queen called Carabansity, and they went to the seashore. Several men and fagors were mustered, to ignite the tar barrels if necessary. Only one torch burned. She took it and strode with it into the dark water. To the wetting of her garments, she paid no heed. Lifting the torch above her head, she advanced towards the other advancing lights. She felt immediately the smooth kiss of her familiars about her legs. Mingled with the roar of surf came a creak of oars. The wooden wall of the ship, its sails furled, was faintly visible as a backdrop. A boat had been let down. The queen saw men straining, barebacked, at the oars. 2 men were standing amidships, one with a lantern, their faces caught in the nimbus of light.
Who dares come ashore here? She called.
And a voice came back, male, with a thrill in it.
Queen Maidem Ingala, Queen of Queens. Is that you?
Who calls?
She asked, but she recognized the voice, even as his response came across the diminishing distance between them.
It is your general, mem. Hanra Tolram Ketinet.
He jumped from the boat and waded ashore. The Queen raised her hand to those on the eminence not to fire their barrels. The general fell before her on one knee, clasping her hand on which the ring with the blue stone gleamed. Her other hand went to his head to steady herself. In a half-circle round them stood the Queen's Fagor guard, their morose faces vaguely sketched in the night. Carabansity stepped forward, with some amazement, to greet the general's companion in the longboat. Taking Sartori Irvrash in a great hug, he said,
I had reason to suppose you were in hiding in Dimerium. For once I guessed wrong.
You're rarely wrong, but this time you were out by a whole continent, said Sartori Irvrash. I've become a world traveller. What are you doing here?
I've remained here since the king left. For a while, Jandal Anganol conscripted me to your old post, and almost killed me for it. I've stayed for the ex-queen's sake. She's in a doleful state of mind, poor lady.
Both men looked towards Myrdem Ingala and Tolram Ketinet, but could see no dolefulness about either of them.
What of her son, Roba? Asked Sartori Irvrash. Have you news of him?
News and no news.
Carabansity's forehead creased in a frown.
It would be some weeks ago that he arrived at my house in Ottersol, just after the Asatasi death flight. The lad's crazed and will cause damage. I let him have a room for the night.
He was about to say more, but stopped himself.
Don't mention Robe to the Queen.
As the two couples stood conversing on the sand, the boat returned to the Preah to transport Odi Jesseratabar and Landstetet ashore. When the oarsmen had dragged the boat safely above the high tide mark, the whole party made its way up the beach to the palace, following the Queen and Tolram Ketinet. In some of the windows of the palace, lights had been lit. Sartori Irvrash introduced Odi Jesseratabar to Carabansity in glowing terms. Carabansity became notably cool. He made it clear that a Sibonalese admiral was not welcome on Borleanese soil.
I understand your feelings,
Odi said faintly to Carabansity. She was pale and drawn, her lips white, and her hair straggling. A meal was prepared for the unexpected guests, during which time the general was reunited with his sister, Mai, and embraced her. Mai wept.
Oh, Hanra, what's to happen to us all? She asked. Take me back to Matrisil.
Everything will be fine now, her brother said with assurance.
Mai merely looked her disbelief. She wished to be free of the Queen, not to have her as a sister-in-law. They ate fish, followed by venison, served with wing-wing sauces. They drank such wine as the king's invading force had left, chilled with the best Lodrya dry ice. As the meal progressed, Tolram Ketinet told the company something of the suffering of the Second Army in the jungle. He turned occasionally to Landstetet, who sat next to his sister, for confirmation of one point or another. The Queen appeared scarcely to be listening, though the account was addressed to her. She ate little, and her gaze, shielded under her long lashes, was rarely lifted from the table. After the meal, she seized up a candle in its pewter holder and said to her guests,
The night grows short. I will show you to your quarters. You are more welcome than my previous visitors.
The military force with Landstetet were shown to rear accommodation. Sartori Irvrash and Odi Jesaratabar were given a chamber near the queen's, and a slave woman to attend them and dress Odi's wounds. When these dispositions were completed, Mardem Ingala and Tolram Ketinet stood alone in the echoing hall. "I fear you are tired," he said in a low voice, as they mounted the stairs. She made no answer. Her figure, ascending the steps before him, suggested not fatigue, but suppressed energy. In the corridor upstairs, slatted blinds rattled against the open windows, with the stirrings of false dawn. An early bird called from a tower. Looking obliquely back at him, she said, "I have no husband, as you have no wife. Nor am I queen, though by that name I am still addressed. Nor have I been scarcely a woman since I arrived at this place. What am I? You shall see before this night is over." She flung open the doors of her own bedchamber and gestured to him to enter. He paused, questioning. "By the beholder." "The beholder shall behold what she will behold. My faith has fallen from me, as shall this gown." As he entered, she clasped the neck of her dress and pulled it open, so that her neat breasts, their nipples surrounded by large, dark aureoles, sprang before his gaze. He shut the door behind him, calling her name. She gave herself to him with an effort of will. During what was left of the night, they did not sleep. The arms of Tolram Ketinet were round her body, and his flesh inside hers. Thus was her letter, dispatched by the ice captain, answered at last. The next morning brought challenges forgotten in the reunions of the previous night. The Union and the Good Hope were closing in on the undefended harbour. Basharatid was drawing near. Despite the crisis, Mai insisted on getting her brother to herself for half an hour. While she lectured him on the miseries of life in Gravabagalinian, Tolram Ketinet fell asleep. She threw a glass of water over him to wake him. Staggering angrily out of the palace, he went to join the queen down by the shore. She stood with Carabancity and one of her old women, looking out to sea. Both suns were in different sectors of the sky, both shining the more brightly because they were about to be eclipsed by black rain clouds drawing up the slopes of the sky. Two sails glittered in the actinic light. The Union was close. The Good Hope no more than an hour's sailing behind. The hierograms on its spread canvas were clear to behold. The Union had lowered its artimon in order to allow its companion to catch up. Landstedt was already working with his force, unloading equipment from the Preya.
"They are coming in! Akhanaba, help us!"
he shouted to Tolram Ketinet.
"What's that woman doing?"
Tolram Ketinet asked. An old woman, a servitor of the Queen's, a long-term housekeeper of the wooden palace, was helping Landstedt's men unload the Preya. It was her way of showing her dedication to the Queen. A man above her was rolling kegs of gunpowder from the deck onto a gangplank. The old woman was directing the kegs down the slope, releasing a soldier for other duties.
"I'm helping you! What do you think?"
she screamed back at the general. Her attention was distracted. The next keg rolled off the gangplank and struck her shoulder, bowling the old woman over, pitching her face down on the shingle. She was dragged up, faint but protesting, to lie against a chest on the beach. Blood streamed down her face. Mardem Ingala hurried down from the headland to comfort her. As the Queen knelt by her old servant, Tolram Ketinet stood over her and laid a hand on the Queen's shoulder.
"My arrival has brought trouble on you, lady. That was not my intention. I am trying to regret. I did not sail straight on to Ottosol."
The Queen made no answer. but took the old woman's head on her lap. The latter's eyes had closed, but her breathing was regular.
"I said, lady, that I hope you don't regret that I did not sail on to Ottersol."
Distress showed in her face as she turned to him.
"Hanra, I have no regrets about last night, when we were together. It was my wish. I thought to be free of Jan. But it did not achieve what I hoped. For that, I am to blame, not you."
"You are free of him. He divorced you, did he not? What are you talking about?"
He looked angry.
"I know I'm not a very good general, but—"
"Oh, stop that,"
she said impatiently.
"It's got nothing to do with you. What do I care if you lost your skirming army? I'm talking about a bond, a solemn state that existed between two people for a long time. Some things don't end when we hope they will. Jan and I, it's like being unable to waken. Oh, I'm unable to express."
With some annoyance, Tolram Ketinet said,
"You're tired. I know how women get upset. Let's talk about such things later. Let's deal with the emergency first."
He pointed out to sea and adopted a no-nonsense voice.
"Judging by the non-appearance of the Golden Friendship, it was too badly damaged to sail. The Admiral Jesseratabar says that Dienu Pasharatid was on it. Perhaps she has been killed, in which case Io Pasharatid on the Union will be full of vengeance."
"I fear that man,"
said Marda Mingala,
"and with excellent reason."
She bent her head over the old woman. Her general gave her a side glance.
"I'm here to protect you from him, aren't I?"
"I suppose you are,"
she said spiritlessly.
"At least, your lieutenant is doing something about the matter."
Jandal Anganol had seen to it that the wooden palace had no weapons with which to defend itself, but the rocks extending out to sea from the Linian Rock meant that any considerable vessel, like the Union, had to sail between the rock and the headland, and there lay the defenders' chance. Gortor Landstetet had reinforced his working party on the beach with fagors. 2 large cannon from the Vajapar Prayer's quarterdeck had been winched ashore and were now being manhandled into the headland, where they would command the bay. Scuffbar and another serving man came up with a stretcher to carry the injured woman back to the safety of the palace and apply iced bandages to her wounds. Leaving the Queen's side, Tolram Ketinet ran to help position the cannon. He saw the danger of their situation. Apart from the fagors and a few unarmed helpers, the defending forces at Gravabagalinian numbered only his complement of 13, who had come with him from Ordelay. The 2 Sibornalese ships, now closing on the bay, each contained possibly 50 well-armed fighting men. Pasharatid's Union was turning, to present itself broadside onto the coast. Heaving at the ropes, the men tried to get the second cannon into place. Confronting the Queen with folded arms, Carabansity said,
"Madam, I gave the king good advice, which was taken ill. Let me now offer you a similar dose, and hope for a kindlier reception. You and your ladies should saddle up Hawksneys and ride inland, making no delay."
Her face lit with a sad smile.
"I'm glad of your concern, Bardol. You go. Return to your wife. This place has become my home. You know Gravabagalinian is said to be the residence of the ancient ghosts of those who were killed in a battle long ago. I would rather join those shades than leave."
He nodded.
"So it may be. I shall stay too, ma'am, in that case."
Something in her expression showed him she was pleased by what he said. On impulse, she asked,
"What do you make of this mal-alliance between our friend Rashven and the Uskuti lady, an admiral, no less?" "She keeps quiet. But that does not reassure me. It might be safer to pack those two off. There's always more than an arm up a Sibonalee's sleeve. We must use our cunning, ma'am. There's little enough else on our side.
She appears genuinely devoted to my ex-chancellor.
If so, she has deserted the Sibonalee's cause, ma'am, and that may give this man Pasharatid another reason for coming ashore. Pack her off for everybody's safety.
At sea, smoke billowed, concealing all but the sails of the Union. A moment later, explosions were heard. The shots landed in the water at the foot of a low cliff. With a second salvo, the marksman would be more accurate. Evidently, the lookout had sighted the maneuvering of the cannon on shore. But the shots proved to be no more than warnings. The Union swung to port and began sailing straight towards the little bay. The Queen stood alone, her long hair still unbound from the night, streaming in the wind. There was a sense in which she was prepared to die. It might be the best way of resolving her troubles. She was, to her dismay, not prepared to accept Tolram Ketinet, an honest but insensitive man. She was vexed with herself for putting herself under emotional obligation to him. The truth was, his body, his caresses of the night, had merely roused in her an intense longing for Jan. She felt lonelier than before. Moreover, she divined with melancholy detachment Jan's loneliness, that she might have assuaged had she herself been more mature. Out to sea, monsoon rain created gulfs of darkness and slanting light. Showers burned across the waters. The clouds loomed lower. Good Hope was almost lost in murk. And the sea itself, Marda Mingala looked and saw that her familiars were choking the waves. What she had mistaken for choppiness was the ferment of their bodies. The rain drove in at speed and dashed itself against her face. Next second, everyone was struggling through a heavy downpour. The cannon stuck. Its wheels spun in mud. A man fell on his knees, cursing. Everyone cursed and bellowed. The fuse in its perforated tin would be doused if the downpour continued. Hope of placing the cannon effectively was now dead. The wind veered with the storm. The Union was blown towards the bay. As the ship drew level with the Linian rock, the dolphins acted. They moved in formation, retinue and regiment. The entrance to the bay was barred by their bodies. Sailors in the Union, half blinded by rain, shouted and pointed at the teeming backs beneath their hulls. It was as if the ship ran across black, shining cobbles. The dolphins wedged their bodies solid against the timbers. The Union slowed, groaning. Screaming with excitement, Marda Mingala forgot her sorrows and ran down to the water. She clapped her hands, shrieked encouragement at her agents. Sand and salt splashed over her calves, rushing beneath her dress. She plunged forward in the undertow. Even Tolram Ketinet hesitated to follow. The ship loomed over her, and the rain lashed down. One of her familiars reared out of the water, as if he had expected her coming. Seizing the fabric of her dress in his mouth, she recognized him as a senior member of the inner court, and spoke his name. In his medley of calls was an urgent message she could recognize. Stay away, or gigantic things, she could not determine what, would seize her. Something far off in the depths had her scent. Even the Queen of Queens was frightened by the news. She retreated, guided by the familiar all the way. As she reached the sand, clutching her soaked dress, he sank away below the foam. The Union lay only a few ships' lengths from where the Queen and her followers stood. Between beach and Caffrack were dolphins, both courts and regiment packed tight. Through the driving torrents, the Queen recognized the commanding figure of Io Pasharitid, and he had recognized her. He stood tall and sinister on the streaming deck, swart-bearded, canvas jacket open to the rain, cap pitched over his eyes. He looked at her, and then he acted. In his fist was a spear. Climbing onto the rail of the ship, clutching the shrouds with one hand, he leaned forward and stabbed down repeatedly into the water. With every stab, crimson spurted up the blade of the weapon. The waters became lashed with foam. Pasharitid stabbed again and again. To superstitious mariners, the dolphin is a sacred creature, ally of the spirits of the deep. It can do no wrong in sailors' eyes. Harm it, and one places one's own life in jeopardy. Pasharitid was surrounded by furious mariners. The spear was wrestled from his hand and thrown away. The watchers ashore saw him borne fighting to the deck, until his soldiers rushed in and pulled him free. The scrimmage continued for a while. The Queen's familiars had successfully barred the way to Gravabagalinian. The rainstorm was at its height. The waves rose higher, crashing up the beach with splendid fury. The Queen screamed her victory, looking in her dishevelment much like her dead mother, the wild Shanana, until Tolram Ketinet dragged her back, in fear that she would hurl herself into the water again. Lightning flashed in the storm's belly, and then struck with following thunder. Cloud shifted like blown sheet, outlining the Good Hope suddenly in silver water. It stood off a third of a mile or less from its companion ship, as its crew fought to keep it offshore. A line of dolphins streamed from the bay and could be seen heading beyond the Good Hope, as if summoned by something there. The sea convulsed. It boiled about the Lauragian vessel. Men ashore swore afterwards that the water boiled. The convulsion grew, with glimpses of things churning. Then a mass rose from the water, shook waves from its head, rose, still rose, till it towered above the masts of the Good Hope. It had eyes. It had a great lantern jaw and whiskers that writhed like eels. More of it came out of the sea in thick-scaled coils, thicker than a man's torso. The storm was its element. And there were more coils. A second monster appeared, this one in a rage, to judge by the darting movements of its head. Like a gigantic snake, it rose then struck at the waves, diving, to leave sections of its roped body still agleam in the viscous air. Its head emerged again, setting the Good Hope rocking. The two creatures joined forces. Careless in their obscene sport, they writhed through the water. One lashing tail smashed against the side of the caravel, breaking planking and tree nails. Then both beasts were gone. The waters lay flattened where they had been. They had obeyed the summons of the dolphins, and now were making back towards the depths of the ocean. Although their appearances before the eyes of men were rare, the great creatures still formed part of the circle of living beings, which had adapted to the great year of Helliconia. At this stage of their existence, the great serpents were asexual. Long past was their period of intense mating activity. Then they had been flighted creatures, and had squandered centuries in amorous anorexy, feeding on procreation. Like giant dragonflies, they and their kind had flirted above the world's two lonely poles, free of enemies or even witnesses. With the coming of the great summer, the aerial creatures migrated to the seas of the south, and in particular to the Sea of Eagles, where their appearance had led some long-dead and ornithologically unversed seamen to name an ocean after them. On remote islands like Purich and Lordrai, the creatures shed their wings, They crawled upon their bellies into the brine, and there gave birth. In the seas the summer would be spent. Eventually the great bodies would dissolve, to feed Asatasi and other marine inhabitants. The voracious young were known as scupperfish. They were not fish at all. When the chills of the long winter came to prompt them, the scupperfish would emerge onto land and assume yet another form, called by such ill names as Woutra's worm. In their present asexual state, the two serpents had been stirred into activity by a recollection of their distant past. The memory had been brought them by the dolphins, in the form of a scent trace, infused into the waters by the Queen of Queens during her menstrual period. In confused restlessness, they coiled about each other's bodies, but no power could bring back what had gone. Their ghastly apparition had knocked any desire for fighting from the bellies of those aboard the Union and the Good Hope. Gravabagalinian was a haunted place. Now the invaders knew it. Both ships crammed on all possible sail and fled eastwards before the storm. The clouds covered them, and they were gone. The dolphins had disappeared. Only the waters raged, breaking high up the Linian rock with dull booms which carried along the beach. The human defenders of Gravabagalinian made their way back through the rain to the wooden palace. The chambers of the palace echoed like drums under the weight of monsoon rain. The tune kept changing as the rain died, then fell with renewed vigour. A council of war was held in the great chamber, the Queen presiding.
"First, we should be clear what kind of a man we are dealing with," Tolram Ketinet said. "Chancellor Sartori Irvrash, tell us what you know of Io Pasharatid, and please speak to the point."
Whereupon Sartori Irvrash rose, smoothing his bald head and bowing to Her Majesty. What he had to say would indeed be brief, but hardly pleasant. He apologized for bringing up old unhappy things, but the future was always linked with the past in ways that even the wisest among them could scarcely anticipate. He might give as an instance. Catching Odi Jesseratabar's eye, he applied himself to the point, hunching up his shoulders to do so. In the years in Matrasil, his duty as Chancellor had been to discover the secrets of the court. When the Queen's brother, Yeferal Oberol, of beloved memory, was still alive, he had discovered that Pasharatid, then ambassador from his country, was enjoying the favours of a young girl, a commoner, whose mother kept a house of ill repute. He, the Chancellor, also discovered from Varpal Anganal that Pasharatid contrived to look upon the Queen's body when naked. The fellow was a scoundrel, lustful and reckless, kept in check only by his wife, whom they had reason to believe was now dead. Moreover, he wished to retell a rumour, perhaps more than a rumour, gathered from a guide called the Pointer of the Way, whom he befriended on his journey through the desert to Sibonal, that Io Pasharatid had murdered the Queen's brother.
"I know that to be so,"
said Myrdem Ingala dismissively.
"We have every reason to regard Io Pasharatid as a dangerous man."
Tolram Ketinet rose. He adopted military postures, and spoke with rhetorical flourishes, glancing across at the Queen to see how his performance was being received. He said that they were now clear how Pasharatid was to be feared. It was reasonable to assume that the scoundrel was in command of the Union, and, by dint of his connections, could enforce his orders on the commander of the Good Hope. He, Tolram Ketinet, had evaluated the military situation from the enemy's viewpoint, and estimated that Pasharatid would move as follows. 1. Please, make this brief, or some man will burst in upon us at this table, said Caravanserai. We take it that you're as great an orator as you are a general. Frowning, Tolram Ketinet said that Pasharatid would decide that 2 ships could never take Ottersol. His best plan would be to capture the Queen, and thus force Ottersol to submit to his demands. They should anticipate that Pasharatid would land somewhere to the east of Gravabagalinian, wherever a favourable beach presented itself. He would then march on Gravabagalinian with his men. He, Tolram Ketinet, who struck his chest as he spoke, declared that they must immediately muster their defences against this anticipated land attack. The Queen's person was safe in his keeping. After a general discussion, the Queen issued orders. As she spoke, rain started to drip down on the table.
Since water is my element, I cannot complain if the roof leaks, she said.
Maida Mingala advised that defences should be built along the perimeters of the palace grounds, and that the general should draw up an inventory of all weapons and warlike impedimenta available, not forgetting the armoury of the Vajabar Preya. Turning to Sartori Irvrash, she ordered him and Odi Jesaratabar to depart from the palace at once. They might have 3 Hoxneys from the stables.
You are kind, mem, said Sartori Irvrash,
although the expression on his vole-like face suggested he thought otherwise.
But can you spare us?
I can, if your companion is fit to ride.
I don't think she's fit.
Rashven, I can spare you as Jan could spare you. You advised him on the plan of divorcement, didn't you? As for your new consort, I understand that she is, or was, a close friend of the villainous Io Pasharatid.
He was taken aback.
My lady, there was much botheration. Many questions of policy were involved. I was paid to support the king.
You used to claim that you supported the truth.
He searched his chaff rule absent-mindedly, as if looking for a Veronicane, then settled for rubbing his whiskers instead.
Sometimes the 2 roles coincided. I know that your kind heart and the king's spoke for the Fagors in our kingdom, yet they are the chief cause of all human troubles. In summer, we have the opportunity to rid ourselves of them when their numbers are low. Yet summer is the time we squabble among ourselves and are least capable of seeing them as our ultimate enemy. Believe me, ma'am, I have studied such histories as Braxist's Thribriatriad, and have learned.
She looked at him not unfavourably, but now held up her hand.
Rashven, no more. We were friends, but our lives have changed. Go in peace.
Unexpectedly, he ran round the table and clasped her hand.
We'll go. After all, I'm used to cruel treatment. But grant one request before we leave. With Odi's assistance, I have discovered something of vital importance to us all. We shall go on to Alderendo and present this discovery to the Holy Caesar, in the hopes that it may merit award. It will also discountenance your ex-husband. You may be pleased to hear.
What is your request? She broke in angrily. Be finished, will you? We have more important business.
The request has to do with a discovery, ma'am. When we were all safe at the palace at Matrasil, I used to read to your infant daughter. Little you care for that now. I remember the charming storybook that Tatro possessed. Will you permit me to take that storybook with me to Alderendo?
Maida Mingala stifled something between a laugh and a scream.
Here we try to prepare for a land attack, and you wish to have a child's book of fairy tales. By all means, take the book as far as I am concerned. Then be off the premises, and take that ceaseless tongue of yours with you."
He kissed her hand. As he backed to the door, Audie beside him, he gave a sly smile and said,
"The rain is stopping. Fear not. We shall soon be away from this inhospitable refuge."
The Queen hurled a candlestick after his retreating back. To one side of the palace was an extensive garden, where herbs and fruit bushes grew. In the garden was an enclosure within which pigs, goats, chickens, and geese were kept. Beyond this enclosure stood a line of gnarled trees. Beyond the trees lay a low earthworks, grass-covered, which encircled marshy ground to the east. The direction from which Pasharatid's force would come if it did come. After a businesslike survey of the ground, Tolram Ketinet and Lanstatet decided they must use this old line of defence. They had considered evacuating Gravabagalinian by ship, but the Preya had been inexpertly moored. During the storm it suffered damage, and could hardly be considered seaworthy. Everything of value was unloaded from the ship. Some of its higher timbers were utilised to make a watchtower in the stoutest tree. As the ground dried off after the storm, some of the fagors were employed to build a defensive breastwork along the top of the earthworks. Others were deployed to dig trenches nearby. This was the scene of activity which met Sartori Irivrash and Odi Jesaratapar as they left the settlement. They travelled one behind the other on Hoxneys, with a third animal trailing, carrying their baggage. They saw Carabancity supervising the digging of fortifications, and Sartori Irivrash halted.
"I must bid farewell to my old friend,"
he said as he dismounted.
"Don't be long," Odi warned. "You have no friends here because of me."
He nodded and walked over to the deuteroscopist, squaring his shoulders. Carabancity was working in a patch of marshy ground, with some labouring ancipitals. When he looked up and saw Sartori Irivrash, his heavy face went dark. Then, as if forced to it by the pressure of excitement, burst into a smile. He beckoned Sartori Irivrash over.
"Here's the past. These earthworks form part of an ancient fortification system. The Fagors are uncovering the geometries of legend made flesh."
He walked over to a newly dug pit. Sartori Irivrash followed. Carabancity knelt at the edge of the pit, heedless of squelching mud. An arm's length below the turf, emerging from the peaty soil, lay what Sartori Irivrash took at first to be an old black bag pressed flat. It was, or it had been, a man. His body lay sprawled on its left side. Short leather tunic and boots suggested that the man had been a soldier. Half concealed beneath his flattened form lay the hilt of a sword. The man's profile, mouth distorted by broken teeth, had been moulded by Earth's pressure into a macabre smile. The flesh was a rich, shining brown. Other bodies were being uncovered. The Fagors worked without interest, scratching the mud away with their fingers. From the dirt, another mummified soldier appeared, a fearful wound in his chest. The creases of his face were clear, as if in a pencil sketch. His eyeballs had collapsed, giving his expression a melancholy vacancy. The cellar smell of soil bit into his nostrils.
"The peaty earth has preserved them,"
said Sartori Irivrash.
"They could be soldiers who died in battle or similar botheration. They may be 100 years old."
"Far more than that,"
said Caravanserai, jumping down into the trench. He scratched up one of a number of what Sartori Irvrash had taken to be stones, and lifted it for examination.
This is probably what killed the fellow with the broken teeth. It's a Rajabaral tree seed, as hard as iron. It may have been baked, which is why it never germinated. It's over 6 centuries since spring, when the Rajabarals seeded. The attackers use the seeds as cannonballs. This is where the legendary battle of Grebebegalinian was fought. We find the site because we are about to use it again for battle.
Poor devils.
Them or us.
He went to the rear corner of the excavation. Lying below the body of the man with the chest wound was a fagor, partly visible. Its face was black, its coat matted and reddened by the bog water, until it resembled a compressed vegetable growth.
You see how even then men and fagors fought and died together.
Sartori Irvrash gave a snort of disgust.
They may equally well have been enemies. You've no evidence either way.
Clearly, it's a bad omen. I wouldn't want the Queen to see these, or Tolram Ketinet. He's Scumber himself. We'd better cover the bodies up.
The ex-chancellor made to turn away.
Not all of us cover up the secrets we find, friend. I have knowledge in my possession which, when I lay it before the authorities of Penoval, will start a holy war against the ancipitral kind throughout all Campanlat.
Caravanserai looked calculatingly at him, through his heavy bloodshot eyes.
And you'll get paid for starting that war, eh? Live and let live, I say.
Yes, you say it, Bardol. But these horned creatures don't. Their creed is different. They will outbreed us and kill us unless we act. If you had seen for yourself the Flambrag herds.
Don't fly into a passion. Passion always causes trouble. Now, we'll get on with our job. There are probably hundreds of bodies lying under the earth about here.
Folding his arms tightly about his chest, Sartori Irvrash said,
You give me a cold reception, just like the Queen.
Caravanserai climbed slowly out of the trench.
Her Majesty gave you what you asked for. A book and 3 hoxneys.
He stuck a knuckle between his teeth and stared at the ex-chancellor.
Why are you so against me, Bardol? Have you forgotten the time when, as young men, we looked through your telescope and observed the phases of Kaidor as it sped above us, and from that deduced the cosmic geometries under which we exist?
I don't forget. You come here, though, with a Sibornelese officer, a dedicated enemy of Bolian. The Queen is under threat of death, and the kingdom of dissolution. I have no love of Jandol, Anganol, or of Fagors, yet I wish to see them continue, in order that people may still look through telescopes. Overturn the kingdom, as both you and she would do, and you overturn the telescopes.
He gazed through the trees towards the sea, with a bitter expression, shrugging his shoulders.
You have witnessed how Kevasian, once a place of some culture, home of the great Yarap Rombri, has been carelessly erased. Culture may flourish better under old injustice than under new. That's all I say.
It's a plea for your own way of life.
I shall always fight for my own way of life. I believe in it, even when it means fighting myself. Go, take that woman with you. And remember, there's always more than an arm up Sibonali's sleeve.
Why speak to me like this? I'm a victim, a wanderer, an exile. My life's work ruined. I could have been the Yarap Romri of my epoch. I'm innocent.
Carabansetti shook his large head.
You're of an age when innocence is a crime. Leave with your lady. Go and spread your poison.
They regarded each other challengingly. Sartori Irvrash sighed. Carabansetti climbed back into his trench. Sartori Irvrash walked back to where Odi Jesseratabar waited with the animals. He mounted his Hoxney without a word, tears in his eyes. They took the trail leading northwards to Oldorando. Jandol Anganol and his party had travelled that way only a few days earlier, on their way to the home of the king's murdered bride-to-be. 19. Oldorando. The suns blazed down out of a cloudless sky, flattening the veldt with their combined light. King Jandol Anganol, Eagle of Borleon, enjoyed being in the wilderness again. His way of enjoyment was not every man's. It consisted mainly of hard marches, interspersed with short rests. This was not to the taste of Ksar's pleasure-loving envoy, Alam Esombre. The king and his force, with attendant ecclesiastics, approached Oldorando from the south, along one of the old pilgrims' ways, which led on through Oldorando to Holy Panoval. Oldorando stood at the crossroads of Campanlad, the migratory route of the Fagors, and the various ukts of the Madis ran east and west, close by the city. The old salt road meandered north into the Cuisins and Lake Dorzin. To the west lay Case, slatternly Case, home of cutthroats, craftsmen, vagabonds, and villains. To the south lay Borleon, friendly Borleon, home of more villains. Jandol Anganol was approaching a country at war, like his own, with barbarians. That war between Oldorando and Case had broken out because of the ineffectiveness of King Seirin Stund, as much as the nastiness of the Casey. Faced with the collapse of the Second Army, Jandol Anganol had made what was widely regarded as a cowardly peace with the hill clans of Case, sending them valuable tributes of grain and veronicane in order to seal the armistice. To the Casey, peace was relative. They were long accustomed to internecine struggles. They simply hung their crossbows on the back of the hut door and resumed their traditional occupations. These included hunting, blood feuds, potting — they made excellent pottery, which they traded with the Mahdi for rugs — stealing, mining precious stones, and goading their scrawny womenfolk into working harder. But the war with Borleon, sporadic though it had been, instilled in the clans a new sense of unity. Failing by some chance to quarrel during their extensive victory celebrations, when Jandol Anganol's grain tribute was converted into something more potable, the leading clans of Case accepted, as their universal suzerain, a powerful brute called Scrumpabor. As a kind of goodwill gesture on his election, Scrumpabor had all the Oldorandans living on Casey land slaughtered, or staked, as the local term was. Scrumpabor's next move was to repair the damage done by war to irrigation terraces and to villages in the southeast. To this end, he encouraged Ancipitals to come in to Case from Randanen, Quain, and Oldorando. In exchange for their labour, he guaranteed the Fagors freedom from the Drumbles racking Oldorando, Being heathen, the Casey clans saw no reason to persecute the Fagors as long as they behaved themselves and never looked at Casey women. Jandal Anganol heard of these events with pleasure. They confirmed his sense of himself as a diplomat. The Takers were less pleased. The Takers were the militants of the Holy Panovalan Empire, with highly placed connections within the See of Panoval itself. Kilander IX, so it was rumoured, had been a Taker himself in his young days. A mounted arm of Takers, striking out from Aldorando City, made a daring raid on a case. The squalid mountain settlement which served as a capital, and slaughtered over 1,000 newly arrived Fagors overnight, together with a few Casey. This success proved less than a victory. On their way home, the Takers, rendered careless by the outcome of their raid, were ambushed by Lord Scrumpabora's clans and slaughtered in their turn, many in sadistic ways. Only one Taker returned to Aldorando, more dead than alive, to tell the tale. A thin bamboo rod had been driven through his body from his anus, the sharp end protruding from behind the clavicle of his right shoulder. He had been staked. Reports of this outrage reached King Seirin Stund. He declared a holy war on the barbarians and set a price on Scrumpabora's head. Blood had since been spilt on both sides, but mainly on the Aldorandan side. At the present time, half the Aldorandan army, in which no Fagors were allowed to serve, was away making forced marches among the wilderness of Shoata Praxi, which abounded on Case hillsides. The king soon lost interest in the struggle. After the murder of his elder daughter, Simoda Tal, he retreated into the confines of his palace and was rarely seen. He bestirred himself when he heard of Jandal Anganol's approach, but then only at the concerted prompting of his advisers, his Mahdi queen, and his surviving daughter, Milua Tal.
"How are we to amuse this great king, Seirin's sweetest?"
asked Queen Bathkarnetshi in her singing voice.
"I am such a poor thing, a flower, and I am lame, a limp flower. Will you wish me to sing my songs of the journey to him?"
"I don't care for the man personally. He's without culture," said her husband. "Jandal will bring his Fagor guard, since he cannot afford to pay real soldiers. If we must endure the pestilential things in our capital, perhaps they'll amuse us with their animal antics."
Aldorando's climate was hot and enervating. The eruption of Mount Rustigonic had opened up a chain of volcanic activity. A sulphurous pall often hung over the land. The flags which the king ordered to be put out to greet his Borleanese cousin hung limp in the airless atmosphere. As for the king of Borlean, impatient energy possessed him. The march from Gravabagalinian had taken the best part of a tenor, first over the Lewis farmlands, then across wilder country. No pace was rapid enough for Jandal Anganol. Only the first Fagorian made no complaint. Bad news continued to reach the column. Crop failure and famine were everywhere in his kingdom. Evidence of that lay all round. The Second Army was not merely defeated, it was never going to re-emerge from the jungles of Randanen. Such few men as came back slunk to their own homes, swearing they would never soldier again. The Fagor battalions which had survived disappeared into the wilds. From the capital, the news was no more encouraging. Jandal Anganol's ally, Archpriest Branza Baginut, wrote that Matrasil was in a state of ferment, with the barons threatening to take over and rule in the name of the Scritina. It behooved the king to act positively, and as soon as possible. He enjoyed being on the move. delighted in living off what game there was, rejoiced in the evening bivouac, and even tolerated days of brilliant sunshine away from the coastal monsoons. It was as if he took pleasure from the ferment of emotions that filled him. His face became leaner, tenser, his waywardness more marked. Alam Esomber felt less enthusiastic. Brought up in his father's house in the subterranean recesses of Panoval, he was unhappy in the open and mutinous about the forced pace. The dandified envoy of the Holy Xar called a halt at last, knowing he had the support of his weary retinue. It was dim day, when fat, brilliant flowers opened among the lustreless grasses, inviting the attention of dusk moths. A bird called, hammering at its 2 notes. They had left the Lewis farmlands behind, and were traversing a farmless moor which supported few villages. For shade, the envoy's party retreated under an enormous Dennis tree, whose leaves sighed in the breeze. The Dennis sprouted many trunks, some young, some ancient, which propped themselves up languidly, like Esomber himself, with gnarled elbows as they sprawled on the ground in all directions.
"What can drive you like this, Jandal?"
Esomber asked.
"What are we hurrying for, except for hurrying's abominable sake? To put it another way, what fate awaits you in Aldorando, better than the one you revoked in Gravabagalinian?"
He eased his legs and looked up with his amused glance into the king's countenance. Jandal Anganol squatted nearby, balancing on his toes. A faint smell of smoke came to his nostrils, and he searched the distance for its origin. He threw small pebbles at the earth. A group of the king's captain, the royal armourer, and others leant on their staffs, a short distance away. Some smoked veronicanes, one teased Yuli, prodding the creature with his staff.
"We must reach Aldorando as soon as possible."
He spoke as one who wants no argument, but Esomber persisted.
"I'm eager to see that somewhat squalid city myself, if only to soak for a few millennia in one of their famous hot springs. That doesn't mean I'm anxious to run all the way there. You're a changed man since your Penoval days, Jandal. Not quite such fun, if I may say so."
The king threw his pebbles more violently.
"Balian needs an alliance with Seirin Stund, that deuteroscopist who presented me with my 3-faced timepiece, Bardol Carabensity, said I had no business in Aldorando. A conviction seized me at that moment that I had to go there. My father supported me. His dying words to me were, as he lay dying in my arms, 'Go to Aldorando.' Since that fool Tolram Ketinet allowed his army to be wiped out, I can only seek union with Aldorando. The fates of Balian and Aldorando have always been linked."
He flung down a final stone with violence, as if to destroy all argument. Esomber said nothing. He plucked a grass blade to suck, suddenly self-conscious under the king's stare. After a moment, Jandal Anganol jumped up, to stand with his feet planted apart.
"Here stand I, while I press upon the earth. The energies of the earth surge up through my body. I am of the Balianese soil. I am a natural force."
He raised his arms, fingers tensed. The Fagors, armed with their matchlocks, lay about at a short distance, like shapeless cattle looking over the plain. Some rooted under stone and found grubs or rickybacks, which they ate. Others stood without movement, beyond the occasional swing of the head or a flick of the ears to ward off flies. Winged things buzzed in the shade, Made uneasy, Esomber sat up.
I don't understand what you mean, but do enjoy yourself.
His voice was dry. The king scrutinized the horizon as he spoke.
An example for you, so that you understand well the kind of man I am. Although I may have rejected my queen Maerdem Ingala, for whatever reason, nevertheless she remains mine. If I discover that you, for instance, had dared to enter her bedchamber to consort with her while we were in Grevebegalinian, then, notwithstanding our friendship, I would kill you without compunction, and hang your Edra from this tree.
Neither of them moved. Then Esomber rose and stood with his back to one of the trunks of the Dennis. His narrow, handsome face had grown as pale as a dead leaf.
I say, did it ever occur to you that those damn fagors of yours, well armed with Sibonali's weapons, strike fear into ordinary chaps like me? That they will most likely meet with an ill reception in Seirenstund's capital, where a holy dramble is in progress? Are you ever afraid that you might, grow to be a bit like a fagor yourself?
The king turned slowly, with an expression denoting total lack of interest in the question.
Watch.
He screwed his face into a mixture of grimace and smile, and snorted breath through his nose. He broke into a run, gathered himself, and leaped clear over one of the trunks of the tree, a full 4 feet above the ground. It was a perfect jump. He recovered himself, turned, and jumped the trunk in the opposite direction, with a force which carried him almost against Esomber. The king was half a head taller than the envoy. The latter, alarmed, reached for his sword, then stood without movement, tense against the king.
I am 25 years of age, in fine condition, and fear neither man nor fagor. My secret is that I am capable of going with circumstances. Eldorando shall be my circumstance. I gain energy from the geometry of circumstance. Do not vex me, Alam Esomber, or forget my words about the sanctity of what was once mine. I am one of your circumstances, and not vice versa.
The envoy moved to one side, coughed as a reason for moving his hand from his sword hilt to his mouth, and managed a pale smile.
You're terribly fit, I see that. That's tremendous. By the beholder, but I envy you. It's a wretched nuisance that I, and my little rabble of vicars, aren't in such fine trim. I've often thought that praying vitiates the muscles. Therefore, I must request that you proceed ahead with your party and your favoured species, at your breakneck pace, while we follow on behind at our own feeble pace, eh?
Jandal Anganol regarded him without change of expression. Then he gave a fine grimace.
Very well. The country hereabouts is peaceful, but guard yourselves. Robbers have scant respect for vicars. Remember, you carry my bill of divorcement.
Strive ever onwards, if you will. I shall deliver your bill to the Cassar in good time.
He gave a wave of his hand and left it dangling in front of him. The king did not take it. Instead, Jandal Anganol turned away without further word, and whistled Yuli to his side. He called the Gillet leader of the guard, Grt Malark Chazarn. The A-human columns formed up and marched away. The humans followed more informally. In a short while, Alam Esomber, together with his followers, was left standing silent under the Dennis tree. Then the figures were lost to Jandal Anganol amid the shade. Soon, the great tree itself was lost in the shimmering heat of the plain. 2 days later, The king halted his force only a few miles short of Alderando. Wisps of smoke trailed across the rolling landscape. He stood by one of the aged stone pillars which dotted the landscape. Impatient for the rear of the Fagor column to catch up, Jandal Anganol traced with one finger the worn design on the stone, a familiar pattern of two concentric circles, with curving lines running from inner to outer circle. Just for a moment, he wondered what the pillar and its pattern could signify, but such enigmas, presumably never capable of resolution, any more than he expected to be told what long-dead king had erected the stones, occupied his mind only for a moment. His thoughts were all on what lay immediately ahead. They had reached a region which was in fact a hinterland of the fabled city they were approaching. Of that city there was as yet no sign. The view comprised low rolling hills, the foothills of the Quizzint Mountains, running like an armoured spine over the continent. Ahead, sprawling across the ground, was one of the Ukts, threading its way into the distance on either side. The Ukt here formed a tawny rather than a green line, comprising few large trees but many bushes and cyclads, entwined by gaudy mantle flowers, the seeds of which migrant tribes chewed as they progressed. No road was as wide as this Ukt. Unlike a road, however, it was not to be travelled by humans. Despite the depredations of Arang and Flebit, it had become impenetrable. The Mahdi tribes with their animals travelled along its edge. There, scattering seeds and droppings, the protognostics unthinkingly widened the Ukt. Year by year it spread, becoming a strip of forest. Not that the strip was regular. Alien growths like Shoatapraxi, introduced as burrs on the coats of animals, had prospered in places where they could take advantage of favourable soil conditions, and spread into thickets. The Mahdi skirted the new thickets, or else plunged through them, leaving a trail later obliterated by further waves of aliens. What was incidental became established. The Ukt served as a barrier. Butterflies and small animals found on one side of the barrier were not to be seen on the other. There were birds and rodents, and a deadly golden snake which kept to the shelter of the Ukt, and never ventured beyond its confines, as they spread across the continent. Several kinds of others lived their pranksome lives out in the Ukt. Humans, too, recognized the existence of the Ukt by using it as a frontier. This Ukt marked the frontier between northern Borleon and the land of Alderando, and that frontier was on fire. A lava flow from a newly erupted volcano had set the Ukt ablaze. It had begun to burn along its length like a fuse. Instruments on the Avernus were recording details of increasing volcanic activity on the world approaching Periastron below. Data relayed to Earth concerning Mount Rustigonic showed that the material from the eruption rose to a height of 50 kilometers. The lower layers of this cloud were carried rapidly eastwards, circling the globe in 15 days. The material rising above 21 kilometers moved westwards, with the prevailing flow of the lower stratosphere, to circle the globe in 60 days. Similar readings were obtained for other eruptions. Dust clouds gathering in the stratosphere were about to double Heliconia's albedo, reflecting the increasing heat of Freya away from the surface. Thus, the elements of the biosphere worked like an interrelated body or machine to preserve its vital processes. During the decades when Freya was closest to Helliconia, the planet would be shielded by acidic dust layers from its worst effects. Nowhere was this dramatic homeostasis observed with more wonder and awe than on Earth. On Helliconia, the forest fire was the end of the world for many frightened creatures. To a more detached view, it was a sign of the world's determination to save itself and its freight of organic life. Jandal Anganol's forces waited, tucked in a shallow valley. A pall of smoke to the east announced the approach of the fire. Numbers of hairy pigs and deer ran along the line of the Ucht westwards to safety. Herds of slower flebit followed, setting up a massive bleating as they passed. Families of others went by, encouraging their young in a human fashion. They had dark fur and white faces. Some species were tailless. They swung deftly from branch to branch and were gone. Jandal Anganol rose and stood in a crouch to watch the game go by. The little runt Yuli leapt up sportively to join him. The Fagors continued to rest impassively like cattle, chewing their day's ration of porridge and pemmican. To the east, Mahdi's and their flocks were fleeing before the blaze, while some of their animals bolted for freedom or ran in terror into the thicket. The protognostics themselves remained obedient to custom and followed the line of the Ucht. "Blind fools!" exclaimed Jandal Anganol. His quick mind devised a plan. Ordering up a section of Fagorian guard, he set a trap into action. When the leading Mahdis came up, a rope draped with thorn lianas from the thickets suddenly sprang into the air before them. They came to a confused halt, sheep, Asokins, and dogs milling about their legs. Their Mahdi faces were as innocuous as the faces of parrots or flowers. Foreheads and jaws receded. Eyes and noses were prominent, giving them a permanent look of incredulity before the world. The males had bosses on foreheads and jaws. Their hair was glossy brown. They called to each other in despairing pigeon voices. Out leaped the Fagor section from its concealment. Each Fagor closed in on the frightened Mahdis. Each caught 3 or 4 by their arms burned red by the suns and powdered by the dust of the track. They came without fight. A gillet caught the bellwether. An Asokin with a can thumping against its chest. The ewes stood meekly by. Some Mahdis tried to run. Jandal Anganol clubbed 2 with his fist, sending them sprawling. They lay crying in the dirt, but others were coming up from the rear all the while, and he let them go. His party forced their way through the Ucht with their bag. The dense coats of the Fagors rendered them immune to thorns. Driving their captives before them, they crossed over from Borlean to Aldorando. They were safely on their way when the fire passed through the strip, travelling at a brisk walking pace, leaving ashes behind. It was in this manner that the royal party arrived at the city of Aldorando, more resembling shepherds than royalty. Their protognostic prisoners were torn and bleeding from the Ucht thicket, as were many of the humans. The king himself was covered in dust. There was about Aldorando something almost theatrical, perhaps because at its heart lay the gaudy stage on which worship of Akhanaba, the ox-faced all-powerful, was at its most resplendent. True worship is solitary. When the religious gather together, they put on pageants for their gods. Lying in the steamy centre of Campanlat, threaded by the river Valvoral, which connected it with Matrasil and ultimately the sea, Aldorando was a city of travellers. Mostly they came to worship, or, if not to worship, to trade. In the physical form of the city was commemorated the long existence of these opposed intentions. The Holy Val sector of the city ran in a diagonal line from southwest to northeast, rising above the sprawl of commerce like a fretted cliff. Holy Val included the Old City, with its quaint 7-story towers, in which lived permanent religious communities. Here were the academicians, a female order. Here, too, were pilgrims and beggars, as well as God's scum, those who beat empty breasts. Here were courts of shadow and places of prayer sunk deep into the earth. Here, too, stood the Dom, with its attendant monasteries. The King Seirin-Stun's palace. It was generally agreed, at least by those whose lives were enclosed by Holy Val, that this sector of saintliness, this diagonal of decency, ran between sewers of worldly vice. But set in Holy Val's pompous and fretted walls and forbidding ramparts were a variety of doors. Some were opened only on ceremonial occasions. Others allowed access to the old city only for the privileged. Others admitted only women or only men. No fagors were permitted to sully Holy Val. But others, and those among the most used, let even the most secular of persons to come and go as they would. Between the holy and the unholy, as between the living and the dead, was set a barrier, which detained nobody from crossing it. The unholy lived in less grand premises, although even here the rich had built their palaces along the broader boulevards. The wicked prospered. The good made their way through life as best they could. Of the city's present population, of 890,000 humans, almost 100,000 were in religious orders and served Akhanaba. At least as many were slaves and served believer and unbeliever alike. It was in keeping with the shows which Aldorando loved that 2 messengers clad in blue and gold should wait on Jandal Angunol's arrival at the south gate, with a coach in which to draw him to King Seirin-Stund. Jandal Angunol refused the coach, and instead of taking the triumphal route along Wazn Avenue, paraded his dusty company into the Pauk. The Pauk was a comfortable, down-at-heels area of taverns and markets, where there were traders who would buy both animals and protognostics.
"Mahdi's don't fetch much in Embrudok,"
said one sturdy dealer, using the old country name for Aldorando.
"We got enough of them, and, like the non-dads, they don't work well. Now, your fagors would be a different question, but in this city I'm not allowed to trade in fagors." "I'm selling only the Mahdi and animals, men. Your price, or I'll go elsewhere."
When a sum had been agreed on, the Mahdis were sold into captivity and the animals to slaughter. The king retired in satisfaction. He was now better prepared to meet Seirin-Stund. Before the transaction, he had not so much as a rune piece on him. Fagors dispatched to Matrisil for gold had not returned. Moving in military order, the first Fagorian proceeded up Wazn Avenue, where crowds had assembled to watch them. The crowds cheered Jandal Angunol as he strode along with Yuli. He was popular with the rabble of Aldorando, despite his companionship of the officially deplored Ancipitals. The common people contrasted a lively, eager man favourably with their fat, idle domestic breed of monarch. The common people did not know the Queen of Queens. The common people had sympathy for a king whose bride-to-be had been brutally murdered, even if that bride was only a Mahdi, or half Mahdi. Among the common people went the religious. The clerics were out with banners. "Renounce your sins. The end of the world is nigh. Repent ye while time is." Here, as in Borlean, the Panovalan Church played on public fears in order to bring the independent-minded to heel. The dusty progress continued, past the ancient King Denis Pyramid, through the Wazn sector, into the wide, loyal Bryden Square. On the far side of the square, across a stream, Whistler Park. facing on to square and park, the great dome of striving, and the picturesque town palace of the king. In the centre of the square, a golden pavilion in which was seated King Seiren Stund himself, waiting to greet his visitor. Beside the king sat Queen Bathkarnet Shi, wearing a grey quadrant decorated with black roses, and an uncomfortable crown. Between their majesties on a smaller throne sat their one remaining daughter, Milua Tal. The three of them reposed in absurd dignity under an awning, while the rest of the court sweated in the sun. The heat buzzed with flies. A band played. The absence of soldiers was noticeable. But several elderly officers in resplendent uniforms marched slowly about. The civil guard kept the crowd in order along the perimeters of the square. The old Arandon court was known for its stifling formality. Seiren Stund had done his best to soften court etiquette on this occasion, but there remained a line of advisers and church dignitaries, many of them in flowing canonicals, drawn up severely as they waited to shake Jandal Anganol's hand and kiss his cheek. The eagle stood with his party of captains and his hunchbacked armourer, surveying them challengingly, the dust of his journey still about him.
"Your parade would do credit to a museum, cousin Seiren," he said.
Seiren Stund was dressed, as were his officers, in a severe black charfrul to express mourning. He levered himself up out of his throne and came to Jandal Anganol with arms extended. Jandal Anganol made a bow, holding himself stiffly. Yuli stood a pace behind him, sticking his milt up alternate nostrils, otherwise motionless.
"Greetings, in the name of the All-Powerful. The court of Old Rando welcomes you to your peaceful and fraternal visit to our capital. May Akanabar make the meeting fruitful. Greetings, in the name of the All-Powerful. I thank you for your fraternal reception. I come to offer my condolences and my grief at the death of your daughter, Simoda Tal, my bride-elect."
As Jandal Anganol spoke, his glance, under the line of his eyebrows, was ever active. He did not trust Seiren Stund. Stund paraded him along the ranks of dignitaries, and Jandal Anganol allowed his hand to be shaken, and his grimy cheek to be kissed. He saw from Seiren Stund's demeanour that the king of Aldorando bore him ill will. The knowledge was a torment. Everywhere was hatred in men's hearts. The murder of Simoda Tal had left its stain, with which he now had to reckon. After the parade, the queen approached, limping, her hand resting on Milua Tal's arm. Bathkarnet Shi's looks had faded, yet there was something in her expression, in the way she held her head, submissively, yet perkily, which affected Jandal Anganol. He recalled a remark of Seiren Stund's, which had once been reported to him. Why had that lodged in his memory?
"Once you have lived with a Mahdi woman, you want no other."
Both Bathkarnet Shi and her daughter had the captivating bird faces of their kind. Though Milua Tal's blood had been diluted with a human stream, she presented as exotically dark, brilliant impression, with enormous eyes glowing on either side of her aquiline nose. When she was presented, she gazed directly at Jandal Anganol and gave him the look of acceptance. He thought briefly of Sartori Irvrash's mating experiments. Here, if ever, was a fertile crossbreeding. He was pleased to gaze on this one bright face, among so many dull ones, and said to her,
"You much resemble the portrait I was sent of your sister. Indeed, you are even more beautiful."
"Simoda and I are much alike, and much different, like all sisters,"
Milua Tal replied. The music of her voice suggested to him many things: fires in the night, baby Tatro cooing in a cool room, pigeons in a wooden tower.
Our poor Milua is overcome by the assassination of her sister, as we all are,
said the king, with a noise which incorporated the best features of a sigh and a belch.
We have agents out far and wide, pursuing the killer, the villain who posed as a Mahdi, to gain entrance to the palace. It was a cruel blow against us both.
Another compendious sigh.
Well, Holy Council will be held next week, with a special memorial service for our departed daughter, which the Holy Kasar himself will bless with his presence. That will cheer us. You must stay with us for that event, cousin, and be welcome. The Kasar will be delighted to greet such a valued member of his community, and it would be to your advantage to pass time with him, as you will realize. Have you met His Holiness? I know his envoy, Alam Esomber. He will arrive shortly. Ah, yes. Esomber. A witty fellow. And adventurous, said Jandal Anganor.
The band struck up. They proceeded across the square to the palace, and Jandal Anganor found Milua Tal by his side. She looked up brightly at him, smiling. He asked her conspiratorially,
Are you prepared to tell me your name, ma'am, if I keep it a secret?
Oh, that's one of the questions I hear most often,
she said dismissively.
Together with, do you like being a princess? Persons think me in advance of my age, and they must be right. The increased heat of the present period brings younger persons on, develops them in every way. I have dreamed the dreams of an adult for over a year. Did you ever dream you were in the powerful, irresistible embrace of a fire god?
He bent to her ear and said in a ferocious whisper, playfully,
Before I reveal to you if I am that fire god, I shall have to answer my own question. I'd put you at no more than 9 years old.
9 years and 5 tenors,
she replied.
But it is emotions, not years, which count.
The facade of the palace was long and 3 stories high, with massive polished columns of Rajabaral rising through the marked horizontals of the upper stories. The roof swept flamboyantly upwards, tiled with blue tiles made by Casey potters. The palace had been first built over 350 small years ago, after Aldorando was partially destroyed by Fagor invasion. Although its timbers had been renewed since, the original design was adhered to. Elaborately carved wooden screens protected the unglazed windows. The doors were of the same type of carving, but veneered in silver and backed by thick wooden panels. A tubular gong was struck within. The doors opened, and Seirin Stund led his guests inside. There followed 2 days of banqueting and empty speeches. The hot water springs, for which Aldorando was famous, also played their part. A service of thanksgiving was held in the Dom, attended by many high-ranking dignitaries of the church. The singing was magnificent, the costumes impressive, the darkness in the great underground vault all that Akhanaba could desire. Jandal Anganor prayed, sang, spoke, submitted to ceremony, and confided in no one. All were uncertain of this strange man, all kept their eyes on him, and his eyes were on all. It was clear why some called him the Eagle. He took care to see that the first Fagorian guard was suitably housed. For a city that hated Fagors, they were well provided for. Across the loyal Bryden Square from the Dom was Whistler Park, an area of green entirely surrounded by the Val Varal, or its tributaries. Here were preserved brassem trees. Here also was the Hour Whistler, of continent-wide fame. The geyser blew with a shrill note at every hour, with the greatest accuracy. Days, weeks, tenors, years, centuries went by. Still the Hour Whistler blew. Some said the hour's length, and the 40 minutes which divided the hour, had been decided by this noise issuing from the earth. An ancient 7-story tower and some new pavilions stood on the margins of the park. The fagors were billeted in the pavilions. The 4 bridges into the park were guarded by fagors on the inner and humans on the outer side, so that no one could get into the park to molest the ancipitals. Crowds soon gathered to watch the ancipital soldiery across the water. These well-drilled, placid-seeming creatures were far different from the fagors of popular imagination, where they rode godlike on great rust-red steeds, travelling at godlike speeds to bring destruction among men. Those riders of the icy storm had little in common with the beasts marching dourly about the park. As Jandol Angenol left his cohorts to return to Seirenstund, he noticed how restless they were. He spoke to Fagor Major Chazarn, but could get from her only that the guard needed a while to settle into new quarters. He assumed that the noise of the Hour Whistler caused them some irritation. Giving them words of reassurance, he left, the runt capering along at his side. A sulphurous volcano smell filled the air. Miluatal met him as he entered the silver gates of the palace. In the last 2 days he had grown increasingly fond of her volatile company, her cooing pigeon voice.
"Some of your friends have arrived. They say they're holy, but everyone seems to be holy here. The chief of them doesn't look holy. He's too handsome to be holy. He looks naughty to me. Do you like naughty people, King Jandol? Because I think I'm rather naughty."
He laughed.
"I think you are naughty. So are most people, including some of the holy ones."
"So, it is necessary to be exceptionally naughty to stand out from the crowd?"
"That's a reasonable deduction."
"Is that why you stand out from the crowd?"
She slipped her hand into his, and he clasped it.
"There are other reasons. Being a fire god is one."
"I find most people are terribly disappointing. Do you know, when my sister was murdered, we found her sitting upright in a chair, fully dressed. No blood visible. It was disappointing. I imagined pools of blood. I imagined people threw themselves all over the place when they were getting killed, as if they hated what was happening."
Jandol Angenol asked in a hard voice.
"How was she killed?"
"Zyganks, stabbed right through the heart with a fuggy horn. Father says it was a fuggy horn. Right slap through her clothes and her heart."
She glanced suspiciously at Yuli, following his master, but Yuli had been dehorned.
"Were you frightened?"
She gave him a scornful look.
"I never think about it. At all. Well, I think about her sitting upright, I suppose. Her eyes were still frozen open."
They entered the tapestried reception hall. Miluatal's warning had served to alert Jandol Angenol to the arrival of Alam Esomber and his little rabble of vicars, as Esomber had called them. They were surrounded by a crowd of Alderandon grandees, from whom a bumble of polite regard arose. The eagle eye of the king, penetrating to the rear of the chamber, observed another similar figure who, as the king arrived, was being bustled out of a rear door. The figure turned to look back as he left the room, and his gaze, despite all the heads in between, met Jandol Angenol's. Then he was gone, and the door closed behind him. On the entry of the king, Esomber broke courteously from his companions and came forward to make a bow to Jandal Anganol, giving him one of his mocking smiles.
Here we are, as you see, Jandal. My somewhat ecclesiastical party and I. One twisted ankle, one case of food poisoning, one envoy longing for the flesh pots. Otherwise, all are in good order. Travel stained, of course, from a preposterously long walk across your domains.
They embraced formally.
I'm glad you are preserved, Alum. You will find the flesh pots rather gloomy here. That's my impression.
Esomber was eyeing the runt standing by the king's side. He made playfully to pat Yuli, and then withdrew his hand.
You don't bite, do you, thing?
I'm civilized,
said Yuli. Esomber raised an eyebrow.
I don't want to speak out of turn, Jandal, but will this rather stuffy crowd here, Seiren Stund and company, tolerate even a civilized, you-know-what, in their midst? There is a drumble on at present, to celebrate the death of your betrothed, I gather. I've met no trouble yet, but the Cassar arrives soon. You had better get your flesh-potting in before then. By the way, I have just seen my ex-chancellor Sartori Irvrash. Do you know anything about him?
Yes, I do, sire.
Esomber rubbed his elegant nose with a finger.
He and a Sibonalese lady came upon me and my rebel of vicars shortly after you and your Fagorian infantry had trotted on ahead in your brisk, forceful manner. Both he and the Sibonalese lady were on Hoxney back. They journeyed the rest of the way with us.
What business has he in Oldorendo?
Flesh pots?
Try again. What did he tell you?
Alum Esomber cast his eyes down to the floor, as if seeking to recall an elusive memory.
Thy Genks, travel does soften the mind, Why, I really cannot say, sire. Perhaps you had better ask him yourself.
He had come from Gravebagalinian. Why was he there?
Sire, perhaps he wished to view the sea, as I've heard some men do before they die.
In that case, his wish could have been premonitory, said Jandal Anganol with spirit. You are not helpful this evening, Alum.
Forgive me. My legs are in such shape that my head is also affected. I may be more effectual after I have bathed and dined. Meanwhile, I assure you that I am no friend of your somewhat gaseous ex-chancellor.
Except that you both would rid the world of Fagors.
So would most men, if they had the courage to act. Fagors and fathers.
They regarded each other.
We had better not get to the subject of courage, said Jandal Anganol, and walked away.
He plunged into a group where men in grand ornamental chafrules and exotic hairpieces were conversing with King Seiren Stund. Interrupting them without apology, Seiren Stund looked flustered, but reluctantly asked his audience to leave him. A space was cleared about the two kings. Immediately, a lackey came forward with a silver tray to present glasses of iced wine. Jandal Anganol turned. Only half deliberately, he knocked the tray from the man's hand.
Tut, 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 said Seiren Stund. No matter, it was an accident. I saw that. Plenty more wine, and more ice, as a matter of fact. Delivered now by a lady, Captain Imya Muntras. We must accustom ourselves to such innovations. Brother King, never mind the niceties of conversation. You are sheltering here in your palace a man who was my chancellor, of whom I rid myself, a man I think my enemy, since he went over to the Sibonali's cause. By name, Sartori Irvrash. What does he want here? Has he brought you some secret message from my ex-queen, as I fear?"
The king of Aldorando looked about apprehensively.
"The man you mention arrived here only 20 minutes ago, along with gentry of good character, such as Alam Esomber. I agreed to give him shelter. He has a lady with him. I assure you, they are not to be guests under this roof. She is Sibonalese. I dismissed that man. I conclude that he cannot be here to do me any favors. Where will they lodge? Dear brother, I hardly think that is business of mine or yours. The dusk moth must keep to the dusk, as we say. Where will he stay? Are you protecting him? Be frank with me."
Seirin Stund had been sitting on a high chair. He rose with dignity and said,
"It grows heated in here. Let us take a walk in the garden, before we become overheated."
He gestured to his wife to remain behind. They progressed through the room, amid a corridor of boughs. Only the runt Yuli followed. The gardens were lit by flambeaux set in niches. Since almost as little air circulated as in the palace, the torches burned with a steady flame. A sulphurous smell hung about the neatly trimmed avenues.
"I do not wish to vex you, Brother Seirin,"
Jandal Anganol said,
"but you understand that I have unknown enemies here. I perceived just by the look of Sartori Irvrash, by his expression, that he is now my enemy, come to make trouble for me. Do you deny that?"
Seirin Stund had taken better control of himself. He was corpulent and wheezed as he walked. He said coolly,
"You appreciate that the common people of Aldorando, or Embrudok, as some like to say, affecting the old mode, regard men of your country, this is not a prejudice I share, you understand, as barbarians. I cannot educate them out of the illusion, not even by stressing the religion we have in common. How does this answer my question? Dear, I'm out of breath. I think I have an allergy. May I ask you if you keep that fuggy following at heel simply to offend me and my queen?"
He indicated Yuli with a contemptuous gesture. It was the turn of Jandal Anganol to be at a loss.
"He is no more than a pet hound. He follows me everywhere. It is an insult to bring that creature into this court. It should be housed on Whistler Island with the rest of your animals. I tell you, it's just my favorite hound. It sleeps outside my bedchamber door at night and will bark if there's danger."
Seirin Stund stopped walking, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed intently into a bush.
"We should not quarrel. We both have our difficulties. I in case, you at home in Mattress Hill, if the reports that reach me are to be trusted. But you cannot bring that creature into my court. The force of the opinion of the court is against it, whatever I personally may say. Why did you not say this when I arrived 2 days ago?"
A heavy sigh from the Aldorandan king.
"You have had 2 days' grace. Think of it like that. The Holy Kassar arrives shortly, as you know. The honor of receiving him means much, but is a grave responsibility. He will not tolerate the sight of a fagor. You are too difficult for us, Jandal. Since you have exhausted your purpose here, why do you not return to your capital tomorrow, with your troop of animals? Am I that unwelcome? You invited me to stay for the Kassar's visit. What poison has Sartori Irvrash poured into your ear? The occasion when the Holy Kassar is present must pass off peacefully. Perhaps the alliance with powerful Penoval is more important to me than to you.
since my kingdom is nearer. Frankly, fuggies and fuggy lovers are not popular in this part of the world. If you have no purpose here, then I suggest we give you Godspeed tomorrow. If I have a purpose. Sarenstund cleared his throat. What purpose? We are both religious men, Jandal. Let us go, and pray, and be scourged together now, and part as friends and allies in the morning. Isn't that best? Then your visit can be sweetly remembered. I will give you a boat with which you can sail rapidly down the Val Voral, and be home in no time. Can you smell the flowering Zaldal? Beautiful, isn't it? I see. Jandal Anganol folded his arms. Very well, then. If that is as deep as your friendship and your religion go, we shall quit your presence on the morrow. We shall sorrow to see you leave us. So will our queen and daughter. I comply with your request, and poorly I think of it. In return, answer my question. Where is Sartori Irvrash? The king of Aldorando showed sudden spirit. You have no right to think poorly of my request. Do you imagine my daughter would be dead today, if you had not been espoused to her? It was a political killing. She had no personal enemies, poor girl. Then you come to court with your filthy fuggies, and expect to be made welcome. Satan, I will say truly, I grieve for the death of Simoda Tal. If I found the murderer, I would know how to deal with him. Do not increase my sorrow by laying that evil at my door. Sarenstund ventured to rest his hand upon the arm of his brother king. Do not worry yourself about it. The man you mention, your ex-chancellor, we have given him a room in one of the monastic hostels which lie behind this palace and the dome. You will not have to meet with him, and we will not part foes. That would not do. He blew his nose. Just be sure to leave Aldorando tomorrow. They made each other a bow. Jandal Anganol went slowly up to his quarters in the wing of the palace, Yuli following behind. Indifferent tapestries hung on the walls here. The board floor was filthy. He knocked on his infantry major's door. No answer came. On inspiration, he went along to Fard Fantil's door and knocked. The royal armourer called to him to enter. The hunchback sat on his bed, polishing his boots. He jumped to his feet when he saw who entered. A Fagor guard stood silent by the window, spear in hand. Jandal Anganol lost no time in coming to the point. You're the very man I want. This is your native city, and you know local customs as I don't. We leave here tomorrow. Yes, it's unexpected, but there's no choice. We sail to Metrasil. Trouble, sire? Trouble. He's tricky, is the king. I want to take Sartori Irvrash with me, prisoner. He's here, in the city. I want you to find him, overpower him, smuggle him into these quarters. We can't cut his throat. It would cause too much of a scandal. Get him here, unseen. Fard Fantil began to pace up and down the room, clutching his brow. We can't do such a thing. It's impossible. The law won't allow. What has he done? Jandal Anganol smacked a fist into his palm. I know that dangerous old crank's way of thought. He has developed some mad piece of knowledge to discredit me. It will concern the Fagors somehow. Before it gets out, I must have him safe, a prisoner. We leave with him tomorrow, shut in a chest. Nobody will know. He resides in one of the hostels behind this palace. Now, I rely on you, Fard Fantil, for I know you as a good man. Do this, and I will reward you, on my word. Still the armourer hesitated. The law won't allow. In a steely voice, the king said, You have a fagor here in your chambers. I expressly forbade it. Except for my runt, all ancipitals were to be housed in Whistler Park. You merit a flogging for disobeying my orders, and a demotion. He's my personal servant, sire. Will you get Sartori Irvrash for me, as I request? With a sullen look, Fard Fantil agreed. The king threw a bag of gold onto the bed. It was the money he had acquired in the market 2 days previously. Good. Disguise yourself as a monk. Go at once. Take that pet of yours with you. When Man and Fagor had gone, Jandal Anganol stood for a while in the dark room, thinking. Through the window he could see Yarap Rombri's comet, low in the northern sky. The sight of that bright smudge in the night brought a memory of his last encounter with his father's Gossi, and its prediction that he would meet one in Aldorando who would control his destiny. Was that a reference to Sartori Irvrash? His brain, like a darting glance, looked over other possibilities. Satisfied that he had done all that might be done in a hostile place, he returned to his quarters, where Yuli had settled himself for sleep before the door as usual. The king gave him a pat as he climbed past. By the bed, a tray of wine and ice had been placed. Perhaps it was Seiren Stun's way of showing gratitude to a departing guest. Scowling, Jandal Anganol drank off a full glass of the sweet wine, then hurled tray and pitcher into a corner. Flinging off his clothes, he climbed in among the rugs and immediately slept. He always slept soundly. This night, his sleep was heavier than usual. His dreams were many and confused. He was numerous things, and at last he was a fire god, paddling through golden fire. But the fire was less flame than liquid. He was a fire god of the sea, and Myrdem Ingala was riding a dolphin just ahead of him. He struggled mightily. The sea clutched him. At last he caught her. He held her tight. The gold was all about them, but the horror that had tagged along on the margins of the dream was moving in rapidly upon him. Myrdem Ingala was other than he thought. An immense weight and sickliness emanated from her body. He was crying as he wrestled with her. The gold ran about his throat and eyes. She felt like... He broke from the dream into waking. For a moment, he scarcely dared open his eyes. He was in the bed in the Aldorandon palace. He was clutching something. He was trembling violently. Almost against his will, his eyes opened. Only the gold from the dream remained. It stained the rugs and silken pillows. It stained him. Crying out, he sat up, flinging back the skins that covered him. Yuli lay close against him. The runt's head had been severed. There was only the body. It was cold. Its copious golden blood had ceased to flow and lay congealing in a pool beneath the corpse and beneath the king. The king flung himself down on the bare floor, face to the tiles. He wept. The sobs rose from some inner recess and shook his whole stained body. It was the custom in the Aldorandon court for a service to be held every morning at the 10th hour in the royal chapel, which was under the palace. King Seiren Stund, to honour his guest, invited Jandal Anganol each day to read, as was his custom, from the revered Testament of Rain Elaine. Much whispering and speculation filled the chapel on this morning, as the royal members of the faith gathered. Many doubted that the Borleonese king would appear. The king came down the stairs from his chambers. He had washed himself over and over and dressed, not in a charfrul, but in knee-length tunic, boots, and light cloak. His face was of an extreme pallor. His hands shook. He walked deliberately, taking step by step, and was in control of himself. As he descended the staircase, his armourer came at a run after him and spoke.
"Sire, I had no response to my knock at your door earlier. Forgive me. I have the prisoner you named in my room, tied in the garderobe. I will watch him till the ship is ready. Tell me only what time I can smuggle him aboard."
"Plans have changed, Fard Fentil." The king's manner as much as his words alarmed the armourer.
"Are you ill, sire?"
said with an ill-favoured glance upwards from under his brows.
"Go back to your room."
Without a backward look, the king continued to descend, down to the ground floor and down again to the royal chapel. He was the last to enter. The introit was played on vrach and drums. All eyes turned upon him as he walked stiffly, like a boy on stilts, to mount into the box beside Seirin Stund. Only Stund remained gazing towards the altar, eyes blinking rapidly, as if unaware of anything amiss. The royal box was set apart, in front of the congregation. It was an ornate affair, its carved sides decorated with silver. 6 curving steps led up to it. Ranking just below it was a plainer box, reached by only 1 step, where Queen Bath Garnet She sat with her daughter. Jandal Anganol took his place beside the other king, staring ahead, and the service proceeded. Only after the long hymn of praise to Akhanaba did Seirin Stund turn and gesture to Jandal Anganol, just as he had done on previous days, to read a part of the testament. With slow pace, Jandal Anganol descended the 6 steps, walked across the black and red tiles to the lectern, turned, and faced the congregation. Absolute silence fell. His face was as white as parchment. He confronted their massed stony regard. He read curiosity, covert smiles, hatred. Nowhere did he detect sympathy, except on the face of the 9-year-old girl, who shrank down beside her mother. She, he observed, as he directed his full regard at her, mustered the old Mahdi look of acceptance, as she had when first they met. He spoke. His voice sounded surprisingly feeble, but after a faltering start, gathered strength.
"I wish to say, that is, your royal highnesses, nobles, all, I would say, you must excuse me if I do not read, but instead take this opportunity to address you directly in this holy place, where the all-powerful hears every word and looks into every heart. I know he must look into your hearts and see how much you wish me well, just as much as I wish you well. My kingdom is a great and rich one, yet I have left it to come here almost alone. Almost alone. We all are in quest of peace for our peoples. That quest has long been mine, and my father's before me. My life's quest is for the prosperity of Bolian, so I have sworn. And there is a more personal quest. I am without that thing which a man most desires, even above his service to his country. I lack a queen. The stone I set rolling half a year ago still rolls. My resolve was then to marry the House of Stund's daughter. That intention I shall now carry out." He paused as if himself alarmed by what he was about to say.
every eye in the chapel lit on his face, to search out the story of his life inscribed there.
It is therefore, not only in response to what His Royal Highness, King Seirenstund, has done, that I announce here, before the throne of one who is above all earthly power, that I, King Jandol Angenol of the House of Angenol, intend to unite the nations of Balian and Oldorando in a blood bond. I mean to take in marriage, as soon as is possible, the prized and beloved daughter of His Majesty, Princess Milua Tal Stund. The solemnization of our nuptials will take place, Akanaba willing, in my capital city of Metrisil, since I am desired to leave for there today.
Many in the congregation jumped up, in order to see how Seirenstund responded to this astonishing news. When Jandol Angenol ceased speaking, they became like statues under his chill gaze. And again, there was absolute silence in the chapel. Seirenstund had slipped gradually from his seat, and could no longer be seen. The tableau was broken by a cry from Milua Tal, who recovered fast from her initial surprise and rushed across the floor to clasp Jandol Angenol.
"I will stand by you," she said, "and perform as your nuptial wife in all things."
20. How justice was done. Firecrackers exploded. Crowds gathered. Rathel was drunk. Prayers were said in the holier parts of the city. The population of Oldorando City rejoiced at the news of Jandol Angenol's engagement to Princess Milua Tal. They had no logical reason for rejoicing. The royal house of Stund and the church with which it was involved lived well at the populace's expense. But chances for rejoicing were few, and wisely taken. The royal family had won general sympathy when Princess Simoda Tal was assassinated. Such horrendous events contributed to the emotional life of the people. That the younger sister was now affianced to the man previously engaged to her dead sister was an enjoyable coup de théâtre. There was prurient speculation as to when Milua Tal experienced her first menses, and, as usual, debate about the sexual habits of the Madis. Were they totally promiscuous or entirely monogamous? It was a question never settled, though most male opinion was in favour of the former alternative. Jandol Angenol met with general approval. In the public view, he was a dashing figure, neither offensively young nor distastefully old. He had married and divorced one of the most beautiful women in all Campanlad. As to why he should now marry a girl younger than his son, such dynastic couplings were not rare, while the numbers of child prostitutes in Eastgate and Uydok provided one easy answer to the question. On the subject of fagors, the population was more neutral than the palace supposed. Certainly everyone knew their folk history, and the famous time when fagor hordes destroyed the city. But that was long ago. There were no marauding fuggy bands now. Fagors had become a rare sight in Oldorando. People liked to go and view them in Whistler Park, gazing across the Val Vorel at the first Fagorian Guard. They were, after a fashion, popular, none of which appeased the bitter resentment of King Seirenstund. Never a determined man, he had let the moment slip by when he might have banned the match. He inwardly cursed himself. He cursed his queen. Bathkarnet She approved the match. Bathkarnet She was a simple woman. She liked Jandol Angenol. As she put it, singing, she liked his looks. Although she had no fondness for the ancipital kind, She saw in the constant drumbles a sort of intolerance which might easily spill over against her own kind. Indeed, the Mahdi's were not popular in Aldorando. The incidents of violence against them were frequent. Therefore, she considered that this man, who protected Fagors, would be kind to her sole remaining daughter, a half Mahdi. More tellingly, Bathkarnet she knew that Seyrin Stund had long had it in mind to marry off Miluatal to Tanth Indrid, a prince of Panoval far older and more revolting than Jandal Anganor. She disliked Tanth Indrid. She disliked the thought of her daughter living in gloomy Panoval, buried under the mountains of the Quizzint. It was not a fit fate for a Mahdi, or the daughter of a Mahdi. Jandal Anganor and Matrasil appeared the better bargain. So, in her self-effacing way, she opposed her king. He was forced to find another way to show his anger, and a way was at hand. Outwardly, Seyrin Stund preserved a pleasant demeanour. He could not admit any responsibility for the killing of Yuli. He even invited Jandal Anganor to a meeting to discuss wedding arrangements. They convened in a room where fans swung from the ceiling, where potted vulus grew, and where bright Mahdi rugs hung on the walls in place of windows, Panoval style. With Seyrin Stund were his wife and an advisor in holy orders, a tall saturnine man with a face like an unshaven hatchet, who sat in the background, looked at no one, and said nothing. Jandal Anganol arrived in full uniform, escorted by one of his captains, a hearty outdoor man who looked bewildered by his new diplomatic role. Seyrin Stund poured wine and offered a glass to Jandal Anganol. The latter refused.
"The fame of your vineyards is universal, but I have found the vintage makes me sleepy."
Ignoring the thrust, Seyrin Stund came to the point.
"We are content that you should marry the Princess Miluatal. You will recall that your intention was to wed my murdered daughter in Aldorando. Therefore, we request you to hold the ceremony here, under the dispensation of the Holy Ksar himself, when he arrives." "Sire, I understood you to say you were eager for me to leave today." "That was a misunderstanding. We are given to understand that the tame creature of yours which caused us offence has been disposed of."
As he said this, his eyes slid towards the saturnine advisor, as if for support.
"We will hold festivities appropriate for you, rest assured."
"Are you certain the Ksar will be here in 3 days?"
"His messengers are already here. Our agents are in touch. His entourage has passed Lake Dorzin. Other visitors, such as Prince Tanth Indrid of Panoval, are expected tomorrow. Your nuptials will make the occasion a solemn historic event."
Realizing that Seyrin Stund intended to gain advantage over him by this delay, Jandal Anganol retired to a corner of the room to talk to his captain. He wished to leave immediately, before more treachery could be worked. But for that he needed a ship, and ships were at the dispensation of Seyrin Stund. There was also the pressing question, as the captain reminded him, of Sartori Irvrash, bound and gagged, and near suffocation, in Fard Fantil's garderobe. He addressed Seyrin Stund.
"Have we reason to be certain that the Holy Ksar will perform this office for us? He is ancient, is he not?"
Seyrin Stund pursed his lips.
"Aging, certainly. Venerable. Not, I'd say, to the best of my judgment, ancient. Possibly 39 and a tenor or two. But he might, of course, have an objection to the alliance, on the grounds that Borleon continues to harbour Fagors.
and refuses to obey requests for a drumble. On that point of doctrine, I would not myself care to be dogmatic. We must naturally hear the judgment from his holy lips. Points of anger burned on Jandal Anganol's cheeks. In a restrained voice, he said, "There is reason to believe that our beloved religion, to which none is more attached than I, began in simple Fagor worship. That was when both Fagors and men lived more primitively. Although ecclesiastical history seeks to hide the fact, the all-powerful once closely resembled an ancipitl in appearance. Of more recent centuries, popular images have blurred over that resemblance. Nevertheless, it is there. Nobody imagines nowadays that Fagors are all-powerful. I know from my personal experience how docile they can be, given firm handling. Nevertheless, our religion hinges centrally upon them. Therefore, it cannot be just to persecute them under the edicts of the Church." Seirenstund looked back for assistance from his priestly advisor. This worthy spoke, saying in a hollow voice, without looking up,
"That is not an opinion which will carry weight with His Holiness the Khazar, who would say that the Bolianese king blasphemes against the countenance of Akanaba."
"Quite," said Seirenstund. "That is not an opinion which will carry weight with any of us, brother. The Khazar must marry you, and you must keep your views to yourself." The meeting concluded briskly. Alone with his queen and the Dark Advisor, Seirenstund rubbed his chubby hands and said, "Then we will wait for the Khazar. We have 3 days to see the wedding does not take place. We need Sartori Irvrash. The Fagor quarters in Whistler Park have been searched, and he is not there. He must then be still in the palace. We will have the king's quarters searched, every nook and cranny." The Dark Advisor cleared his throat.
"There is the question of the woman, Odi Jesseratabar. She arrived here with Sartori Irvrash. This morning, she sought refuge in the Sibonalese ambassadorial mansion in some distress, reporting her friend's disappearance. My understanding is that she is an admiral. My agents tell me that she has not been well received. The ambassador may treat her as a traitor. Nevertheless, he will not hand her over, as yet at least."
Seirenstund fanned himself and took some wine. "We can manage without her."
"There is another point in your Majesty's favour, which my ecclesiastical lawyers have produced," continued the priestly advisor. "King Jandal Anganol's divorcement from Myrdem Ingala is contained in a bill which as yet remains in the possession of Alam Esomber, although the king has signed it and appears to believe his divorce absolute. By an ancient enactment of Panovalan canon law, the divorce of royal personages is not absolute until the bill has physically passed into the keeping of the Khazar. The enactment has passed in order to delay ill-considered dynastic alliances. So, at present, King Jandal Anganol is in a de facto state of decree nisi."
"And therefore cannot marry again."
"Any marriage contract before the decree is absolute would be illegal."
Seirenstund clapped his hands and laughed.
"Excellent, excellent. He's not going to get away with this impertinence."
"But we need an alliance with Borlean,"
said the Queen feebly. Her husband scarcely bothered to look at her.
"My dear, we have but to undermine his position to disgrace him, and Matrasil will reject him. Our agents report further riots there. I may then myself step in as the saviour of Borlean, ruling over both kingdoms, as Aldorando has ruled over Borlean in the past. Have you no sense of history?
Jandal Anganol was well aware of the difficulty of his position. Whenever he felt discouraged, he whipped up his anger by thinking of Seirin Stun's malice. When he had sufficiently recovered from the shock of discovering Yuli's headless body to leave his room, he had come upon the head lying in the corridor. A few yards farther down the corridor lay the human guard he had posted, stabbed to death. His face hacked at savagely with a sword. Jandal Anganol had vomited. A day later, sickness still overwhelmed him. Despite the heat, there was chill in his body. After the meeting with Seirin Stund, he walked across to Whistler Park, where a small crowd which had gathered gave him a cheer. Association with the Fagorian Guard calmed him. He inspected their premises with greater care than before. The Fagor commanders trailed behind him. One of the pavilions had been designed as a kind of guest house and was pleasantly furnished. Upstairs was a complete apartment.
This apartment will be mine,
Jandal Anganol said.
It make your place. No person in Hroldra Nudo have enter here.
No Fagors either.
No Fagors.
You will guard it.
It is our understanding.
He saw no reason to worry that the commander used what was an ancient Fagorian name for Aldorando, though he knew of their long and seemingly ineradicable memories. He was too used to their archaic speech habits. As he was walking back across the park, 4 Fagors escorting him, the earth shook. Tremors were frequent in Aldorando. This was the second he had felt since his arrival. He looked across Loyal Bryden Square at the palace. He wished there would be an earthquake severe enough to shake it down, but he could see that the wooden pillars along its face were designed for maximum stability. The onlookers and loiterers seemed unworried. A waffle seller carried on business as usual. With an inward tremor, Jandal Anganol wondered if the end of the world was coming, despite all the wise men said.
Let it all end,
he said to himself. Then he thought of Miliwa Tal. Towards Batalik set, messengers ran to the palace to say that Prince Tanth Indrid of Panoval was arriving at the East Gate earlier than anticipated. A formal invitation was sent to Jandal Anganol's party to be present at the welcome ceremony in Loyal Bryden Square, an invitation he could scarcely refuse. Indifferent to affairs of state or to wars in progress elsewhere, Tanth Indrid had been on a hunt in the Quizints, and came loaded with trophies of the hunt, skins, plumes, and ivories. He arrived in a palanquin, followed by several cages of animals he had captured. In one cage, a dozen others clattered at the crowd or moped dejectedly. A 12-piece band played lively airs as they marched, and banners flew. It was a more impressive entry than Jandal Anganol's, nor did Tanth Indrid have to stoop to haggling for a little money in the marketplace. Among the prince's retinue was one of Jandal Anganol's few friends in the Panovalan court, Gwadl Ulbobeg. Ulbobeg looked exhausted from his journey. When the official welcoming ceremony showed signs of turning into a prolonged drinking bout, Jandal Anganol managed to talk to the old man.
I'm getting too frail to undertake such expeditions,
Gwadl Ulbobeg said. He lowered his voice to add,
and between ourselves, Tanth Indrid gets more tiresome tenor by tenor. I greatly desire to retire from his service. I'm 36 and a quarter, after all.
Why don't you retire?
Gwadl Ulbobeg laid a hand on Jandal Anganol's arm. The king was moved by the unthinking friendliness of the gesture.
With the post goes the bishopric of Pain. Do you not recall I am a bishop of the Holy Panovalan Empire? Blessed. Were I to resign before being retired, I'd lose the post and all that goes with it. Tanth Indrid, by the by, is not best pleased with you. So let me warn you.
Jandal Anganol laughed.
I am universally hated, I do believe. How have I offended Tanth Indrid? Oh, it's common knowledge that he and our pompous friend Seirin Stund intended him to marry Miluatal until you put your oar in.
You know about that?
I know everything. I also know I'm going to bathe and then to bed. Drink's no good to me at my age. We'll talk in the morning. Rest well.
The earthquakes came again in the early part of the night. This time, they were serious enough to cause alarm. In the poorer parts of the city, tiles and balconies were dislodged. Women ran out screaming into the streets. Slaves spread alarm throughout the palace. It suited Jandal Anganol well. He needed a distraction for his purposes. His captains had investigated the grounds to the rear of the palace and discovered, as was to be expected, of a building which had not had to serve as a fortress for a great while, that there were many exits for those who knew. Some had been made by the palace staff for their own convenience. Although there were guards at the front, anyone could leave by the back, as Jandal Anganol did. Only to find that the palace had its own diversions. In the alley that ran outside the northeast side of the palace, a wagon drawn by 6 Hoxneys arrived. 4 burly men climbed down. One held the lead Hoxney, while the other 3 set about sliding wooden bars away from a side door. They flung the door open and shouted to someone inside the wagon. When there was no answer, 2 of the men climbed in and, with blows and curses, dragged a bound figure out into the street. A rug had been laid over the captive's head. When he groaned too distinctly, he was fetched a blow across his shoulders. Without hurry, the 3 toughs unlocked an iron door and passed into an outbuilding of the palace. The door slammed shut behind them. Jandal Anganol watched this event from the concealment of a portico. Beside him was the fragile figure of Miluatal. From where they stood, beside the wall, they could smell the heavy fragrance of the Zaldal, to which Seirin Stund had drawn Jandal Anganol's attention earlier. In the pavilion in Whistler Park, which they called the White Pavilion, they established their refuge. They would be safe under the protection of the Fagorian Guard. The king was still preoccupied with the sight they had just witnessed in the street. I think your father means to kill me before I can escape from Olderendo.
Killing's not so bad, but he's determined somehow to disgrace you. I'll find out how if I can, but he gives me only black looks now. Oh, how can kings be so difficult? I hope you won't be like that when we escape to Matrasil. I'm so curious to see it, and to sail down the Valvaral. Boats going downstream can go at a fantastic speed, faster than birds. Do they have Pacubias in Borleon? I'd like some in my room, and just like Moth has. 4 Pacubias at least, maybe 5, if you can afford it. Father says that you intend to murder me in revenge and cut my head off, but I just laughed and stuck my tongue out. Have you seen how far my tongue comes out? And said, "Revenge for what, you silly old king person?" And that got him so mad, I thought he'd have apoplexy.
She chatted away happily as she examined the apartment. Carrying their single light, Jandal Anganol said, I intend you no harm, Milua. You can believe that. Everyone thinks me a villain. I am in the hands of a Kanaba, as we all are.
I do not even intend your father harm.
She sat on the bed and stared out of the window, the beakiness of her face emphasized in the shadows.
That's what I told him, or words to that effect. He was so mad. He let one thing slip. You know Sartori Itavrash?
I know him well.
He's in Father's hands again. Father's men found him in that hunchback's room.
He shook his head.
No, he's still bound and gagged in a garderobe. My captains are going to bring him over here for safekeeping.
Miluatal gave her bubbling laugh.
He fooled you, Chan. It's another man. A slave they put in there in the dark. They found the real Sartori Itavrash when everyone was greeting fat old Prince Tanth.
By the beholder, that man has trouble for me. That man has trouble. He was my chancellor. What does he know? Milua, whatever happens, I am going to face it out. I must face it out. My honor is involved.
Oh, Zai Ganks, my honor is involved. You sound like Father when you say that. Aren't you supposed to say, you are mad about my infantile beauty or something?
He caught at her hands.
So I may be, my pretty Milua. But what I'm trying to say is that that sort of madness is no good without something to back it. I have to survive dishonor, to outlive it, to remain uncontaminated by it. Then honor will return to me. All will respect me for surviving. Then it will be possible to form an alliance between my country and yours, as I have long desired, and I will form it with your father, or with whoever succeeds him.
She clapped her hands.
I succeed him. Then we'll have a whole country each.
Despite his tension, his premonition that further ills were about to befall him, he burst into laughter, seizing her and pressing her delicate body against him. The earth shook again.
Can we sleep here together? She whispered.
No, it would be wrong. In the morning, we go to see my friend Esomber.
I thought he wasn't your friend.
I can make him my friend. He's vain, but not a villain.
The earth tremors died. The night died. Freya rose in strength, again hidden from sight by the yellow haze, and the temperature climbed. That day, few persons of importance were seen about the palace. King Seiren Stund announced that he would hold no audiences. Those who had lost a home or a child in the tremors wailed in vain in the stagnant anterooms, or were turned away. Nor was King Jandal Anganol to be seen, or the young princess. On the following day, a body of Alderanden guards, 8 strong, arrested Jandal Anganol. They caught him as he descended the staircase leading from his room. He fought, but they lifted him off his feet and carried him to a place of imprisonment. He was kicked down a spiral stone stair and thrown into a dungeon. He lay for many minutes on the floor, beside himself with anger.
Yuli,
he said over and over.
I was so sick at what they did to you that I never could think through to see what danger I was in. I never could think.
After some minutes of silence, he said aloud,
I was overconfident. That's always been my fault. I trusted too much, that I could ride with the circumstances.
A long while later, he picked himself off the floor and looked helplessly about. A shelf against one wall served as bed and bench. Light filtered in from a high window. In one corner was a trough for sanitary purposes. He sank down on the bench and thought of his father's long imprisonment. When his spirits had sunk still lower, he thought of Miluatal.
Seiren Stund, if you harm one lash of her eyes, you slanger.
He sat rigid. Eventually, he forced himself to relax and leaned with his back against the moist wall of the cell. With a roar, he jumped up and began to pace about, up and down, between wall and door. He ceased only when he heard the scrape of boots coming down the stair. Keys rattled at the lock, and a black-clad member of the local clerisy entered between two armed guards. As he gave a scanty bow, Jandal Anganol recognized him as Seiren Stun's axe-faced advisor, by name Crispan Mornu.
"Under what devious law am I, a visiting prince of a friendly country, imprisoned?"
"I am come to inform you that you are charged with murder and will be tried for that crime tomorrow at Batalic's Brink, before a royal ecclesiastical court."
The sepulchral voice paused, then added,
"Prepare yourself."
Jandal Anganol advanced in a fury.
"Murder! Murder, you pack of criminals! What new scoundrelism is this? Whose murder is laid at my door?"
Crossed spears halted his advance.
The priest said, "You are charged with the murder of Princess Simoda Tal, elder daughter of King Seiren Stund of Aldorando."
He bowed again and withdrew. The king remained where he was, staring at the door, his eagle eyes fixed upon its boards, never blinking, as if he had vowed they should never blink again until he was free. He stayed almost motionless throughout the night. The intense active principle within him, being confined, stayed coiled within him like a spring. He maintained a defiant alertness throughout the hours of dark, waiting to leap to attack anyone who ventured to enter the dungeon. Nobody came. No food was brought, no water. During the night there was a remote tremor, so remote it may have been in an artery rather than the earth, and a powder shower of mortar floated down to the stones. Nothing else. Not so much as a rat visited Jandal Anganol. When light seeped into the place of confinement, he went over to the stone trough. By climbing onto it and hooking his fingers into a hollow between two stones, carved by precious prisoners, he could look out of the unglazed window. A precious breath of fresh air expired upon his cheek. His dungeon was at the front of the palace, near to the corner by the dome, or so he estimated. He could look across Loyal Bryden Square. His viewpoint was too low to see anything beyond it except the tops of trees in the park. The square was deserted. He thought that if he waited long enough, he would probably see Milua Tal, unless she was a captive of her father. His view was towards the west. The tiny patch of sky he could see was free of haze. Metallics cast long shadows across the cobbles. Those shadows paled and then divided into two as Freya also rose. Then they died as the haze returned and the temperature started to mount. Workmen came. They brought platforms and poles with them. Their manner was the resigned one of workmen everywhere. They were prepared to do the job, but not prepared to hurry over it. After a while, they set up a scaffold. Jandal Anganol went and sat down on the bench, clutching his temples between his nails. Guards came for him. He fought them uselessly. They put him in chains. He snarled at them. They pushed him up the stone stairs indifferently. Everything had fallen out as King Seiren Stund might have wished it. In the incessant enantiodromia, which afflicts all things, turning them into their opposites, he could now crow over the man who had so recently crowed over him. He bounded up and down with glee. He uttered cries of joy. He embraced Bathkarnit She. He threw merrily evil glances at his dejected daughter.
"You see, child, this villain you threw your arms about is to be branded a murderer before everyone.
He advanced upon her with ogreish glee.
"We'll give you his corpse, to embrace in a day's time. Yes, just another 25 hours, and your virginity will be safe forever from Jandol Anganol."
"Why not hang me too, father, and rid yourself of all your daughters to worry about?"
A special chamber in the palace had been set aside to serve as the courtroom. The church sanctified it for judiciary purposes. Sprigs of veronica, scantium, and pelamountain, all regarded as cooling herbs, were hung to lower the stifling temperature and shed their balm into the room. Many luminaries of court and city were gathered to watch the proceedings. Not all of them by any means as in accord with their ruler as he supposed. The three main actors in the drama were the king, his saturnine adviser, Crispan Mornu, and a judge by name Kimon Euros, whose station in the church was Minister of the Rolls. Kimon Euros was so thin that he stooped, as if the tautness of his skin had bent the backbone it contained. He was bald, or, to be precise, without visible vestige of hair, and the skin of his face displayed a greyish pallor, reminiscent of the vellums over which he had parsimonious custody. His spiderish air, as he ascended to his bench, clad in a black quadrant hanging to his spatulate feet, seemed to guarantee that he would handle mercy with a similar parsimony. When these impressive dignitaries were settled in their places, a gong was struck, and 2 guards, chosen for strength, dragged King Jandol Anganol into the chamber. He was made to stand in the middle of the room for all to see. The division between prisoner and free is sharp in any court. Here it was more marked than usual. The king's short imprisonment had been enough to make filthy his tunic and his person. Yet he stood with his head high, darting his eagle gaze about the court, more like a bird of prey hunting weaknesses than a man looking for mercy. The clarity which attended his movements and contours remained part of him. Kimon Euros began a long address in a powdery voice. The ancient dusts from the documents in his charge had lodged in his larynx. He spoke marginally louder when he came to the words, "Cruel murder of our beloved Princess Simoda Tal, in this very palace, by the thrust of an ancipital horn. King Jandol Anganol of Bolian, you are charged with being the instigator of this crime." Jandol Anganol immediately shouted in defiance. A bailiff struck him from behind, saying,
"Prisoners are not allowed to speak in this court. Any interruptions, and you will be thrown back in your cell."
Crispan Mornu had managed for the occasion to find a garment of deeper black than usual. The colour reflected up into his jowls, his cheeks, his eyes, and, when he spoke, into his throat.
"We intend to demonstrate that the guilt of this Bolianese king is inescapable, and that he came here with no other purpose than the destruction of Princess Miluatal, thus ending the lineage of the House of Stund. We shall produce a copy of the instrument with which Princess Simoda Tal was cruelly dispatched. We shall produce also the actual perpetrator of the deed. We shall show that all factors point inescapably to the prisoner as the originator of the cruel plot. Bring forth the dagger."
A slave scurried forward, making a great business of his haste, and presenting the article demanded. Unable to keep out of the proceedings, Seirin Stund reached forward and grasped it before Crispan Mornu could take it.
"This is the horn of a Fagor beast. It has 2 sharp edges, and hence cannot be confused with the horn of any other animal. It corresponds with the configurations of the wound in the late princess's breast. Poor, dear girl.
we do not attempt to pretend that this is the weapon with which the murder was committed. That weapon is lost. This is merely a similar one, newly pulled from the head of a fagor. I wish to remind the court that they shall judge whether or not the fact is relevant, that the prisoner had a fagor runt for a pet. That runt the prisoner blasphemously named after the great warrior saint of this nation, Yuli. Whether the insult was deliberate or made through ignorance, we need not inquire.
Seiren Stund, your carelessness will be well repaid, Jandol Anganol said, and received a hearty blow for it. When the horn dagger had been passed round, the curved figure of Kimon Uras uncurled enough to ask, "What else has the prosecution to bring against the accused, by way of evidence?"
"You have seen the weapon with which the deed was done,"
the black voice of Crispan Mornu announced.
"Now, we shall show you the person who used the weapon to kill the Princess Simoda Tal."
Into the court, a struggling body was half brought, half carried. It had a rug tied about its head, and Jandol Anganol thought immediately of the prisoner he had seen in the night, evicted from the wooden wagon. This captive was tugged into the well of the court. At a word of command, the rug was wrenched from it. The youth, thus revealed, seemed to consist of a fury of a tousled mane of hair, an empurpled visage, and a torn shift. When he was struck hard and began to whimper instead of struggle, he was recognizable as Robeide Anganol. "Roba!" cried the king, and received a chop in the kidneys which doubled him up in pain. He sank down on a bench, overwhelmed by the sight of his son in captivity. Roba, who had always feared captivity.
"This young person was apprehended by His Majesty's agents in the seaport of Ottosol, in Bolian," said Crispan Mornu. "He proved difficult to track down, since he posed sometimes as a Mahdi, adopting their habits and style of dress. He is, however, human. His name is Robeide Anganol. He is the son of the accused, and his wildness is widely talked of." "Did you murder the late Princess Simoda Tal?" demanded the judge, in a voice like tearing parchment. Robeide burst into a fit of weeping, during which he was heard to say that he had murdered nobody, that he had never been to Aldorando before, and that he wanted only to be left in peace, to lead his own miserable life. "Did you not carry out the murder at the instigation of your father?" demanded Crispan Mornu, making each word sound like a small axe descending. "I hate my father. I fear my father. I would never do his bidding." "Why did you murder the Princess Simoda Tal?" I didn't. I am innocent, I swear." "Whom did you murder?" "I have murdered no one."
As though these words were the very words he had waited all his life to hear, Crispan Mornu raised a mottled hand high in the air and brought up his nose until it shone in the light as if honed.
"You hear this youth claim he has murdered no one. We call a witness who will prove him a liar. Bring in the witness."
A young lady entered the court, moving freely, if nervously, between two guards. She was directed to take a stance beneath the judge's platform, while those in the court regarded her avidly. Her beauty and youth were appealing. Her cheeks were brightly painted. Her dark hair was strikingly dressed. She wore a tight-fitting chagirak, the floral pattern of which emphasized her figure. She stood with one hand on her hip, slightly defiant, and managed to look at once innocent and seductive. Judge Kimon Uras curved his alabaster skull forward and was perhaps rewarded by a glimpse down into her zona. For he said in a more human tone than had so far been the case, "What is your name, young woman?" She said in a faint voice.
"Please, Abath Vasidol, usually called Abathi by my friends."
I am sure you have plenty of friends, said the judge. Untouched by this exchange, Crispan Mornu said,
This lady has also been brought here by His Majesty's agents. She came not as a prisoner, but of her own free will, and will be rewarded for her efforts on behalf of the truth. Abathi, will you tell us when you last saw this youth, and what the circumstances were?
Abathi moistened her lips, which were already shining, and said,
Oh, sir, it was in my room, my little room in Ottersol. My friend was with me, my friend Div. We were sitting on the bed, talking. And suddenly this man here...
Go on, girl.
It's too awful, sir.
There was a thick silence in the court, as if even the cooling herbs were drowning in the heat.
Well, sir, this man here came in with a dagger. He wanted me to go with him, and I wouldn't. I don't do such things. Div went to protect me, and this man here struck with his dagger. Or horn, it was, And he killed Div. He stabbed Div right in the stomach.
She demonstrated daintily on her own hypergastric region, and the court craned its collective neck.
And what happened then?
Well, sir, this man here took the body away and threw it into the sea.
That is all a lie. A lying plot,
said Jandal Anganol. It was the girl who answered him, with a spurt of her own anger. She was more at home in the court now, and beginning to enjoy her role.
It's not a lie. It's the truth. The prisoner took Div's body away and threw it into the sea. And the extraordinary thing was that a few days later, it returned. The body, packed in ice, to Ottersol, because I saw it in the house of my friend and protector, Bardol Caravansetti, later to become the king's chancellor for a while.
Jandal Anganol emitted a strangled laugh, and appealed direct to the judge.
How can anyone believe such an impossible story?
It's not impossible, and I can prove it.
Abathi said boldly.
Div had a special jewel, with 3 moving faces with figures, a timepiece. The figures were alive. Div kept it in a belt around his waist.
She indicated the area she meant on her own anatomy, and again the collective neck was craned.
That same jewel turned up at Caravansetti's, and he gave it to His Majesty, who probably has it now.
She pointed her finger dramatically at Jandal Anganol. The king was visibly taken aback and remained silent. The timepiece lay forgotten in his tunic pocket. He recalled now, all too late, how he had always feared the timepiece as an alien thing, a thing of science to be mistrusted. When Bilish Au-Pin, the man who claimed to come from another world, had offered him the timepiece, Jandal Anganol had thrown it back to him. Mysteriously, it had returned later through the agency of the deuteroscopist. Despite his intentions, he had never rid himself of it. Now it had betrayed him. He could not speak. An evil spell had descended on him. That he saw, but could not say when it had begun. Not all his dedication to Akanaba had saved him from the spell.
Well, your majesty.
Well, brother, said Seirin Stund with relish.
Have you this jewel with living figures?
Jandal Anganol said faintly.
It is intended as a wedding gift for the Princess Miluatal.
A hubbub broke out in court. People dashed here and there. Clerics called for order. Seirin Stund covered his face in order to hide his triumph. When order was restored, Crispan Mornu put another question to Abathi.
You are sure this young man, Robey de Anganol, son of the king, is the man who murdered your friend, Div? Did you ever see him again?
Sir, he was a great nuisance to me, He would not go away. I don't know what would have happened to me if your men hadn't arrested him."
A short silence prevailed in court, while everyone contemplated what might have happened to such an attractive young lady.
"Let me put one last and rather personal question to you,"
Crispan Mornu said, fixing Abathi with his corpse-like stare.
"You are evidently a low-born woman, and yet you seem to have well-connected friends. Rumour mentions your name with that of a certain Sibonalese ambassador. What do you say to that?"
"Shame," said a voice from the court benches, but Abathi answered in an untroubled way.
"I did have the pleasure of knowing a Sibonalese gentleman, sir. I like the Sibonalese for their good manners, sir."
"Thank you, Abathi. Your testament has been invaluable."
Crispan Mornu managed a moo which resembled a stiletto's smile. He then turned to the court, speaking only when the girl had left.
"I submit that you need no further proof. This innocent young girl has told us all we need to know. His lies to the contrary, the King of Borleon's son is revealed as a murderer. We have heard how he murdered in Ottersol, presumably at his father's instruction, merely to obtain some bauble to bring here. His preferred weapon is a fagor horn. He had already murdered Simoda Tal using the same weapon. His father was left to proceed here to enjoy our hospitality, to carry out his evil designs upon His Majesty's sole remaining daughter. We have uncovered here as black a plot as ever history related. I have no hesitation in demanding, on behalf of the court and on behalf of our whole nation, the death penalty for both father and son."
Robede Anganol's defiance had collapsed as soon as Abathi had entered the court. He looked no more than an urchin, and his voice sank to a whisper as he said,
"Please, let me go free. I'm made for life, not death. For some wild plot where the breeze blows. I have no wild plot with my father. That I deny, and all other charges."
Crispan Mornu swung dramatically about and confronted the youth.
"You still deny the murder of Simoda Tal?"
Robede moistened his lips.
"Can a leaf kill? I'm merely a leaf, sir, caught in the world's storm."
"Her Majesty Queen Bathkarnet Shi is prepared to identify you as a visitor to this palace a while ago, when you came disguised as a Mahdi for the express purpose of committing the foul deed. Do you wish Her Majesty to come to this court to identify you?"
A violent trembling took Robede.
"No." "Then the case is proven. This youth, a prince no less, entered the palace and, at his father's command, murdered our much-loved princess, Simoda Tal."
All eyes turned to the judge. The judge turned his gaze down to the floor before delivering judgment.
"The verdict is as follows. The hand that committed this vile murder belongs to the son. The mind that controlled the hand is the father's. So where lies the source of guilt? The answer is clear."
A cry of torment broke from Robede. He thrust out a hand as if physically to intercept Kimon Uraz's words.
"Lies! Lies! This is a rumour of lies. I will speak the truth, though it destroy me. I confess I did that thing to Simoda Tal. I did it not because I was in league with my father the king. Oh no, that's impossible. We are day and night. I did what I did to spite him. There he stands, just a man now, not a king. Yes, just a man, while my mother remains the queen of queens. I, in league with him, I would no more kill for his sake than I would marry for his sake. I declare the villain innocent. If I must die your dingy death, then never let it be said even in here that I was in league with him. I wish there was a league between us. Why help one who never helped me?" He clutched his head
as if to wrench it from his shoulders. In the silence following, Crispan Mornu said coldly, "You might have done your father more harm by keeping silent." Robert gave him a cold, sane look. "It's the principle of evil in men I fear. I see that principle more rampant in you than in that poor man burdened with the crown of Bolian." Jandal Anganol raised his eyes to the ceiling, as if trying to detach himself from earthly events. But he wept. With the sound of ripping parchment, the judge cleared his throat.
"In view of the son's confession, the father is of course shown to be blameless. History is full of ungrateful sons. I therefore pronounce, under the guidance of Akanaba, the all-powerful, that the father go free, and the son be taken from here and hanged as soon as it suits the convenience of His Majesty, King Seiren Stund."
"I will die in his stead, and he can reign in my stead."
The words came from Jandal Anganol, spoken in a firm voice.
"The verdict is irreversible. Court dismissed."
Above the shuffle of feet came Seiren Stund's voice.
"Remember, we refresh ourselves now, but this afternoon comes a further spectacle, when we hear what King Jandal Anganol's ex-chancellor, Sartori Irvrash, has to say to us."
21. The Slaying of Akanaba. The drama of the court and the humiliation of Jandal Anganol had been watched by a greater audience than the king could have imagined. The personnel of Avernus, however, were not entirely occupied by the story in which the king played a conspicuous part. Some scholars studied developments taking place elsewhere on the planet, or continuities in which the king played merely an incidental role. A group of learned ladies of the Tan family, for instance, had as their subject the origins of long-standing quarrels. They followed several quarrels through generations, studying how the differences began, were maintained, and were eventually resolved. One of their cares concerned a village in northern Bolian, through which the king had passed on his way to Aldorando. There, the quarrel originally concerned whether pigs belonging to two neighborhoods should drink at the same brook. The brook had gone, and so had the pigs, yet two villages existed at the spot, locked in hatred, and still referred to the killing of neighbors as hog-sticking. King Jandal Anganol, by passing with his fagors through one village and not the other, had exacerbated the feud, and a youth had had a finger broken in a brawl that night. Of that, the learned Tan ladies were as yet unaware. All their records were automatically stored for study, while they at present worked over a chapter in their quarrel which had taken place 2 centuries ago. They studied videos of an incident of indecent exposure, when an old man from one of the villages had been mobbed by men from the other village. After this squalid incident, someone had composed a beautiful dirge on the subject, which was still sung on festive occasions. To the learned Tan ladies, such incidents were as vital as the king's trial, and of more significance than all the austerities of the inorganic. Other groups studied matters even more esoteric. Fagor lines of descent were particularly closely watched. The question of Fagor mobility, baffling to the Heliconians, was by now fairly well understood on the Avernus. The Anciptals had ancient patterns of behavior from which they were not easily deflected, but these patterns were more elaborate than had been supposed. There was a kind of domestic Fagor, which accepted the rule of man as readily as the rule of a Kazan. But hidden from the eyes of men was a much more independent Anciptal, which survived the seasons as much as its ancestors had done, taking what it would and moving on. A free creature, unaffected by mankind. The history of Aldorando, as a unit, also had its scholars, those who were most interested in process. They followed interweaving lives of individuals in only a general way. When the eyes of Avernus first turned towards Aldorando, or Embrudock as it was then, it was little more than a place of hot springs where two rivers met. Round the springs, a few low towers stood in the middle of an immense ice desert. Even then, in the early years of Avernian research, it was apparent that this was a place, strategically situated, with a potential for growth when the climate improved. Aldorando was now larger and more populous than anyone in the 6 families had seen it before. Like any living organism, it expanded in favourable weather, contracted in adverse. But the story was no more than begun as far as those on the Avernus were concerned. They kept their records. They transmitted a constant stream of information back to Earth. Present transmissions could be reckoned to arrive there in the year 7877. The intricacies of the Heliconian biosphere and its response to change throughout the Great Year could be understood only when at least 2 complete cycles had been studied. The scholars could extrapolate. They could make intelligent guesses, but they could no more see the future than King Jandol Angenol could see what was to befall that very afternoon. Seirin Stund had not been in better humour since before his elder daughter died. Before the afternoon's event, which was to humiliate Jandol Angenol further, Stund ate a light meal of Dorzin gout and called a meeting of the inner circle of his council to impress on them how clever he had been.
Of course, it was never my intention to hang King Jandol Angenol,
he informed the councillors genially.
The threat of execution was simply to reduce him, as that other of a son of his put it, to a mere man, naked and defenceless. He thinks he can do as he pleases. That is not so.
When he had finished talking, his Prime Minister rose to make a speech of thanks to His Majesty. We particularly appreciate Your Majesty's humiliation of a monarch who cultivates fagors and treats them, well, almost as if they were human. We in Aldorando can have no doubt, must have no doubt, that the Ancipitals are animals, nothing more. They have all the stamp of animals. They talk. So do preets and parrots. Unlike parrots, fagors are forever hostile to mankind. We know not where they come from. They seem to have been born in the late cold period, but we do know, and this is what King Jandol Angenol does not know, that these formidable newcomers must be eradicated, first from among human society, then from the face of the earth. We still have the indignity of suffering Jandol Angenol's fagor brutes in our park. We all anticipate that, after this afternoon's event, we shall be able to show gratitude once more to King Seirin Stund for ridding us forever both of these pack of brutes and their pack master. There was general clapping. Seirin Stund himself clapped. Every word in the minister's speech echoed his own words. Seirin Stund enjoyed such sycophancy, but he was not a fool. Stund still needed the alliance with Borleon. He wished to make sure he would be the senior partner to it. He hoped, too, that the afternoon's entertainment would impress the nation with whom he was already in uncomfortable alliance, Panoval. He intended to challenge the Khazars' monopoly of militarism and religion. That he could do by supplying an underlying philosophy for the Panovalan drive against the Ancipital kind. Having talked to Sartori Irvrash, he foresaw that that scholar could provide precisely such a philosophy. He had struck a bargain with Sartori Irvrash. In exchange for the afternoon's oratory and the destruction of Jandol Angenol's authority, Seirin Stund had Odi Gesseratabar released from the Sibornalese embassy, despite the grumbles of the Sibornalese. He promised Sartori Irvrash and Odi the safety of his court, where they could live and work in peace. The bargain had been agreed upon with glee on all sides. The heat of the morning had overwhelmed many of those who attended the court. Reports entering the palace spoke of hundreds dying of heart attacks in the city. The afternoon's diversion was therefore staged in the royal gardens, where jets of water played on the foliage and gauzes were hung from trees to create pleasant shade. When the distinguished members of court and church had gathered, Seirin Stund came forward, his queen on his arm, his daughter following behind. Screwing up his eyes, he gazed about for sight of Jandol Anganol. Miloatal saw him first, and hastened across the lawn to his side. He stood under a tree, together with his royal armourer and 2 of his captains.
"The fellow has boldness, grant him that," Seirin Stund murmured.
He had delivered to Jandol Anganol an ornate letter, apologizing for his mistaken imprisonment, while making excuses because the evidence was so much against him. What he did not know was that Bathkarnet She had written a simpler note, expressing her pain over the whole incident, and referring to her husband as a love throttler. When His Majesty was comfortably settled on his throne, a gong was struck, and Crispan Mornu appeared, shrouded as ever in black. Evidently, the Minister of the Rolls, Kimon Uras, was too overcome by his morning's activities to manage anything further. Crispan Mornu was in sole charge. Ascending the platform set in the middle of the lawn, he bowed to the king and queen and spoke in his voice, which had about it, as a court wit once remarked, the same redolence as the sex life of a public hangman.
"We have a rare treat this afternoon. We are to be present at an advancement of history and natural philosophy. Of recent generations, we among the enlightened nations have come to understand how the history of our cultures is at best intermittent. It is caused by our great year of 1,825 small years, and not by wars, as the idle have claimed. The great year contains a period of intense heat and several centuries of intense cold. These are punishments from the all-powerful for the sinfulness of mankind. While the cold prevails for so long, civilization is difficult to maintain. We are to hear from one who has pierced through these disruptions to bring us news of distant matters which concern us urgently today. In particular, they refer to our relationship with those beasts which the all-powerful sent to chasten us, the Fagors. I beg you, gentles, all, to listen well to the scholar, Master Sartori Irvrash."
Languidly polite clapping went about the lawn. On the whole, music and tales of bawdy were preferred to intellectual effort. As the clapping died, Sartori Irvrash came forth. Although he soothed his whiskers with a familiar gesture, and looked rather furtively to left and right, he did not appear nervous. By his side walked Odi Jesseratabar in a flowered chazarak. She had recovered from her Asatasi wounds, and carried herself alertly. Much of her Uskuti arrogance remained in the gaze with which she surveyed the assembly. Her expression was gentler when she looked at Sartori Irvrash. The latter had adopted a linen hat to cover his baldness. He carried some books, which he deposited carefully on the table before he spoke. The magisterial calm with which he began betrayed nothing of the consternation he was about to spread.
"I am grateful to His Majesty, King Seirin Stund, for giving me sanctuary in the Alderenden court. In my long life, vicissitudes have been many, and even here, I am not free of botheration from those who are the enemies of knowledge. All too often, those who hate learning are the very people on whom we should most rely to promote it. For many years, I served as Chancellor to King Varpal Anganol, and later to his son, who dares to present here despite his encounter with justice this morning. By him, I was unfairly dismissed from office. During my years in Matrasil, I was compiling a survey of our world entitled The Alphabet of History and Nature, in which I sought to integrate and distinguish between myth and reality, and it is on that subject I speak now. When I was dismissed, all my papers were most cruelly burnt, and my life's work destroyed. The knowledge I carry in my head was not destroyed. With it, with my experiences since, and in particular, with the assistance of this lady by my side, Odi Jesaratabar, Priest Militant Admiral of the Sibonalese fleet, I have come to understand much that was previously a mystery. One mystery in particular, a cosmological mystery, one which touches on our everyday lives. Bear with me, hot though it is, for I shall be as brief as possible. Also, I am told that is not always my habit.
He laughed and looked about him. Everywhere was attention, real or feigned. Encouraged, he plunged into his argument.
I hope to offend no one by what I say. I speak in the belief that men love truth above all things. We are so bound in our human concerns that we rarely catch sight of the great business of the planet about us. It is more marvelous than we can credit. It abounds with life. Whatever the season, winged and footed life is everywhere, from pole to pole. Endless herds of flambreg, each herd numbered in millions of beasts, rove ceaselessly across the vast continent of Sibonal. Such a sight is unforgettable. Where have the beasts come from? How long have they been there? We have no answers to such questions. We can only remain mute with awe. The secrets of antiquity could be unlocked, if only we ceased our warring, if all kings had the wisdom of Seiren Stund.
He bowed in the direction of the Alderanden king, who smiled back, unaware of what was to come. There were scattered handclaps.
While life was peaceful at the Matrasil court, I was privileged in enjoying the company of Myrdem Ingala, called by her subjects the Queen of Queens, merely because they knew not of Queen Baskarnet-Shi, of course, and her daughter, Tatroman Adala. Tatro had a collection of fairy tales, which I used to read to her. Although all my papers were destroyed, as I have said, Tatro's fairy tales were not destroyed, not even when her cruel father banished her to the coast. We have a copy of Tatro's book here.
At this point, Odi solemnly raised the little book aloft, and held it for all to see.
In Tatro's storybook is a tale called The Silver Eye. I read it many times, without perceiving its inner meaning. Only when I travelled could I grasp its elusive truth. Perhaps because the herds of Flambreg reminded me strongly of primitive Ancipitals.
Until this point, Sartori Irvrash's delivery, free of his old pedantry, had kept his audience listlessly attentive. Many of the audience, lounging on the lawn, were Drumble organizers, with a natural hatred of fagors. At the word ancipitals, they showed interest.
There is an ancipital in the story of the Silver Eye. The ancipital is a gillet. Her role is advisor to a king in a mystical country, Ponpt. Well, not so mystical. Ponpt, now called Ponipot, still exists on the west of the Barrier Mountains. This gillet is superior to the king, and provides him with the wisdom whereby he rules. He depends on her as a son on a mother. At the end of the story, the king kills the gillet. The Silver Eye itself is a body like a sun, but silver, and shining only by night. Like a close star, without heat. When the gillet is slain, the Silver Eye sails away and is lost forever. What did all that signify? I asked myself. Where was the meaning of the tale?
He leaned over the podium, hunching his shoulders and pointing at the audience in his eagerness to tell the tale.
The key to the puzzle came when I was on an Uskuti sailing vessel. The vessel was becalmed in the Cadmere Straits. Odi, this lady here and I landed on Gliat Island, where we managed to capture a wild gillet with a black pelage. The females of the ancipital species have a one-day flow of menses from the uterus as a prelude to the estral cycle when they go into rut. Because of my prejudice against the species, I have no knowledge of native ancipital or even Hurdu. But I discovered then that the gillet's word for her period was tenher. That was the key. Forgive me if such a subject seems too disgusting to contemplate. In my studies, all destroyed by the great King Jandol Anganol, I had noted that even Fagors preserved one or two legends. They could hardly be expected to make sense. In particular, there is a legend which says Helliconia once had a sister body circling about it, just as Batelix circles about Freya. This sister body flew away as Freya arrived and as mankind was born. So the legend goes. And the name of the escaping body in native is Tsenher. Why should Tenher and Tsenher be virtually the same word? That was a question I asked myself. A gillet's tenher occurs 10 times in a small year, every 6 weeks. We may therefore assume that this heavenly eye, or moon, served as a timing mechanism for the periods. But did the moon, Tsenher, supposing it existed, circle Helliconia once every 6 weeks? How to check on something which happened so long ago that human history has no record of it? The answer lay in Tatro's story. Her story says that the silver eye in the sky opened and shut. Possibly that means it grew bigger or smaller according to distance, as does Freya. It becomes wide open or full 10 times in a year. That was it. 10 times again. The pieces of the puzzle fitted. You understand the unmistakable conclusion to which I was drawn.
Gazing at his audience, Sartori Irvrash saw that indeed many of them did not understand. They waited politely for him to be done. He heard his voice rise to a shout.
"This world of ours once had a moon, a silver moon, which was lost at a time of some kind of disturbance in the heavens. It sailed away. We don't as yet know how. The moon was called Tsen-Her, and Tsen-Her is a Fagor name."
He looked at his notes. He conferred briefly with Odi. As the listeners stirred, he resumed his discourse with a note of asperity in his voice.
"Why should the moon have only an ancestral name? Why is there no human record of this missing body? The answer leads us into the mazes and botherations of antiquity. For when I looked about, I found that missing moon, not in the sky, but shining forth from our everyday speech. For how is our calendar divided? 8 days in a week, 6 weeks in a tenor, 10 tenors in a year of 480 days. We never questioned it. We never questioned why a tenor is called a tenor, because there are 10 of them in a year. But that is not the whole truth. Our word tenor commemorates the time when the silver eye was open and the moon was full. It does so because humanity adopted the Fagor word. Ten-Her. Tenor is Ten-Her is Sen-Her.
The murmurings from the crowd were louder. Seirin Stund was plainly uncomfortable. But Sartori Irvrash held up Tatro's storybook and called for silence. So engrossed was he that he failed to see the trap opening before him.
Here's a whole conclusion, my friends. There stands King Jandol Engenol among you, and he must hear the truth as well. He who has so long encouraged the noxious humans to breed on his territories.
But no one was interested in Jandol Anganol at present. Their angry faces turned to Sartori Irvrash himself.
The conclusion is clear, inescapable. The ancestral race to which we can ascribe many of our human difficulties over the ages is not a race of new invaders, like the Driats. No, it is an ancient race. It once covered Helliconia as Flambreg covers the circumpolar regions. The Fagors did not emerge out of the last weird winter, as the Sibornalese call it. No, that story is based on ignorance. The real story, the fairy story, tells the truth. Fagors long preceded mankind. They were here on Helliconia before Freya appeared, possibly long before. Mankind came later. Mankind depended on the Fagors. Mankind learned language from the Fagors, and still uses Fagor words. Khmer is the native word for rat. Helliconia itself is an old ancestral term.
King Jandol Anganol found his voice at last. The speech was such an onslaught on his religious sensibilities that he had stood as if in a trance, his mouth open, more resembling fish than eagle.
Lies, heresy, blasphemy,
he shouted. The cry of blasphemy was taken up by other voices. But Seirin Stund had ordered his guard to see that Jandol Anganol did not interrupt. Burly men closed in on him, to be met by Jandol Anganol's captains with drawn swords. A struggle broke out. Sartori Irvrash raised his voice.
No, you see your glory diminished by the truth. Fagors preceded mankind. Fagors were the dominant race on our world, and probably treated our ancestors as animals, until we rebelled against them.
Let's hear him, Who dares say the man is wrong?
Shrilled Queen Bathcarnet She. Her husband struck her in the mouth. The hubbub from the audience rose. People were standing and shouting or kneeling to pray. Fresh guards ran to the scene, while some court ladies tried to escape. A fight had broken out round Jandal Anganor. The first stone was thrown at Sartori Irvrash. Brandishing his fist, he continued to speak. In that courtly crowd, now moved to fury, there was at least one cool observer. The envoy, Alam Esomber. He was detached from the human drama, unable to be deeply moved by events. He could derive only amusement from their effects. Those on Earth, distant in time and space, viewed the scene on King Seirenstund's lawn with less detachment. They knew that Sartori Irvrash spoke truth in general, even if his details were sometimes incorrect. They also knew that men did not love truth above all things, as he claimed. Truth had constantly to be fought for it was constantly being lost. Truth could sail away like a silver eye, never to be seen again. When Sen-Her sailed away, no human being had witnessed the event. Cosmologists on the Avernus and on Earth had reconstructed the event, and believed they understood it. In the great disruptions which had overtaken the system 8 million Earth years previously, the gravitational forces of the star now called Freya, with a mass 14.8 times that of the Sun, had wrenched Sen-Her away from Heliconia's pull. Calculations indicated that Sen-Her had a radius of 1,252 kilometers, against Heliconia's 7,723 kilometers. Whether the satellite had been capable of supporting life was doubtful. What was certain was that the events of that epoch had been so near catastrophic that they had remained etched in the aeotemporal minds of the Fagors. The sky had fallen in, and no one had forgotten it. More impressive to human minds was the way in which life on Helliconia had survived even the loss of its moon, and the cosmological events which had caused that loss.
Yes, I know. This sounds like sacrilege. And I am sorry,
shouted Sartori Irvrash, as Odi moved close to him, and the noise grew.
What is true should be said and heard. Fagors were once the dominant race, and will become so again, if allowed to live. The experiments I conducted show, I believe, that we were animals. Gen-ethnic divinities bred mankind from others who were ancestral pets before the upheaval. Mankind developed from others as Fagors developed from Flambreg. As Fagors developed from Flambreg, they may again cover the earth one day. They are still waiting, wild, with Kaidors, in the High Nictrike, to descend in vengeance. They will wipe you out. Be warned then. Increase the drumbles. Intensify them. Incipitals must be wiped out in the summer, when mankind is strong. When winter comes, the wild Kaidors return. My final word to you. We must not waste energy fighting each other. We should fight the older enemy, and those humans who protect them.
But the humans were already fighting each other. The most religious members of the audience were often those, like Crispan Mornu, who were most in favour of drumbles. Here was an outsider, offending their deepest religious principles, yet encouraging their violent instincts. The first one to throw a stone was attacked by his neighbour. Missiles were flying all over the garden. Soon the first dagger bit into flesh. A man ran among the flower beds, bleeding, and fell on his face. Women screamed. Fighting became more general as tempers and fears mounted. The awning collapsed. As Alam Esomber quietly left the scene, a miniature history of warfare was enacted on the palace lawn. The chief cause of the commotion looked on aghast. It was beyond belief how people responded to scholarship. Holy idiots. A flying stone caught him in the mouth, and he collapsed. Odi-Jesaratabar threw herself on Sartori Iravrash, crying and trying to ward off more stones. She was dragged aside by a group of young monks, who punched her and then began to beat and kick the prostrate ex-chancellor. They at least refused to hear the name of Akanaba defiled. Crispan Mornu, in fear that matters were getting so out of hand, stepped forward and raised his arms, opening the black wings of his quadrant. It was slashed by a sword blade. Odi turned and ran. Her garments were seized by a woman as she passed. The next moment she was struggling for her life amid a dozen angry women. The clamour grew. A clamour that, before the hour was out, would spread into the city. Indeed, the monks themselves spread the clamour. Before very long, they emerged blood-stained from the precincts of the palace, bearing above their heads the broken corpses of Sartori Iravrash and his Sibonalese companion, screaming as they went. "Blasphemy is dead! Long live Akanaba!" After the fighting in the gardens, there was a rush to the streets, and more scuffles there, while the dead bodies were paraded down Wazan Avenue, before finally being thrown to the dogs. Then a terrible quiet fell. Even the first Fagorian, in the park, seemed to be waiting. Seiren Stun's plan had terribly misfired. Sartori Iravrash had intended merely to be revenged on his ex-master, and to have the first Fagorian slain. That was his conscious aim. His love of knowledge for its own sake, his hatred of his fellow men, had betrayed him. He had failed to understand his audience. As a result, religious belief was set at an intolerable crisis. And that, on the day before the Emperor of Holy Panovo, the great Kassar Kilander IX, was to arrive in Aldorando, to bestow the unction of Akanaba upon the faithful. The most living words spring from dead martyrs. The monks unwittingly propagated the heresies of Sartori Iravrash, which found ready soil on which to grow. Within a few days, it would be the monks themselves who were under attack. What had goaded the crowd into such fury was the aspect of his disclosures to which Sartori Iravrash himself was blind. His listeners would make a connection through their faith of which, with his limited sympathies, Sartori Iravrash was incapable. They perceived that the rumour long suppressed by the church now confronted them nakedly. All the world's wisdom had always existed. Akanaba was, and they themselves, and their fathers before them, had spent their lives in the worship of a Fagor. They prayed to the very beast they persecuted. "Ask not, therefore, if I am man or animal or stone," said the scriptures. Now the comfortable enigma fell before the banal fact. The nature of their vaunted god, the god that held the political system together, was ancipital. Which should the people now deny, in order to make their lives tolerable? The intolerable truth, or their intolerable religion? Even the servants of the palace neglected their duties, asking each other, "Are we slaves of slaves?" over their masters. A spiritual crisis prevailed. Those masters had taken it for granted that they were masters of their world. Suddenly the planet had become another place, a place where they were comparative newcomers, and lowly newcomers at that. Heated debates took place. Many of the faithful threw out Sartori Irvrash's hypothesis entirely, affecting to dismiss it as a tissue of lies. But as ever in such situations, there were others who subscribed to it and added to it, and even claimed they had known the truth all along. The torment mounted. Seyrenstund took only a practical interest in his faith. It was not to him the living thing it was to Jandal Anganol. He cared for it only as oil which smoothed his rule. Suddenly, everything was in question. The hapless Alderandan king spent the rest of the afternoon shut in his wife's compartments, with Preets twittering round his head. Every so often, he sent Bathkarnat Chi out to attempt to discover where Miluar Tal might be, or received messengers who spoke of shops being broken into and a pitched fight being held in one of the oldest monasteries.
"We have no soldiers,"
wept Seyrenstund.
"And no faith,"
said his wife with some complacency.
"You need both to keep order in this terrible city."
"And I suppose Jandal Anganol has fled to escape being killed. He should have stayed for the execution of his son."
That thought cheered him until the arrival of Crispan Mornu in the evening. The advisor's aspect showed that he had unsuspected reserves of gauntness in him. He bowed to his sovereign and said,
"If I diagnose the confused situation correctly, Your Majesty, the central issue has shifted away from Jandal Anganol. It now focuses on our faith itself. We must hope that this afternoon's intemperate speech will soon be forgotten. Men cannot long endure to think of themselves as lower than Fagor brutes. This might be a convenient time to see that Jandal Anganol is removed altogether from our attention. In canon law, he remains undivorced, and this morning we exposed his pretensions for what they are. He is a spent force. Therefore, we should remove him from the city before he can speak to the Holy Ksar. Perhaps through Envoy Esomber or Ulbobeg. The Ksar is going to have to face a larger issue, the issue of a spiritual crisis. The question of your daughter's marriage is also one we can settle, with suitable parties."
"Oh, I know what you're hinting at, Crispan,"
chirped Bathkarnat Chi. Mornu, in his oblique way, had been reminding His Majesty that Miluar Tal should be speedily married to Prince Tanth Indrid of Panoval. In that way, a tighter religious grip over Aldorando could be established. Crispan Mornu gave no sign that he had heard the Queen's remark.
"What will you do, Your Majesty?"
"Oh, really? I think I'll take a bath."
Crispan Mornu brought an envelope from the recesses of his dark gown.
"This week's report from Matrasil suggests that various problems there may come shortly to a head. Undriad the Hammer, the scourge of Mordriat, has died in a fall from his Hoxney during a skirmish. While he threatened Borlean, some unity was preserved within the capital. Now, with Undriad dead and Jandal Anganol away—"
He let the sentence dangle and smiled with a cutting edge.
"Offer Jandal Anganol a fast ship, Your Majesty, 2 if necessary, to get himself and his Fagorian guard back down the Valvaral as speedily as possible. He may accept. Urge on him that we have here a situation we cannot control, and that his precious beasts must be removed or massacred. He prides himself on going with circumstances. We will see that he does go."
Seyrenstund mopped his forehead and pondered the matter.
"Jandal Anganol will never take such good advice from me. Let his friends put it to him." "His friends?" Yes. His Pano-Valan friends. Alam Isomber, and that contemptible Gwadl Ulbobeg. Have them summoned, while I have myself voluptuously bathed."
Addressing his wife, he asked,
"Do you wish to come and enjoy the voluptuous sight, my dear?"
The mob was in action. Its gathering could be traced from the Avernus. Eldorando was full of idle hands. Mischief was always welcome. They came out of taverns where they had been harmlessly occupied. They locked up shops and picked up sticks. They rose from outside churches, where they had been begging. They wandered along from hostels and billets and holy places, just to have a share in whatever was going on. Some Hratok had said they were inferior to Fuggies. Those were fighting words. Where was this Hratok? Maybe it was that Salanger, standing talking over there. Many Avernian watchers regarded the brawling, and the pretext for brawling, with contempt. Others who reflected more deeply saw another aspect of it. However preposterous, however primitive the issue that Sartori Irvrash had raised, it had its parallels aboard the Earth observation station. And there, no writing would solve it. Belief, an impermanence, so it said in the treatise. On the prolongation of one Heliconian season beyond one human lifetime. The belief in technological progress, which had inspired the building of the Avernus, had, over the generations, become a trap for those aboard it, just as the accretion of beliefs, called arcanabaism, had become a trap. Settled into an introspective quietism, those who ran the Avernus saw no escape from their trap. They feared the change they most needed. Patronizing though their attitude was to the unwashed who ran through Goose Street and Wazen Avenue, the unwashed had a hope denied those far above them. Hot with fight and drink, a man in Goose Street could use his fists or shout before the cathedral. He might be confused, but he did not endure the emptiness the advisers among the 6 families endured. Belief, an impermanence. It was true. Belief had largely died on the Avernus, leaving despair in its place. Individuals despair, but not peoples, even as the elders looked down on, and transmitted wearily back to earth, scenes of confusion which seemed to reflect their own futility. Another faction was taking bold shape on the station. That faction had already named itself the Aganippers. Its members were young and reckless. They knew there was no chance for them to return to Earth, or, as the recent example of Billy Zhao Pin had effectively demonstrated, to live on Helliconia. But on Aganip, there was a change for them. Avoiding the ever-watching lenses, they accumulated their stores and marked out a shuttle they could appropriate, which would transport them to the empty planet. In their hearts was a hope as bright as any to be found in Goose Street. The evening grew slightly cooler. There was another earth tremor, but it passed almost unnoticed among the general excitements. Calmed and refreshed by his bath, well fed, King Seiren Stund was in fit mood to receive Alam Esomber and the elderly Gwadl Ulbobeg. He seated himself comfortably on a couch and assembled his wife behind him to make an attractive composition before summoning the 2 men to his presence. All due courtesies were made, and a slave woman poured wine into glasses already freighted with Lodrai dry ice. Gwadl Ulbobeg wore an ecclesiastical sash over a light chafrul. He entered reluctantly and appeared no more comfortable to see Crispan Mornu present. He felt his position to be dangerous, and showed it in his nervous manner. Alam Esomber by contrast, was excessively cheerful. Immaculately dressed as usual, he approached the king's couch and kissed the hands of both majesties with the air of one immune to bacteria.
"Well, indeed, sire. You did present us with a spectacle this afternoon, just as you promised. My congratulations. How ably your old rogue of an atheist spoke. Of course, our faith is merely deepened by doubt. Nevertheless, what an amusing turn of fate it is that the abhorred King Jandol Angenol, lover of fagors, who only this morning stood trial for his life, should this evening stand revealed as heroic protector of the children of God."
He laughed pleasantly, and turned to adviser Mornu to judge his amusement.
"That is blasphemy,"
said Crispan Mornu in his blackest voice.
Esomber nodded, smiling. "Now that God has a new definition, surely blasphemy has one too. The heresy of yesterday, sir, is now perceived as today's true path, which we must tread as nimbly as we can."
"I don't know why you are so merry,"
Sarenstund complained,
"but I hope to take a small advantage of your good humour. I wish to ask you both a favour. Woman, serve the wine again."
"We will do whatever your majesty commands,"
said Gwadal Ulbabeg, looking anxious and clutching his glass. The king rose up from a reclining position, smoothed his stomach, and said with a touch of royal pomp,
"We shall give you the wherewithal with which to persuade King Jandol Angenol to leave our kingdom immediately, before he can delude my poor infant daughter, Miloatal, into matrimony."
Esomber looked at Gwadal Ulbabeg. Gwadal Ulbabeg looked at Esomber.
"Well,"
said the king.
"Sire,"
said Esomber, and fell to tugging a lock of hair at the back of his neck, which necessitated his looking down at the floor. Gwadal Ulbabeg cleared his throat, and then, more or less as an afterthought, cleared it again.
"May I venture to ask your majesty if you have seen your daughter just of late?"
"As for me, sire, I am almost totally within the power of the King of Bolian, sir,"
added Esomber, still attending to his neck.
"Owing to a past indiscretion on my part, sir. An indiscretion concerning, most unforgivably, the Queen of Queens. So, when the King of Bolian came to us this afternoon, seeking our assistance, we felt bound—"
Since he allowed the sentence to dangle, while he scrutinized the countenance of Sarenstund, Ulbabeg continued the discourse.
"I, being a bishop of the household of the Holy Caesar of Panoval, sire, and therefore," said Gwadal Ulbabeg, "empowered to act in his holiness's stead in certain offices of the church."
"And I," said Esomber, "still remissly holding in my charge a bill of divorcement signed by the ex-queen Mardem Ingala, which should have been rendered to the Caesar, or to one of his representatives of the household 10 years ago, with apologies for using that now opprobrious word."
"And we both having care,"
said Gwadal Ulbabeg, now with rather more relish in his voice,
"not to overburden his holiness with too many functions on this visit of pleasure between sister nations."
"When there will be more contentious matters."
"Or, indeed, to incommode your majesty with—"
"Enough," shouted Sarenstund. "Come to the point, the pair of you. Enough procrastination."
"Precisely what we both said to ourselves a few hours ago," agreed Esomber, bestowing his choicest smile on the gathering. "Enough procrastination, perfectly put, your majesty. Therefore, with the powers entrusted in us by those above us all, we solemnize the state of matrimony between Chandol Anganol and your beautiful daughter, Miluatel. It was a simple but touching service, and we wish that your majesties could have been present."
His Majesty fell off the couch, scrambled up, and roared,
"They were married."
"No, your Majesty, they are married," said Gwadl Ulbabeg. "I took the ceremony, and held their vows for His Holiness in absentia."
"And I was witness, and held the ring," said Esomber. "Some of the King of Bolian's captains were also present, but no fagors, that I promise."
"They are married,"
repeated Seirenstund, looking about wildly. He fell back into his wife's arms.
"We'd both like to congratulate your majesties,"
said Esomber suavely.
"We are sure the lucky couple will be very happy."
It was the evening of the following day. The haze had cleared towards sunset, and stars shone in the east. Stains of a magnificent Freyaset still lingered in the western sky. There was no wind. Earth tremors were frequent. His Holiness, the Cassar Kilander IX, had arrived in Aldorando at midday. Kilander was an ancient man, with long white hair, and he retired straight to a bed in the palace to recover from his journey. While he lay prostrate, sundry officials and, lastly, King Seirenstund, in a fever of apology, came to tell the old man of the religious disarray in which he would find the kingdom of Aldorando. To all this, His Holiness listened. In his wisdom, he declared that he would hold a special service at Freyaset, not in the Dom, but in the chapel of the palace, during which he would address the congregation and resolve all their doubts. The degrading rumour that Ancipitals were an ancient, superior race would be exposed as complete falsehood. The voice of atheists should never prevail while strength was left in his aging body. This service had now begun. The old Cassar spoke out in a noble voice. There was scarcely an absentee. But 2 absentees were together in the white pavilion in Whistler Park. King Jandal Anganal, in penitence and gratitude, had just prayed and scourged himself, and was washing the blood from his back with jugs of hot spring water, poured by a slave.
"How could you do such cruelty, my husband?"
exclaimed Miluatal, entering briskly. She was shoeless and wore a filmy white gown of satara.
"What are we made of but flesh? What else would you desire to be made of?"
"There is a division between flesh and spirit, of which both must be reminded. I shall not ask you to undergo the same rituals, though you must bear with my religious inclinations."
"But your flesh is dear to me. Now it is my flesh, and if you hurt it more, I will kill you. When you sleep, I will sit on your face with my bottom and supplicate you."
She embraced him, clinging to him until her dress was soaked. He sent the slave away, and kissed and petted her.
"Your young flesh is dear to me, but I am determined that I will not know you carnally until your 10th birthday."
"Oh no, Jan. That's 5 whole tenors away. I'm not such a feeble little thing. I can easily receive you. You'll see."
She pressed her flower face to his.
5 tenors is not long, and it will do us no harm to wait.
She flung herself on him, and bore him down onto the bed, fighting and wriggling in his arms, laughing wildly as she did so.
"I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. I know all about what wives should be, and what wives should do. And I am going to be your wife, in every single particle."
They began to kiss furiously. Then he pushed her away, laughing.
"You little spitfire,
You jewel, you posy. We'll wait till circumstances are more propitious. And I have made some sort of peace with your parents.
But now is always a puppeteer's time, she wailed.
To distract her, he said, Listen, I have a little wedding present for you. It's almost all I possess here. I shall heap gifts upon you when we are back home in Metrosil. He took from his tunic the timepiece with the 3 faces and held it out to her. The dials read 07:31:15, 18:21:90, 19:24:40. Miluatal took it and looked rather disappointed. She tried it on her brow, but the ends would not meet at the back of her head.
Where am I supposed to wear it?
As a bracelet?
Maybe so. Well, thanks, Jan. I'll wear it later.
She threw the watch down and then, with a sudden movement, pulled off her damp dress.
Now you can inspect me and see if you are going to get good value.
He began to pray, but his eyes would not close as she danced about the room. She smiled lasciviously, seeing in his eyes the awakening of his Khmer. He ran to her, seized her, and carried her to the bed. Very well, my delicious Miluatal. Here beginneth our married life. Over an hour later, they were roused from their raptures by a violent quake. The timbers about them groaned. Their little lamp was pitched to the floor. The bed rattled. They jumped up, naked, and felt how the floor rocked.
Shall we go out?
She asked.
The park jumps about a little, doesn't it?
Wait a minute. The tremors were long sustained. Dogs howled in town. Then it was over, and a dead silence prevailed. In that silence, thought worked like maggots in the king's head. He thought of the vows he had made, all broken, of the people he loved, all betrayed, of the hopes he had entertained, all dead. He could not find in the prevailing stillness consolation anywhere, not even in the perspiring human body lying against his. His eyes, with their leaden stare, fixed on an object which had dropped onto the rush mat on the floor. It was the timepiece, once owned by Bilish Al-Pin, the article of an unknown science which had woven its way through the tenors of his decline. With a sudden shout of rage, he jumped up and hurled the timepiece away, out through the north-facing window. He stood there, naked, glaring, as if daring the thing to return to his hand. After a moment of fright, Miluatal joined him, resting her hand on his shoulder. Without words, they leaned out of the window to breathe cooler air. An eerie white light shone to the north, outlining horizon and trees. Lightning danced noiselessly in the middle of it. By the beholder, what's happening? Jandal Anganol asked, clutching the slender shoulders of his bride.
Don't be alarmed, Jan. It's the earthquake lights. They soon die. We often see them after a particularly bad quake. It's a kind of night rainbow.
Isn't it quiet? He realized that there was no sound of the first Fagorian moving about nearby, and was suddenly alarmed.
I can hear something.
Suddenly she ran to the opposite window and screamed,
Jandal, look! The palace!
He ran to her and looked out. On the far side of Loybryden Square, the palace was alight. The entire wooden facade was ablaze, with clouds of smoke rolling up towards the stars.
The quake must have caused a fire. Let's go and see if we can help. Fast, fast, my poor moth!
Her pigeon voice shrilled. Aghast, the two dressed and ran out. There were no Fagors in the park, but as they crossed the square, they saw them. The first Fagorian stood armed, staring at the blazing palace, guarding it. They watched without movement,
as the flames took ever firmer hold. Townspeople stood at a distance, gazing helplessly, kept at bay by the Fagors. Jandal Anganol went to break through the Fagorian ranks, but a spear was thrust out and his way barred. Fagor Major, Grut Malark Chazarn, saluted her leader and spoke.
You may not make a coming to more nearness, sir, because danger. We have made a bringing of flames to all sons of Freya in that church place below the ground. Knowledge reaches our harneys that the evil king and the church king would bring killing to your old servants of this god.
You had no orders.
He could scarcely speak.
You've slain Akanaba, the god made in your image.
The creature before him, with its deep scarlet eyes, brought a 3-fingered hand to its skull.
Orders have formed in our harneys. Make a rifle from long time. Once this place is ancient. Hrmbrd Yedok. Further sayance.
You've slain the Khazar, Akanaba, everything.
He could scarcely hear what the Ancipital was saying, for Miluatal was holding his hand and screaming at the top of her voice.
My moth! My moth! My poor mother!
Hrmbrd Yedok.
Once ancient place for Ancipital kind, not give to sons of Freya.
He failed to understand. He pushed against her spear, then drew his own sword.
Let me through, Major Chazarn, or I shall kill you.
He knew how useless threats were. Chazarn merely said, without emotion,
Not go through, sir. You're the fire god, Jan. Command it die.
As she parrot screamed, she raked his flesh, but he did not move. Chazarn was intent on explaining something, and wrestled with words before managing to say,
Ancient Hrmbrd Yedok, good place, sir. Ere octaves make a song, before sons of Freya, any on Hrul Ikor Yahar, in ancient time of Sehen Her.
It's the present. We live and die in present time, Gillett.
He tried to wind himself up, to strike, but was unable to do so. Despite the screaming girl at his side, his will failed. The flames burned in the pupils of his narrowed eyes. The Fagor obstinately continued her explanation, as if she were an automaton.
Ancipitals here, sir, before sons of Freya, before Freya make bad light, before send her goins, sir. Old sins, sir.
Or perhaps she just said old things. In the fury of the blaze, it was impossible to hear. With a roar, part of the palace roof collapsed, and a column of fire rolled up into the night sky. Pillars crashed forward into the square. The crowd cried in unison and stumbled back. Among the watchers was Abath Vassidol. She clung to the arm of a gentleman from the Sibonalese embassy, as everyone shrank from the heat.
The holy Khazar, all destroyed,
cried Jandal Anganol in pain. Miluatal hid her face in Jandal Anganol's side and wept.
All destroyed.
He made no attempt to comfort the girl, or to push her away. She was nothing to him. The flames devoured his spirit. In that holocaust were consumed his ambitions, the very ambitions the fire would fulfill. He could be master of Aldorando as well as Borlean. But in that ceaseless changing of things into their opposites, that chastening enantiodromia, which made a god into a Fagor, he no longer wished for that mastery. His Fagors had brought him a triumph, in which he saw clearly his defeat. His thoughts flew to Maerdem Ingala, but his and her summer was over, and this great bonfire of his enemies was his autumn beacon.
All destroyed,
he said aloud. But a figure approached him. moving elegantly through the ranks of the first Fagorian, arriving almost at a saunter in time to remark, "Not quite all, I'm glad to say." Despite his attempt at customary nonchalance, Esomber's face was pale, and he trembled visibly. "Since I've never worshipped the All-Powerful with any great degree of fervour, whether he's men or Fagor, I thought I would excuse myself from the Cassar's lecture on the subject. Terribly fortunate, as it proved. Let this be a lesson to you, Your Majesty, to go to church less frequently in future." Miluatal looked up angrily to say,
"Why don't you run away? Both my parents are in there."
Esomber wagged a finger at her.
"You must learn to ride with circumstances, as your new husband claims to do. If your parents are perished, and there I suspect you have hit upon a profound truth, then may I be the first to congratulate you on becoming queen of both Spolian and Alderendo. I hope for some advancement from you, as the chief instrument in your clandestine marriage. I may never make Cassar, but you both know my counsel is good. I'm cheerful, even in times of adversity like the present."
Jandal Anganol shook his head. He took Miluatal by the shoulders and began to coax her away from the conflagration. "We can do nothing. Slaying a Fagor or two will solve nothing. We will wait for morning. In Esomber's cynicism, there is some truth."
"Cynicism?"
asked Esomber quietly.
"Are not your brutes merely imitating what you did to the idolaters? Is there no cynicism in your taking advantage of that? Your brutes have crowned you king of Alderendo."
Written in the king's face was something Esomber could not bear to see. "If the entire court is wiped out, then what is there for me but to stay, to do my duty, to see that the succession is legally continued in Miluatal's name? Will I find joy in that task, Esomber?"
"You will go with the circumstances, I expect. As I would. What's joy?"
They walked on, the princess shambling and needing support. At length the king said, "Otherwise there will be anarchy, or Penovel will step in. Whether it calls for rejoicing or weeping, it seems that we do indeed have a chance to make our two kingdoms one, strong against enemies."
"Always enemies,"
wailed Miluatal to her failed god. Jandal Anganol turned to Esomber, his expression one of blank disbelief. "The Cassar himself will have perished. The Cassar,
failing divine intervention, yes. But one piece of better news for you. King Seiren Stund may not go down in history as its wisest monarch, but he experienced a generous impulse before he perished. He was probably prompted by your new queen's mother. His Majesty could not quite stomach hanging his new son-in-law's son, and had him released an hour or so ago, perhaps as a sort of wedding gift."
"He released Robede." His frown left him momentarily. Another section of the palace collapsed. The tall wooden columns burned like candles. More and more of the inhabitants of Alderando crept forth, silently to stare at the blaze, knowing they would never look on such a night again. Many, in their superstitious hearts, saw this as the long-prophesied end of the world.
"I saw the lad go free, wild as ever, wilder. An arrow from a bow would be a fair comparison."
A groan escaped Jandal Anganol's lips. "Poor boy, why did he not come to me? I hoped that at last he had lost his hatred of me."
"By now, he's probably in the queue to kiss the wounds of the dead Sartori Irvrash.
an unhygienic form of amusement, if ever I saw one.
Why did Rob not come to me?
There was no answer. But Jandal Anganol could guess it. He had been hidden in the pavilion with Miluatal. It would take many a tenor before the consequences of this day's work were fully borne out, and he would have to live them through. As if echoing his thoughts, Alam Esomber said, "And may I inquire what you intend to do with your famous Fagorian guard, who have committed this atrocity?" The king threw him a hard glance, and continued to walk away from the blaze.
Perhaps you will tell me how mankind is ever to solve its Fagor problem, he said.
Envoi. The soldiery from the Good Hope and the Union landed on the Borleanese coast and marched westwards on Gravabagalinian under the leadership of Io Pasharatid. As the force progressed, Pasharatid gleaned news of the turmoil about to overwhelm Matrasil. The conscience of the people had been slowly roused as they digested the news of the massacre of the Mydolaters. The king would be unwelcome when he returned. In Pasharatid's harneys, a scheme burned with such conviction that it already seemed actual. He would take the Queen of Queens, Gravabagalinian would fall to him, and she also. Matrasil would willingly accept her as queen. He would rule as consort. Politically, he was not ambitious, not greatly. His past, its evasions, disappointments, disgraces, would be over. One minor military engagement, and all he desired would be his. His advance scouts reported breastworks about the wooden palace. He attacked at Batalic's dawn, when haze stretched across the land. His gunners advanced 2 by 2, wheel-locks at the ready, protected by pikemen. A white flag waved from behind the defences. A stocky figure cautiously emerged into the open. Pasharatid signalled to his soldiery to halt, and walked forward alone. He was conscious of how brave he was, how upright. He felt every inch the conqueror. The stocky man approached. They halted when no more than a pike's length apart. Bardol Carabancity spoke. He asked why soldiers were advancing on an almost undefended palace. To which Io Pasharatid responded haughtily that he was an honourable man. He required only the surrender of Queen Myrdemingala, after which he would leave the palace in peace. Carabancity made the sacred circle on his forehead and sniffed a resounding sniff. Alas, he said, the Queen of Queens was dead, slain by an arrow fired by an agent of her ex-husband, King Jandal Anganol. Pasharatid responded with angry disbelief. "Look for yourself," said Carabancity. He gestured towards the sea, lacklustre in the dawn light. Men were launching a funeral bark upon the waters. In truth, Pasharatid could see it for himself. He left his force and ran to the beach. 4 men with heads bowed were carrying a bier on which a body lay beneath layers of white muslin. The hem of the muslin fluttered in a growing breeze. A wreath of flowers lay on top of the body. An old woman with hair growing from a mole in her cheek stood weeping at the water's edge. The 4 men carried the bier reverently aboard the white caravel, the Vajabhar prayer. The ship's battered sides had been repaired well enough for a voyage which did not involve the living. They laid the bier under the mast and retired. Scuffbar, the Queen's old majordomo, dressed in black, stepped aboard the ship carrying a lighted torch. He bowed deeply to the shrouded body. Then he set light to the brushwood piled high on the deck. As fire took the ship, it began with the favouring wind to sail slowly out from the bay. The smoke billowed out across the water
like lank hair. Basharatid cast down his helmet into the sand, crying wildly to his men, "On your knees, you Hratoks! Down and pray to the Azoaxic for this beautiful lady's soul. The queen is dead. Oh, the queen of queens is dead." Caravanserai smiled occasionally as he rode a brown Hoxney back to his wife in Ottersol. He was a clever fellow, and his ruse had succeeded. Basharatid's pursuit had been deflected. On the little finger of his right hand, he wore the queen's gift to him, a ring with a sea-blue stone. The queen had left Gravabagalinian only a few hours before Basharatid's arrival. With her went her general, his sister, the Princess Tatro, and a handful of followers. They made their way northeastwards, across the fertile Lewis lands of Borlean, towards Matrasil. Wherever they went, peasants came from their huts, men, women, and children, and called blessing upon Mairde Mingala. The poorest of people ran to feed her party and help her in any way possible. The queen's heart was full. But it was not the heart it had been. The heat had gone from her affections. Perhaps she would accept Tolram Ketinet in time. That remained to be seen. She needed to find her son first, and solace him. Then the future could be determined. Basharatid remained on the shore for a long while. A herd of deer came down onto the beach and foraged at the high tide line, ignoring his presence. The funeral ship drifted out to sea, bearing the corpse of the servant who had died following injuries from a falling gunpowder keg. Flames rose straight up, smoke sank across the waves. A crackle of timber came to Basharatid's ears. He wept and tore his tunic and thought of all that would never happen. He fell to his knees on the sand, weeping for a death that had yet to occur. The animals of the sea circled about the blazing hulk before leaving. They abandoned coastal waters and headed far out towards the deeps. Moving in well-organized legions, they swam where no man yet had sailed, to merge with the liquid wilderness of Helliconia. The years passed. That tumultuous generation faded, one by one. Long after the queen was lost to mortal sight, much that was immortal of her travelled across the immeasurable gulfs of space and was received on earth. There, those lineaments and that face lived again. Her sufferings, joys, failings, virtues, all were called up once more for the peoples of earth. On Helliconia itself, all memories of the queen were soon lost, as waves are lost on the beach. Sen-Hur shone overhead. The moonlight was blue. Even by day, when Batalix shone through the cool mists, the daylight was blue. Everything perfectly suited the ancipital kind. Temperatures were low. They held horns high and saw no need to hurry. They lived among the tropical mountains and forests of the Pegovin Peninsula of Hespagarat. They were at peace with one another. As the runts grew slowly to cratehood, and then full adulthood, their coats became dense and black. Under that shapeless pelage, they were immensely strong. They threw roughly shaped spears which could kill at 100 yards. With those weapons, they slayed members of other components who infringed their territory. They had other arts. Fire was their chained and domesticated pet. They travelled with their hearths on their shoulders, and groups of them were to be seen, climbing down to the coast on occasions where they would trap fish, with flames borne on stone slabs upon their broad shoulders. Bronze accoutrements were not beyond their understanding. With that metal they decorated themselves. The warm gleam of bronze might be caught about the smoking firesides of their mountain caves. They mastered pottery sufficiently to make coiled pots, often of intricate design, shaped to resemble the pods of the fruits they ate. Coarse body coverings were woven from reeds and creepers. They had the gift of language. Stalins and Gillets went out to hunt together, or cultivated their scanty vegetables together in cleared patches. There was no quarrel between male and female. The ancipital components kept animals as pets. Asokins lived commensally with them, and served as hunting dogs when they went out to hunt. Their others were of less practical use. The naughty, thieving tricks of others were tolerated for the amusement their antics gave. When batalics set, and light drained from the cool world, the ancipitals sank indifferently to sleep. They slept humbly, as cattle, lying where they had stood. They switched off. No dreams haunted their long skulls during the silent hours of night. Only when the moon, Sen-Her, was full, they mated and hunted instead of sleeping. That was their great time. They killed any animal they came across, any bird, any other ancipital. There was no reason in the killing. They killed because it was their way. By daylight, some of the components, those who lived to the south, hunted Flambreg. That vast continent, the southern polar continent of Hespagorat, was populated by millions of head of Flambreg. With the Flambreg went clouds of flies. With the clouds of flies went the yellow fly. So the Fagors killed the Flambreg, massacred them separately or by the scores, killed the heads of herds, killed does, gravid or otherwise, killed the young, tried to fill the world with their carcasses. The Flambreg were never deterred from charging northwards across the lowlands of the Pegavin Peninsula. The ancipitals never wearied of killing them. The years came and went, and the centuries, and still the great herds plunged towards the untiring spears. There was no history among the components, except the history of this constant killing. Mating took place at full moon. A year later, parturition occurred at full moon. The runts slowly became adult. Everything was slow, as if heartbeats themselves took their time, and the leisurely pace at which a tree grew was a standard for all things. When the great white disk of moon sank into the mists of the horizon, all was much as it had been when it rose from those same mists. Being one with this sluggish peace, the Fagors were governed by its tempo. Time did not enter into their pale harnies. Their pets died. When an other died, its body was casually cast aside, or thrown outside the area of the camp, for vultures to eat. The great black Fagors did not know death. Death was no more to them than time. As they grew older, their movements slowed. Though they remained within the shelter of their vaguely demarcated families, they became apart. Year by year, their abilities grew more circumscribed. Language was early lost. Eventually, movement itself was lost. Then the tribe showed a sense of caring. They cared not for individuals. They ministered to their infants, but otherwise only to those who succumbed to age. These superannuated Fagors were stored safely away, revered, brought out on any ceremonial occasion, as for instance when an attack was intended on a nearby component. Like embodiments of sluggish time, the elderly Fagors passed without perceptible change, beyond the shadowy division which distinguished life from other conditions. Time congealed in their edra. They sank to become, over many years, nothing more than small keratinous images of their former selves. Even then, the flickerings of existence were not entirely spent. They were consulted. They still played a part in the life of the component. Only when they disintegrated, could it be said that they were visited with finality. And many were so gently handled that they survived for centuries. This crepuscular lifestyle continued long. Summer and winter spelt little change in the club-shaped peninsula, extending almost to the equator. Elsewhere in the winters, the seas might freeze. In the peninsula, up in the mountains, down in the afforested valleys, a lethargic paradise was maintained unaltered over many, many moons. Many moons and many eons. The ancipital kind was not readily responsive to change. The unknown star, the unheralded and unprecedented star, was a brilliant point, long before it entered the calculations of the components. The first white-coated fagors which appeared were treated with indifference. More of them grew to maturity. They produced white offspring. Only then were they driven out. The outcasts lived along the doleful shores of the Kawas Sea, feeding on iguana. Their tame others rode on their backs, occasionally throwing twigs of dried seaweed into the portable hearths. In the gloaming, fagors and others could be seen, strung out along the shore, flame and smoke at their shoulder, moving disconsolately towards the east. As year succeeded year, white fagors became more numerous, the exodus to the east more steady. They marked their way with stone pillars, perhaps in the hope that someday they could return home. That return was never to be. Instead, the cancerous star in the skies grew brighter, eclipsing all other stars, until, like Tsen-Her, it cast a shadow by night. Then the ancipital kind, after much consultation with the elders in Tether, bestowed on the new star a name, Frehir, meaning fear. From one generation to another, there appeared no difference in the magnitude of the fear star, but it grew, and from generation to generation, the mutated white fagors spread along the coastlines of Hespegarat. To the west of the Pegavin Peninsula, they were halted by the dreary marshes of a land later to be known as Dimarium. To the east, they slowly covered the alpine lands of Throssa, to come, after 2,000 miles, to the Cadmere land bridge. All this was achieved with the spiritless determination characteristic of the ancipital kind. Across the land bridge, spreading over Rodado, they entered lands where the climate more nearly resembled that of Pegavin. Some settled there, others, arriving later, foraged further. Always as they went, they erected their stone pillars, to mark healthful air octaves which led back to their ancestral home. The time of catastrophe arrived. The aging star Batalix, with its freight of planets, was captured by the Fear Star, young, furious, filling the space around it with radiation. The Fear Star possessed a fainter companion. In the cosmic upheaval which followed, as new orbits were established, the fainter companion was lost. It sped away on a new course, taking with it one of Batalix's planets, and the moon of Helliconia, Tsen-Her. Batalix itself moved into a captive position about the Fear Star. This was the catastrophe, never to be forgotten in the harnies of the ancipital kind. In the subsequent upheavals which afflicted the planet, the ancient land bridge across the Cadmere Straits was demolished by savage winds and tides. The link between Hespegarat and Campanlat was severed. During this time of change, the others changed. The others were more puny than their mentors, but more nimble and more flexible of mind. Their exodus from Pegavin had transformed their role vis-à-vis the Fagors. They were no longer regarded merely as pets of an idle day, but were required to forage for food in order to keep the component fed. The revolution happened by accident. A party of others was foraging in a bay along the Rodado coast, when the incoming tide cut them off. They were marooned temporarily on an island where a lagoon provided a glut of oil fish. The oil fish were one of the manifestations of a changing ecology. They spawned in the seas in their millions. The others stayed and feasted. Later, having lost their mentors, they struck out on their own, moving northwestwards into an almost deserted land called Ponpt. Here were founded the 10 tribes, or Ole Onets. Eventually, their greatly modified version of Ancipitl, which became known as Olonets, spread throughout Campanlat. But that was not until many a century has passed its hand over the developing wildernesses. The others themselves developed. The 10 tribes broke up and became many. They were quick to adapt to the new circumstances in which they found themselves. Some tribes never settled, and took to wandering the face of the new continent. Their great enemies were the Fagors, whom they nevertheless regarded as godlike. Such delusions, such aspirations, were part and parcel of their lively response to the world in which they discovered themselves. They rejoiced, hunted, multiplied, and the new sun shone on them. When the first great winter set in, when that first turbulent summer faded into cold, and the snows fell for months at a time, it must have seemed to the aotemporal minds of the Fagors that normality was returning. This was the period during which the 10 tribes were put to the test. Genetically malleable, they were to have their future existences shaped by the degree of success with which they weathered the centuries of a pastron, when Batalix crawled through the slowest sectors of its new orbit. Those tribes who adapted best emerged the next spring with new confidence. They had become humanity. Male and female, they rejoiced in their new skills. They felt the world and the future to be theirs. Yet there were times, sitting about campfires at night, with the star shingle blazing overhead, when mysterious gaps opened in their lives, and they seemed to look into a gulf. There was no bridging. Back came folk memories of a period when larger creatures had looked after them, and had administered a rough justice. They crept to sleep in silence, and words without sound formed on their lips. The need to worship, and be ruled, and to rebel against rule, never left them even when Freya again proclaimed its strength. The new climate, with its higher energy levels, did not suit the white-coated Fagors. Freya above them was the symbol of all ills which befell. They took to carving an apotropaic symbol on their air-octave stones, one circle inside another, with rays like spokes connecting the inner with the outer. To the Fagorian eye, this was first of all a picture of Tsen-Her, moving away from Hurl Ikor Yahar. It later came to be regarded as something different, as a picture of Freya, with its rays flattening Hurl Ikor Yahar beneath it as it drew nearer. While some of the Olonets speakers were transformed, generation by generation, into the hated sons of Freya, the Fagors slowly lost their culture. They remained stalwart and held horns high, for the new climate was not entirely on the side of the suns. Though Freya never departed, there were long periods when it moved to such a distance that it hid its spiderish shape among the star shingle. Then, once again, the Ancipitl kind were able to master the sons of Freya. At the next time of cold, they would obliterate their ancient enemy entirely. That time was not yet, but it would come. My dear Clive, there you have it. 7 years have passed since I began to consider these matters. This volume will achieve first publication in a year when we both reach a new decade, and when my age will be exactly double yours. As I walk in Hilary's garden, wondering what form of words to use, it occurs to me that the question to ask is, why do individuals of the human race long for close community with each other, and yet remain so often apart? Could it be that the isolating factor is similar to that which makes us feel, as a species, apart from the rest of nature? Perhaps the Earth Mother you meet in these pages has proved less than perfect. Like a real mother, she has had her troubles, on a cosmic scale. So the fault is not all ours, or hers. We must accept a lack of perfection in the scheme of things. Accept the yellow-striped fly. Time in which the whole drama is staged is, as J.T. Fraser puts it, a hierarchy of unresolved conflicts. We must accept that limitation with the equanimity of Lucretius, and be angry only at those things against which one can be effectively angry, like the madness of making and deploying nuclear weapons. Such matters are not generally the subject of literature, but I feel the necessity. As you see, I have a shot at incorporating them. Now at last I have done. The rambling edifice of Helliconia is before you, with my hopes that you will enjoy the results. Your affectionate father, Boars Hill, Oxford.